everyone, and thank you for joining us on this Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Acacia Courtney alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliore, who I'll bring in with me momentarily. If you're tuning in on YouTube, we appreciate that. We'll be on Fox Sports 2 starting at 1 p.m., but we'll have some exciting previews and a look at the first race at Churchill Downs today as we wrap up opening week at both Churchill and Belmont Park. As I welcome in Richie here at Belmont, we have a stake today, the Pebbles, as we had a terrific day of racing yesterday and really all week as we kicked off the fall meet.
Yeah, really strong racing, very competitive. Love the advent of the Jockey Club Oaks, the Jockey Club Derby, part of the Triple Crown of Turf series that Martin Panza put together. And I love that we get that European participation, horses coming across the pond to take on the best of our 3-year-olds.
As in yesterday, Yabir dominant in the Jockey Club Derby for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. We've seen them quite successful here in the U.S. this year. As we take a look at the stake today at Belmont Park, the Pebbles, a mile on the Widener turf, and you do have some fillies coming out of the Saratoga Derby, or Saratoga Oaks, excuse me, trying longer distances, now cutting back with the likes of Plum Ali, who's drawn to the rail.
Yeah, I like Plum Ali today. I think she comported herself very well against Tougher. I think the mile will intensify her late turn of foot. I also like Jose Ortiz getting back aboard. Joel Rosario is a tremendous rider, but I also think that he's given Plum Ali a little bit too much to do, particularly considering the paceless nature of the races she's coming out of. I think she can be a little bit more forwardly placed, save ground from that inside post, work out a good trip. I just don't think she wants to have to come from so far back.
And maybe going those longer distances just not suited to her. She was closing. That was behind Con Lima, who did end up winning the Saratoga Oaks, going wire to wire. She faced the uber talented Santa Barbara in the Belmont Oaks as well. But some interesting other ones in here as we take a look at Runaway Rumor and Minon. And this is, I think, an interesting race as we have the rematch of the Wild Applause. Runaway Rumor, the winner there, the New York bred filly for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, this is a really nice filly who does have a strong turn of foot. She finishes well. Minon, I think last time she just kind of ran flat to me in Lake George, but I think this is a really competitive race. I'm leaning on Plum Ali. I really think she's best, and I think she works out the right trip today.
The race came up very salty, though, too. Pretty big field as well. Looking forward to seeing that a little bit later on today as we wrap up the week. The first week of the Belmont Fall Meet. Here's a look at what's on tap today. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We have the Pebble Stakes to look forward to, early pick 5 to pick 6 as well. Races 1 through 10 at Churchill Downs. Nice featured allowance race coming up a little bit later on today, too. They're beneath the Twin Spires. Fast main track in both locations and a firm turf course here in New York. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match bonus. As we get ready for all of that exciting action coming up in a little while, we are about 12 minutes away from race 1 at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. Again, no turf racing during this fall meet at Churchill. We'll be on the main track, and we'll talk all about it after this break. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
As she comes to the Run Happy finish line, run up, jog.
But it is all Happy Soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Red. Ready to go for a ride?
It's a great setting for the horse. Mr. Gaines built it. He built it with the horse in mind. And everything about it is just natural to the horse.
The history here runs deep. I just hope we can add a page to it.
The Gainesway roster at the moment is a very youthful roster. We have a lot of young horses. With that youth, you never know where the next great stallion is going to come from.
Stallion, like Tapit, comes along once in a lifetime. We all realize we would be extremely, extremely fortunate to ever be around another horse that good. But it's our goal. It's our goal to try to get another Tapit.
He was an extremely highly accomplished 2-year-old.
Tapit! Tons of horse all the way around the track, comes home for a cruise in the futurity.
I've loved Tapit. First crop I remember seeing Start and Bound at the first 2-year-old sale. She worked 3/8 and worked awesome. I was like, that's a really neat filly. Tapit as a stallion, he's unbelievable. You know, 8 champions. And as I find one, he gets better with age.
The goals are straightforward. We're going to expand our stallion roster through syndication. Anthony wants to aggressively build this stallion roster.
And really buy stallion prospects at a younger age via yearling sales, 2-year-olds, or even breeding our own at home. Right now, we're really focusing on that because, you know, Gainesway's been an unbelievable consignor as long as Brian's been in charge. Now we're trying to bring Gainesway to the forefront in all aspects of the industry.
In my career at Gainesway, initially was building our sales program. In the Keeneland sales and Fasig-Tipton, you get pretty amped up trying to achieve your clients' goals. Last year we were the 2nd leading consignor of thoroughbreds in North America. That helps us all sleep better.
Thank you, gentlemen. $1,650,000.
Signed by Gainesway. We're ambitious to go get new stallions. We're ambitious to get very high-quality stallions. And we're ambitious to carry on a great tradition here at Gainesway that Mr. Gaines started. The Beck family has continued on.
I'm excited about all of them. Caraconti's off to a wonderful start. I'm excited about Taprit's chances at stud.
Horses like Taprit, who was a $1.2 million yearling and a classic winner, and is by Tapit himself.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. He was always top class. His Whitney at Saratoga is one of my favorite races of his.
McKenzie has won the Whitney!
The Book of Maracy guy was unbelievable. We're really excited about him at Gainesway right now.
You never know where the next good horse is coming from, and as long as we're out there bringing them in, the sky's the limit.
As we welcome you back to America's Day at the Races, we get ready for the opener beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Maiden claiming race for $20,000, going a mile and a 16th on the main track here. A couple of horses at 5-2. Richie with the 6 Sailors Return, currently highlighted as the favorite. It's a significant drop in class, but this is something we're going to see throughout the meet at Churchill. This is a horse that's only run on turf, first time on the main track today.
Yeah, and more of a turf pedigree. Now, I know that Churchill Downs can play kind to horses that are turf horses, and they can handle a little better. Usually you see that, though, occasionally, like Derby week, when they have that track so tight and horses are running over the top of the ground more. I'm going to look at horses in this race, though, to have proven dirt form, right inside of him. The 5-horse, Blake B, all of his races are good enough, and you know he handles dirt.
Absolutely. That was a wet track at Ellis Park last time out, but a fast main track 2 start ago for 16, and he ran a good second off a bit of a layoff. Certainly thought that he was a bit intriguing at 3-1 as well. The number 3, Scat Shack for Dale Romans, is taking some attention. He was a distant third in his debut on the main track.
Yeah, he was, but, you know, he's stretching out, and he's a son of Shackelford, and Shackelford was a horse that liked the lead and would fight for it, and a lot of his offspring have that same characteristic.
Looking at the post parade, here's the 1 Eagle Cap, another turf to dirt.
Yeah, but he has some good dirt races before he tried the turf and gets the inside with John Court.
Here's the 2 Elvirus.
Yeah, a horse that I think has races good enough as well. I think he's competitive in here.
That early speed could be his best weapon. See how he uses it today. It's 6-1 on the board. Here's the 3 Scat Shack.
I feel like this horse is going to show more speed today, stretching out on the dirt.
Son of Shackelford, Preakness winner for Dale Romans. Trained the sire, and a lot of his offspring tend to get a little hot before the races, just like he did too. Here's a second-time starter, American Drama.
Yeah, he tried turf at Indiana, and again, a horse that has more of a turf pedigree.
Looking at the number 5, Blake B, as you mentioned, almost only ever run on the dirt.
Yeah, and I think this horse is going to be well placed. He'll be stalking from the outside, and I think he's the horse I want.
Here's your favorite still, Sailor's Return, dropping class.
We don't know if this horse can handle dirt or not. We use pedigree as one of the clues to tell us his pedigree speaks more of dirt, but he is taking a big drop in class.
First-time starter, here's Seaside Boy, a colt by Munnings.
Yeah, a horse that just, to me, has a look of a horse that's maybe just a little bit too slow.
And the number 8, My Utter Mama's a Paint.
I'm sorry, that's who I was talking about, who I think might be a little too slow. Seaside Boy, first-time starter, tough to go long first time out.
Absolutely, especially being by Munnings as well. We'll see how that one does handle the distance. Is a big price on the outside with that other horse that is already making start, number 7. With Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. Getting ready for the opener at Churchill Downs. And one thing that we had kind of been talking about throughout the week too, Richie, was looking at Churchill, inside speed, often where you really want to be.
Yeah, you want to be forwardly placed. I don't think it was as pronounced yesterday as it was the day before, where just inside speed, it almost seemed like a conveyor belt. It was carrying horses. But you still want to be forwardly placed, have position. I don't think it favors deep closers.
2-1 right now on the 6, Sailor's Return, gelding by Declaration of War. And for you, who, as this one does come back first time as a gelding, has not really shown much on the turf, so it is a drop in class, but it's also that surface switch. For you, for the horse that's taking so much attention, albeit for good connections, doing something for the first time, is that a bit of a negative for you?
Well, it's just hard to take a horse at a short price as a favorite doing something they've never done before. Now, he comes from a good trainer, Eddie Keneally. He kind of getting a full makeover. He's a first-time gelding. He's coming back on a different surface, and he's taking a precipitous drop in class. He does sport some good workouts on the dirt. But my experience has always been turf horses work well on the dirt because they're being held together. Racing conditions is a little different. They come off the bridle, they're being urged, and they sometimes don't handle it as well as they may look like they handle it in the mornings.
We got a glimpse of the number 2, Elvirus. He has early speed. His last few races, or at least last time, and then 3 starts back at Ellis, both of those on the dirt. Actually, at 26-1 for 30 back in July on the main track at Ellis Park, he ran pretty well trying to set the pace.
Yeah, and listen, we talked about it. Speed is something that you want to look at. So at 7-1, he's a horse that I think you're getting some value on because he's most likely pace setter in here.
Scat Shack, there he is on the drop in class. As a rider, so important to pay attention to track trends. We've kind of seen at Belmont as well. Inside, you really want to stay on the rail. That's been really beneficial. Those horses seem to have really gotten a bit of an edge. That's something that you're paying attention to as a jockey.
Well, if you're not paying attention to it, you're not going to do as well as you should, because the guys that are paying attention are going to exploit these little nuances that they're going to pick up about racetracks. For years, Belmont Park was outside closers type of track. Belmont balcony move, they called it. And you couldn't win if you were inside. And I think when you get riders that come from out of town, they get stuck with this idea that that's what Belmont is. Belmont hasn't been that way in a very long time. When we see inside speed, and I think it has a lot to do with how the track's maintained. Glenn Kozak and his crew do such a great job that you get more fair racetracks than you used to.
Paying attention to track trends, seeing how the track may play, as we have a first-time starter here that we're getting a look at Churchill. Seaside Boy, Rafael Bejarano going to be in the saddle, and that looks like a pretty big son of Munnings. Typically, they are a little bit more compact and short couple. And as you said, though, debuting at 1 1/16, not usually an easy feat.
It's just really tough to get them fit enough off of workouts to go this far. Now, maybe because of the size of him, they feel like, well, sprinting, he won't, really be able to get his legs unraveled and get shuffled back early. His pedigree kind of speaks to me more of a horse that wants to go further. Go shorter. And again, you just can't recreate racing scenarios in the morning. Even if you work in company, you're just never going to get quite as fit as you need to be usually to go this far.
We saw some nice 2-year-old stakes races yesterday at Churchill Downs. I thought Hidden Connection, the Pocahontas for Brett Calhoun, very impressive filly. Raylu Gutierrez aboard for her second start too.
She was visually very impressive, obviously winning off by nearly 10 lengths. She ran, what impressed me though, the internal fractions of the race, the half mile was slower than the boys, but she finished faster than the boys. The final time, a few fifths faster than the colts, so she really did finish the deal. And we see this a lot, early horses. The fillies are pretty much, to me, very comparable to the boys as far as their development. You know, just like humans, actually. Usually the girls are a little bit more mature than the boys.
Oh, yeah.
You know, particularly starting high school and stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. I mean, at this stage for horses, they really are kind of teenagers, so to speak. And oftentimes, that's why you will see maybe 2-year-old fillies running against the boys because they are just maybe a little bit further along or on the same page as the colts at that point, and things do start to even out after that.
Yeah, well, at some point, as the colts start to grow and develop and grow into themselves, I love watching that whole development, the evolution of these horses, particularly when you see 3-year-old colts after the early 3-year-olds. January, a horse will look a certain way. By May, they look completely different. And it's the ones that come on in that period of time that always catch my attention going to the springtime classics.
Well, we'll see if maybe the Kentucky Oaks winner might have come out of the Pocahontas yesterday. Obviously, a long road to go, but certainly exciting with 2-year-olds at this stage of the game. Back here today, though, at Churchill, we're getting ready for the opener. The 2 Elvira's very rambunctious behind the gate.
Yeah, and just unseated the rider. He was kind of turning himself sideways, and sometimes when a horse turns himself sideways to the left, when they come back around quick to the right and duck their head, it pulls the rider off balance. You see the short stirrups the jockeys ride because of, first, to be aerodynamic, and it's also easier for horses to carry weight when a rider can perch up on a horse's withers. 3-horse acting up a little bit now, too, as well.
Scat Shack, as we see the rider of the number 2, Marcelino Pedrosa, get back aboard Elvira's and will load into the starting gate. Scat Shack seems to be loading calmly now. There's that first-time starter, Seaside Boy. This is all new for him going into that starting gate in the afternoon for a race for the first time. And he goes in. We send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the call of the opener at Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Scat Shack and Elvira's. Elvira's hustled out for the lead. Blake B comes on from the outside to challenge Scat Shack for second. Eagle Cap toward the inside comes away fourth. My Utter Mama's a Paint is wide into that first turn, but moving up nonetheless from fifth. So up top, it is Elvira's the leader. My Utter Mama's a Paint comes on to grab second. Blake B backs off and settles in third. A margin of 2 back to Sailor's Return, who advances up 3 wide from fourth. Eagle Cap toward the rail in fifth. Scat Shack is sixth by 4. Then it's American Drama, and at the back is Seaside Boy. Sharp opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Elvira's hounded by My Utter Mama's a Paint. And these two going head-to-head with 5 furlongs to go. They're 5 lengths clear of Blake B, who's up into third. In between horses, Sailor's Return advancing from fourth. Eagle Cap toward the rail is fifth. Those 3 closing in on the top 2 now. Farther back in the field, Seaside Boy wide onto the far turn up into sixth. Scat Shack is now seventh, and American Drama is the trailer. Elvira's rounding the far turn. The lead's down to a length and a half. Here comes Blake B, 3 wide up into second. Sailor's Return is right there to third. Seaside Boy finding his best stride now. Moves up wide into fourth. Eagle Cap is back into fifth. And farther back, it's American Drama, who's coming on as well. At the top of the stretch, Elvira's turning for home under pressure. Blake B's right there. Seaside Boy continues to close on the wrong lead, but closing in nonetheless. American Drama's moved into fourth and behind. 1 furlong to go. Seaside Boy puts a nose in front. Elvira's back into second. American Drama continues to make steady progress. Now third, 100 yards to go. Seaside Boy, Elvira's final try. American Drama. Here's the wire. Seaside Boy the winner. From off the pace by half a length in the end, American Drama, Elvira's, and Blake B.
Wide open race, and it was a first-time starter, Seaside Boy. What a trip on his debut.
Yeah, he kind of was a little bit slow away from the gate, never changed his lead, circled up wide. But I tell you what, let's give Phil Bauer, the conditioner, a lot of credit to have a first-time starter ready to go a mile and a 16th. No easy task. And I guess you wanted the fresh face here, one that proved that he didn't have limited ability yet.
Congratulations to the Connections as we turn the page and get ready for the opener at Belmont Park. We'll be going a mile and a 16th, this time on the turf here for this New York bred maiden special weight. It's the fillies, and we welcome in now our Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock, getting a good look. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing here for the first?
Well, we'll take a look at number 2 in here. That's Lady Thornhill, who had everything against her in her last start. First off the bench for Dave Donk, wide trip from an 11-hole post position, made the early move, the race completely falling apart, and she still stuck around to finish second. And I thought she looked great that day. You know, she's going to wear her hood once again, a filly that kind of lives on her nerves a bit, but is very relaxed in the paddock, and physically she by far looks the best in this field. I really like Lady Thornhill, and today, she gets John Velasquez aboard and an inside post. Now, number 4, Hit the Nail, is taking all the early money. I thought she had a great trip in her last start. She did earn a decent number, but still just didn't have anything to offer to take down the first 4 finishers ahead of her. She is sharp today. She looks healthy, but she does return wearing those front wraps, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Getting ready to start the day off here. We have the early pick 5 kicking off for the opener at Belmont Park, and we'll start the post-parade, Richie, with a filly Maggie talked about, Lady Thornhill.
She was just caught so wide last time, never really had an opportunity to jump in, save any ground from that outside post. Gets Johnny Velasquez an inside draw. She'll be tough.
Here's the 3 Comset stretching out in distance.
Yeah, and I just wonder if the stretch out is going to help her. She ran okay when she ran a mile here in June.
Added the blinkers last time out. Here's the 4 Hit the Nail, currently the favorite. She faced the boys last out.
Yeah, and now she gets back with the fillies. Her first race, she kind of had a magical mystery tour, but kind of tipped her hand. She had some ability. I think third start could be the charm.
Short comment in her debut, Nightmare Journey. Here's the 5 Out of Sight.
Yeah, Out of Sight. Actually ran okay for maiden 40. Now makes a trainer change to Dave Donk and steps up to maiden allowance.
Dave Donk with 2 in here. He also, of course, has the 2 Lady Thornhill. Here's a look at a big price of 6 Grace in Motion.
Yeah, she's going to have to really improve in her third start. Going to have to improve markedly.
Next, we'll look for the number 7 Fistful of Dice. Saratoga's leading rider, Louis Sai, is aboard.
Yeah, this filly actually ran okay last time. First time against State Breds. Didn't break particularly well, but actually finished with interest.
8-1 right now on the board. As we check out the number 8, Pop the Bubbly for Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, filly that ran well in her only turf try. He's been kind of rained off the grass a couple times. Gets that good aggressive warm-up there with Kendrick Carmouche. We see that on pretty much every horse he rides.
And the number 9, Saluki.
It's going to have to work out a trip, too, for that outside post, even though it's the Widener, not as pronounced. But she's also going to have to improve because she had a much better trip than Lady Thornhill last time and still couldn't finish with Lady Thornhill.
She was a big price last time out. Still a big price, but not quite 95-1 this afternoon. You, however, can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances in all of the races for today's show. The number 2, Lady Thornhill, as Maggie alluded to, her first race off the layoff, the nightcap on September 1st back at Saratoga, where she had that outside post. She was stuck wide in there as well. Saluki and Fistful of Dice coming out of this race too, but not being able to drop in and save any ground, I think really hurt her. She got pretty keen early on too.
Yeah, and she's a filly that wants to be a little bit keen. Maggie talked about it. She's always a little bit on the nerves, and she was forced to make this middle move as well because she was wide. You know, Jose Ortiz is trying his best to overcome that outside draw. He was caught wide on the first turn, so your tendency is to let me go forward and try to get over a little bit more. I mean, she was always minimum of 3 wide the entire trip.
was able to kind of, at least at one point, to hit the lead, and then she ended up getting run down late there by Reigning Candy. I thought actually hung around pretty well. You see Saluki the Gray, pretty green at the backside, and Fistful of Dice, who did close belatedly from way off of it, was wide in the stretch as well.
Yeah, but again, we talk about turf trips. You want to save ground. She gets a much better draw today. Johnny Velasquez, who rides her today, should be able to sit that perfect kind of trip. She probably will be more forwardly placed today. I could even see her winding up on the lead because last time it was just because she was caught wide, she didn't make the lead.
She set the pace at Aqueduct 2 starts back. She was headstrong that day, but it looks like she's been able to kind of wrangle in that a little bit. And John Velasquez is so good. We saw him do it in the Christie Cat on Friday, too, albeit a turf sprint. But getting horses to relax in the front end, how important is that?
Well, yeah, and just because a horse is on the lead doesn't mean that the rider isn't raiding them along on the lead. As long as they're comfortable. Johnny's not a rider that gets in a big fight with horses. He's not going to start a wrestling match with a 1,000-pound animal. You know, one of his gifts is being able to get horses to kind of run up into his hands quietly. Joel Rosario, to me, is the best in the game at that right now. But Johnny, in a very similar vein, tends to be light on horses.
Well, you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown. It's always a free to enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Maybe you have a little side wagers going on with your friends and fellow fans as well. Place your picks now, watch your name, climb the leaderboard, and earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. Taking a look at the starting gate getting set up for the mile and 16th here on turf.
Yeah, and it's not as pronounced as the inner turf, but you're still breaking into a little bit of a dog leg, and I do think it's an advantage to have an inside draw.
There's where the gate will be positioned, as we'll talk about a few more with the rest of the field and check in with Maggie trackside.
You guys were talking about John Velasquez. You can go back and watch yesterday's last race, winning for trainer Linda Rice, and that was a Hall of Fame ride in that starter allowance that he gave that horse as risk profile. As we'll take a look, while I'm picking John Velasquez's horse in here, Lady Thornhill, we'll take a look at number 7, Fistful of Dice, as she was a bit tardy leaving the stalls last time. Now, we saw once again here with Luis Saez aboard this time. She got a big warm-up. She did up in Saratoga as well, but yet she still found a way to break a bit slowly. But thereafter, Manny Franco gave her a great trip in the sense that he got over, saved ground until he had to make a bit of a move, wide move around the turn. And then Saluki and Fistful of Dice, I mean, were bumper car racers down the lane, with, I think, that Fistful of Dice taking the worst of it. So I liked her warm up once again. She's a big price on the board. But number 8, Pop the Bubbly, third off the layoff, looks by far the most fit. She is a big, kind of heavier body type of individual. And 2, she's getting back to the surface where I think she's built for it. She's obviously by War Dancer. She has the pedigree. She has a massive turf hoof. She's the alternative, I want, at least, to Lady Thornhill. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on Pop the Bubbly. I always felt that she was kind of the mini War Dancer. Looks just like her sire, as she'll get back on the grass today. We're going to take a quick pause, flip on over to Fox Sports 2. We get ready to kick off live racing action there starting at 1 p.m. Stay with us. Everyone, you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's a beautiful day at beautiful Belmont Park, as it's closing day of opening week at the Belmont Fall Meet. Also the last day of the opening week at Churchill Downs, as well as Acacia Courtney joins you alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale with us, as well as we wrap up a great week of racing, Richie.
Great week of racing, and just a spectacular fall weather set upon us here in the metropolitan area, and no better place to be than Belmont Park.
Gotta love it. It's an absolutely beautiful afternoon as we get ready to kick off the live racing action, starting on the turf here at Belmont Park, a mile and a 16th on the grass for the New York bred fillies, maiden special weight, and the number 2, Lady Thornhill, currently 2-1. I think that she's very intriguing given the trip she had last time out.
Yeah, just caught wide from an outside draw, going 2 turns in Saratoga. This is not quite a 2-turn race. They break out of that little bit of a chute, dog leg to the left, but inside post certainly going to help her cause. But a pretty competitive race. I like the 4 a bit here as well. Hit the Nail, who her first race got a lot of education. I think that's a kind way to say it. Last time stepped up, faced the boys, got a little bit more of a continuity to her trip, if you will. And Jose Ortiz, I'm sure, had his option whether to ride the 2, Lady Thornhill, or the 4, Hit the Nail, and he winds up on the 4, Hit the Nail, for Dave Duggan.
And it's a very interesting point, too, as he does ride a lot for Dave Donk, too, with Lady Thornhill. Obviously, Dave Donk getting a just fine replacement with Hall of Famer John Velasquez, but Jose Ortiz sticking aboard Hit the Nail, who did seem to improve last time, and I think it's an interesting prospect here.
Yeah, I think she's the one I want. Her first race, she kind of tipped her hand. She had ability. She was forward. She was back. She basically saw every part of the race course. And then she showed up against boys. Last time, probably her conditioner, Dave Duggan, had no other options where to run her. Probably needed a race, setting her up for this. And I think she's the one I want.
Taking a look at the number 2, Lady Thornhill, we see virtually all of Dave Donk's horses come to the paddock wearing a full hood and that their ears are covered. This filly actually races with that equipment. It muffles out the sound.
Yeah, and horses that are nervous react to noise. And it's just a way to try to kind of mute the noise so that she can just settle a little bit more. She was very keen 2 starts back. Last time caught wide, was still a little bit on the keen side.
Into the starting gate they go. We send it up to Chris Griffin with the call. We loved having Chris here this weekend doing a terrific job as we kick off the final day of opening week of the fall meet.
Thank you very much, Acacia. Here's Saluki to the outside. They're all in line. All set for the opener. And they're off at beautiful Belmont Park. Comset gets the first call, is in the orange cap there with Lady Thornhill. There 1-2. Hit the Nail as the gray is going to be taken off the pace, is out of sight. He's going to take the 3rd position. Out wider is Saluki as they come around that bend. Then comes Pop the Bubbly in between rivals, is taken 5th. Further back in the field, Fistful of Dice and the early trailer. Grace in Motion. They work up the backstretch. It's Comset, who's up by a full length, now a length and a half. Lady Thornhill is going to track into the 2-path, taken off the pace. Now tips into the 2-path, is going to stalk this pace setter. Hit the Nails in 3rd. Out of sight is following that one. Saluki losing a touch of ground. His Fistful of Dice is moving along the hedge, has made up some headway there and taken 5th. Pop the Bubbly is in between horses and still at the back. Grace in Motion. Comset in the opener, takes him into the far turn, is up by a length. Here comes Lady Thornhill, ready to engage from 2nd. Hit the Nails in 3rd. Out of sight, a touch wide, Fistful of Dice. Saluki has lost ground. Pass by Pop the Bubbly. Grace in Motion has trailed throughout. Comset trying to take him all the way. It's Comset, and Javier Castellano is up by 3/4 of a length. Lady Thornhill is called upon. The gray Hit the Nails, looking for room along the hedge. Has run, needs somewhere to go. As they approach the 1/4 mile pole, Pop the Bubbly is making a 5-wide move as well. It's Comset who's got the lead. Hit the Nail now off the hedge. Lady Thornhill is backed out of it. Pop the Bubbly out of sight. Fistful of Dice down the far outside. Comset for a final 1/8 of a mile. Here's Pop the Bubbly to the outside of Comset. They're 1-2. Comset and Pop the Bubbly out of sight, trying to run on. It's Comset trying to hold off Pop the Bubbly. Fistful of Dice, late rally. Pop the Bubbly to the outside of Comset. Pop the Bubbly gets the win. Comset there for 2nd. Out of sight. Looked like Fistful of Dice outside of Hit the Nail.
Pop the Bubbly. I'm sure they'll be popping some bubbly to celebrate today. She gets the win to break her maiden, able to run down the number 3 Comset.
Yeah, Pop the Bubbly uncorked a relentless rally. And just ran down Comset, who, I mean, was very, very game. She set the pace, looked like she was going to hold her off, overcame that outside, towards the outside draw, the Pop the Bubbly. Kendrick Carmouche in the winner's circle again, coming back off that injury. Good to see him riding in such good form. The 2 Lady Thornhill, much too keen early. Looked like Hit the Nail at every opportunity, came out from behind the leader, just had no kick. And the relentless run from Pop the Bubbly gets up in the shadow of the wire.
And Hit the Nail did not seem like an easy horse to ride in the stretch either. The number 4, that gray filly, she threw her head up. She wasn't giving Jose Ortiz the easiest time.
You know, and she was traveling so nicely in the bridle around the turn, but when he set her down, it's almost like she got a little bit confused or a little off balance, and her head came up, and she didn't have the run. Maybe she's one of those horses better keeping the bit in her mouth and riding her a bit quieter.
But it was third off the layoff on the grass. The number 8, Pop the Bubbly for Michelle Nevin to get the victory here. And I think it's interesting as you can see the size difference. The number 3, Comset, who she did end up, I think, flipping back to that inside lead late 2, who was stretching out in distance. She is a lighter frame type of filly, and there's so much substance of Pop the Bubbly.
Yeah, Pop the Bubbly, you know, being by War Dancer, you made mention of that beforehand, how much she looks like her sire. War Dancer tends to throw really strong, solid horses with good conformation. And you saw Comset, too, also equipped with a breastplate. That's to keep the saddle in place for a horse that has narrower withers or is not as robust, keeping the saddle in place so it doesn't slide back.
And she wears that equipment every time, given that she is a narrow filly by the Factor, but the big filly by War Dancer, trained by that lady right there, Michelle Nevin, terrific horsewoman, and had this one ready, finally getting her back on the grass. The last 2 times it rained off the turf. Congratulations to the Connections and Kendrick Carmouche picking up another victory, his first week back riding at Belmont Park after being sidelined due to injury. We'll bring you prices and a lot more live racing to come. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. You can join Naira Bets and play all of the action and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Race 1 at beautiful Belmont Park is in the books. It went to the number 8, Pop the Bubbly, in the opener. Getting a chance to get back on the turf today at Filly by War Dancer, Racer Maiden.
Yeah, and, you know, save some ground before tipping out. And, you know, big filly like this, if you can save some ground the first part of the turn, it's probably better off getting out into the clear so that you don't get them stopped. Hard to get a horse started again, once you've had a steady him, Kendrick tipped her out off the turn. Looked like Comset was not going to get caught, though. She dug deep. She did not want to get past. This was the best effort from her by far for trainer Gary Siaka, but the Michelle Nevin train popped the bubbly with a relentless run. Just caught her late, and you're going to see Comset go back to her left lead here. That's when a horse is just so desperate, giving everything they have and trying just to get one more ounce of energy out of her. But and meanwhile, Javier Castellano was at Churchill Downs till late yesterday evening. Got here in time to ride the
last night too. I know, and he nearly got the win as well. But Pop the Bubbly, returns $8.60. We turn the page. We get ready for the second now at Churchill Downs. We will be sprinting on the main track in this $8,000 claiming race. This is for fillies and mares. Scratch the 5, and we do currently have even money on the number 7, She Oh She.
Yeah, and these lower level races are just so hard for me to handicap. She is taking a drop in class, and Tom Amoss is just so good at spotting horses where they need to be competitive.
Tried the turf last time out. The dirt sprint 2 starts back was a victory, as we'll check out in the post parade 1/2 of the entry. Here's the 1 Bowmaker.
Yes, I'm sorry, I got lost there. The 1 Bowmaker. Deshaun Parker riding at Churchill Downs today. This horse getting off the turf. Kind of been a little bit off form, but ran well for Deshaun.
And the 1A, Sky Value.
Sky Value kind of stepping up in class from claiming 5. Current form's a little light.
Both parts of the entry equipped with cheek pieces as we check out the number 2, Cabo Dorado.
Yeah, inside post with speed. You can expect this horse to be at least part of the pace.
Here's the 3, Dixieland Dream.
Another one that has speed, but maybe not quite as much as the 2 horse. Miguel Mena, usually pretty aggressive.
Marcy's Candy goes back to dirt sprint today.
Yeah, and also back to 8,000 where she's always been competitive. I think she's properly placed today.
Here's Parking Ticket. Nobody wants one of those.
No. Parking Ticket getting a good aggressive warm-up. Not crazy about her energy level in the post parade.
And even money to the outside, She Oh She for our friend Tom Amoss.
Yeah, Tom is not only a good horseman, he's a good manager, puts horses where they need to be to excel. That's why he wins at such a high percentage. Horse is well placed on the outside with his main man, his go-to rider, Jimmy Graham.
And that is the Twin Spires Market Mover for Tom Amoss. And like you said, not only is he a great conditioner, but the horses always look so well turned out. If you're interested in betting the number 7 for our friend Tom Amoss, go to TwinSpires.com. Download the app today. That is the Twin Spires Market Mover, taking the most money late in the betting. And I'm always amazed how sometimes it's even hard to tell because all of Tom's horses just look so good.
Well, yeah, and I think it has a lot to do with his feed program. You know, they just kind of emanate that good health. And, you know, he's obviously got terrific help. You know, no trainer does good unless they've got the barn help behind them.
So important. You're only as good. Obviously, the horses in your barn, you need to have the right quality and spot them well, but you're only as good as the people helping you and your staff on the backside too. Such a huge piece of it.
Well, they're your eyes and ears. They're, you know, with these horses when they first wake up in the morning, they know their habits, how they eat, if there's anything out of character. It's always remarkable to me how trainers with huge strings of horses are able to keep track of everything. But again, it goes back to their assistants and their grooms.
Grooms, hot walkers, night watch, so many people that go into one horse getting onto the racetrack, let alone getting to the winner's circle. As we take a look at the number 6 Parking Ticket. First off the claim, or I should say, first off the reclaim for Connections that had her back at the end of 2020.
You know, I always just take that as a sign of confidence that, you know, when people go back in for a horse, because that means there's something specific they like about that horse, or they know how to manage with a particular horse. This horse getting a very aggressive warm-up. When she first galloped off, I didn't think she looked as fluid as I like a horse to look, just not moving as free. But like any other athlete, you have to warm up. You're just not going to go to the starting gate cold.
She is a 9-year-old mare now, too, by Kodiak Cowboy. And horses, just like human athletes, as you start getting the miles under your belt, maybe you need to warm up a little bit more.
I know I did.
Making start number 50 today. Very, very tough mare. Still super competitive. Here's a look at the number 3, Dixieland Dream, off the back of a win at Ellis Park last time out.
Yeah, with Miguel Mena aboard. The last 2 wins came with Miguel Mena. He knows how to ride her. She's a horse that obviously likes to be involved. She wants to be forwardly placed. She's going to have to deal with some heat, I think, from the horse just inside of her, the 2, Cabo Dorado.
And looking at her past performances as well, she's a 4-year-old, so she's still lightly raced compared to some of the others in this field.
Yeah.
As she has some older horses that she's running against. But she broke her maiden. She won the non-winners of 2 condition and a condition claimer last time out. She's facing Open Company today, where you have a horse like the 6 Parking Ticket, who's already raced 50 times and won 60 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference. It's not restricted, you know, where all of the horses have the same condition. At that point, they're all non-winners of 3 other than, or 2 other than, if you will. So this is tougher. Not only is she stepping up slightly and claiming price, but as you're pointing out, to an open, unrestricted claiming race.
And it's always interesting as you start following horses in the claiming ranks. When a horse wins, that sometimes I think even the biggest step up in class is from a condition claiming race to Open Company. There are so many kinds of things underneath of it. When a horse wins and wins its first race, then it's up to you as a conditioner, as a trainer, as a team to decide where that horse does belong.
Yeah, I've always been of the belief, too, when horses break their maiden for a maiden claiming tag. So if a horse breaks his maiden for 30, unless it's a first-time starter that it was maybe the connections got away with one. But if a horse that's, you know, kind of toiled in a maiden 30 for several starts finally breaks their maiden, legitimately to me, the next logical spot for them would be half that price, $15,000, $16,000, as opposed to stepping up in company, which you see happen quite a bit. A horse wins and connections tend to step them up, and it makes it doubly tough for them.
Encouraged by wins, let's see who gets the win today in this open $8,000 claiming race to the outside. 3-5 right now on Shioshi for our friend Tom Amoss. We know this one will show some speed from the outside.
Yeah, and Tom is a trainer that is not bashful about telling his jockeys to use horses' speed. He understands the importance of using horses' speed, and Jimmy Graham and Tom, I think, are a good match because I think they both have the same philosophy.
Into the gate they go for the second at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Cabo Dorado to the inside, breaks alertly. Dixieland Dream is also there. Shioshi joins them from the outside third. Sky Value backs out of there from fourth. Backstretch run. Cabo Dorado out there in front by length. Shioshi advances up to grab second. Dixieland Dream backs out into third. Now it's 6 lengths back to Bowmaker, advancing inside fourth. Marcy's Candy is fifth. Sky Value is wide on the track and running awkwardly, and it's a ways back to Parking Ticket the trailer. They whipped that opening quarter in 21 3/5 seconds, and Shioshi is looking for the lead, and she grabs it right there with 3 furlongs to go. Shioshi takes over around the far turn. Cabo Dorado's under pressure trying to keep up with that one. Still 5 lengths back. Dixieland Dream is third. Marcy's Candy runs up into fourth. Bowmaker is fifth in a very strong outfield behind Shioshi. Shioshi now by 6 lengths with 3/16 to go. Cabo Dorado's in a good battle with Marcy's Candy. They're second and third. Dixieland Dream is fourth. They're inside the final furlong. Shioshi's leads down to 4. Marcy's Candy's finishing with interest. Time is running out. Shioshi's leads down to 3. Now it's 2. Now it's 1. Now it's gone. Marcy's Candy nails it on the wire. Marcy's Candy first. Shioshi was second. Cabo Dorado was third. It's tight for fourth.
Marcy's Candy coming in from Mountaineer, got down to the inside and managed to finish well and catch that pace setter.
Yeah, the pace setter, Shioshi, was keen early. All the other fillies that were involved, Cabo Dorado, Dixieland Dream, they passed out early. Shioshi opened up, but you could see she was shortening stride and rallying up the inside under an insistent Florent Giroux. Marcy's Candy, still think you want to be towards the inside there, even though I don't think speed is as dominant. Inside is the place to be.
Absolutely. As we go to the main track here for the second at Belmont Park. Currently, Mr. Briggs at 5-2 in this starter allowance. So we welcome in on Fox Sports 2 for the first time today, our Maggie Wolfendale here in the paddock. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing here?
Well, we'll start by taking a look at the gray horse here in the paddock. Second off the claim for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and that's number 3, Wicked Indeed, as he is looking for an extra furlong today, getting to this 1-turn mile. And he's always a horse that has struck me as being able to get it, though the argument could be made that he is better going a little shorter, and I could see that too. You know, he's a good doing sort in that he carries his weight well and his conditioning. The one thing I can say is kind of relative to actually the last time I was in the paddock with him, which was his first start here at the NYRA circuit back in May for trainer Steve Asmussen, was that he was just marching around and very fluid in his walk, really overreaching with that stride, so extending himself well. Today I can't say that. The front wraps also do go on, so we'll see what he does here, as we'll also take a look at number 7. First off the claim for trainer Tony Dutrow is Supply and Demand. I do question the field he comes out of. I feel as though the horses in there have not run back necessarily to what they showed that day, but he was the beneficiary of the horse on the front end stopping a bit, air show, and he came from well out of it. Now he's going to try longer, the 1-turn mile, again for the second time in his career. The first time he tried it, it was in a tough allowance race over a sloppy track, but I did have my doubts about him handling the distance, and that he's really built downhill. As you can see, he's really built into the ground. That angle, that hip bone is a lot more elevated than his shoulder, and that speaks more of a sprinting type. But I see where Tony Dutrow is kind of going with this, and I will say that he looks fantastic here, and he's continued throughout the summer to develop, to strengthen, to fill out a bit more, which I appreciate. I always kind of am a bit intrigued by the horses that Tony picks up, because I mean, going back to my days in Maryland in the Mid-Atlantic circuit, Tony was big into claiming and always did well first off the new acquisition. So I'm intrigued to see what Supply and Demand does with a little more ground, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Supply and Demand currently 3-1, and yeah, Richie, his only time going a mile. He had to face First Captain that day.
Yeah, a little bit different kind of horses than he's facing today going a mile.
Here's the 5, Mr. Briggs. Another one first off the claim. This one claimed by Linda Rice. He's still currently your favorite at 5-2. We'll talk more about the second at Belmont after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And the bench has won the Del Mar Futurity.
It is Practical Joke in the preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com.
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Rouge, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 at Belmont is our next order of business, a mile on the main track, and this starter allowance for 3 and up as a couple of new claims interesting in this race here. Richie S5, Mr. Briggs, back-to-back wins in his last couple of starts, now picked up by Linda Rice.
And he's a horse that's kind of shown steady improvement. He turns back to a one-turn race, which shouldn't be an issue for him. I think he'll probably be well-placed. He's a horse that possesses enough speed to get position.
Yeah, this is a horse that won going a mile and an eighth at Saratoga last time out. He was the main track only that day, and he does have that early speed. And clearly it seemed like this was a horse that needed to be placed well. He was placed in for 50 as an MTO, broke his maiden at Monmouth. We talk about managing and deciding spots for horses.
Yeah, and I think he was well-placed last time. Linda Rice saw it fit to step in for $50,000 to take him on behalf of her clients, Cloud9 stable. It's always interesting, when a horse moves to another barn, if they happen to improve, it's not an indictment of the trainer, the barn they came out of. It's just a horse responds maybe to some different little nuance in training or a feed program or a little different way of doing something.
We'll get into the post parade here for the second, starting with the number 1, Ashar.
Who was also claimed from Todd Pletcher from a $20,000 claiming race last time by Wayne Potts. This is a bit tougher.
Another one that won going a mile and an eighth. That was 2 starts back in the non-winners of 2 condition. Here is the number 2, Indian Counselor. Indian Counselor,
Mertan Kantarmachi. He kind of broke free in Saratoga, didn't he? Struggled in the spring, got things going. Just his last couple races look a little lean to me.
Next will be the 3, Wicked Indeed, second off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez.
I kind of thought this horse was intriguing. I think the mile suits. I like that Irod gets aboard for Rudy. They're a good combination. And last time he just had too much to do, going 7.
Here's the 4, Irish Giant, the other Linda Rice, so to speak, stretching out.
Yeah, I mean, he broke his maiden first time out with a slow figure, state bred 25. They're in for 16. This seems a bit ambitious here.
Ambitious spot off the bench, stretching out in distance. And here's Linda's other charge, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah, he ran really well last time for 50. This is a good spot for him. Luis Saez stays put. Making a nice impression physically in the racetrack, too.
Turf to dirt for the 6th parade field. It was a big day yesterday for Dylan Davis.
Dylan had a terrific day yesterday, 3 winners. Dylan, too, and his confidence level's high. He rides well. This horse seems though he enjoys a wet track better than a fast track. His race 3 back on a wet going was big.
And finally, another one off the claim. Tony Dutrow picked up the 7, Supply and Demand.
This horse came from absolutely out of the clouds to nip Air Show last time, but Maggie made note of it. Air Show has come back, ran on the turf, didn't run well, ran back yesterday, didn't run well. So overall, how strong was the race?
3-1 right now on the board, as you can celebrate the return of Belmont with a $20 bonus. Get a 20% bonus up to $50 per day on your winning double bets this whole week on Belmont Park races. Visit NYRABets.com for promotion details and to opt in. Lots of things to celebrate. We're so happy to be back here at beautiful Belmont Park. Great being at Saratoga. It was so fun seeing so many familiar faces, so many people coming to visit us at the track. But Belmont's kind of home base.
Yeah, it's
Take
home
a little
base.
breather.
Yeah, I mean, Saratoga's kind of relentless. Years ago when it was 24 days, you could keep pace for 24 days. Now it's a bit more of a marathon, 40 days. But it was nice to, reacquaint ourselves with so many of the fans that we missed last year, and just to have their excitement and enthusiasm every day kind of keeps you going, even when you're lagging a little bit because of the pace up there.
We had a great crowd at Belmont yesterday for the Jockey Club Oaks and Derby, and we're back in action this afternoon. Pick 4 kicking off here as we take a look at the 7, Supply and Demand. His last race back on August 13th at Saratoga, in fact, coming from really far off of it. He has the tendency to not break well.
Yeah, and that's why the outside post would probably benefit to him, especially with the long run down the backstretch. He was hopeless at the 5/16 pole, and now he's getting involved. You see he's gaining ground. Now the horse Air Show hits the front. Keep an eye on Tyler Gaffalione. I think Tyler said, well, I got it one, not seeing supply and demand so far outside. He kind of said, okay, I got it. Oh, wait, someone else is there. Bad feelings happen to every rider at some point in their career. I know it happened to me. Might not have mattered anyway, as relentless as supply and demand was finishing. And on the wrong lead at that. Never did change to his right lead.
He's 4-1 right now, but 3-2, Maggie, on Mr. Briggs. What do you think?
I like him here because I just have question marks about the other logical players in here. And maybe we see Merton Cantermasi get Indian Counselor back to some of his better form with that break in mind, which he looks great out there. But kind of just going with the here and now horse. Linda picking this horse up when she is ambitious or confident with where she places them next, it usually turns out well. She is coming off the back of a 3-win day yesterday. This horse warmed up nicely. Now, why is the other Linda Rice horse in here? And that is the horse to his inside, Irish Giant, as he'll try to stretch out in distance. Is she looking for him to show speed, to give a little bit of an honest pace for her other horse, Mr. Briggs? I don't know, but Irish Giant, judging him as an individual in this race. Now, I will say he has been a scratch about 6 times. I think about 5 of those times he was MTO. I might be exaggerating on the number there. But to come back after trying a non-2 for 16 and getting well beaten that day to go into a starter allowance, again, when Linda is confident with her horses, they usually run well. And what I saw from this horse before this layoff, he was washy, he was hot, he was nervous. He looks really fit today. He's really relaxed. He's making a far better impression than what I've ever seen from him in the past. And despite this guy having much more of a sprint pedigree on the bottom, my husband, Tom Morley, actually trained this one's half-sister, Bluegrass Flag, who was a multiple stakes winner sprinting, but she was by Bluegrass Cat. This guy's by Dublin. I don't mind him stretching out in distance, Acacia, looking at him physically. Big, tall, stretchy horse.
All right, that makes things very interesting, Maggie. Thank you. 16-1 right now on the 5-year-old son of Dublin, Irish Giant. The other one for the barn, Linda Rice has Mr. Briggs as your 8-5 favorite. We see Irish Giant getting warm, loading without Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, and some horses just have a habit to pop up in the air. The gate crew is familiar with these horses. Safer situation to take the rider off, put the horse in the gate, and then have the rider climb aboard once they're loaded.
Rest of the field goes in. We send it up to Chris Griffin for the call of the second here at Belmont Park.
2 out. Parade field. Supply and demand to the outside. All in line. All set. And they're off. Speed from the inside, Ashar, and from the outside post, there's supply and demand. It'll be supply and demand. A crossover is up by a neck. In between them is Mr. Briggs. Plenty of pace on as Mr. Briggs is going to push the tempo. Ashar at the rail will apply the pressure as supply and demand is now taken back to third. Also moving forward, red cap, that's Indian Counselor with the gray. Wicked Indeed. Towards the outside comes Parade Field, and at the back, Irish Giant. They work up the backstretch, it's Mr. Briggs. Luis Saez is up by a head. Mild pressure to the inside now from Ashar, is in a tight spot at the rail as supply and demand is taken third. In between horses is Indian Counselor. Losing some ground was Wicked Indeed, who starts to re-engage now, 3.5 off the lead. Out wider, that's Parade Field, and still at the back, Irish Giant. Mr. Briggs up top, supply and demand, Ashar. That's the front 3. Still in between rivals is Indian Counselor. Wicked Indeed hasn't made a move yet. Out wider is Parade Field. Still at the back, Irish Giant. They approach the quarter-mile pole. It's Mr. Briggs with a neck advantage. Here's supply and demand. Ask the question to the outside. Ashar to the inside as they've got a quarter-mile left to go. Mr. Briggs, still in hand, is now called upon. Ashar has room at the rail if good enough, is coming after this leader. Supply and demand. Wicked Indeed Far back, Indian counselor, Irish giant. Here comes Ashar, and Ashar is ready to challenge this leader. Mr. Briggs and Ashar. Ashar has put a neck in front. 16th to go. Ashar, Mr. Briggs. Ashar with a rail skimming ride. Ashar gets the victory. Mr. Briggs for second, then Wicked Indeed. Supply and demand in a photo with Parade Field.
Well, Javier Castellano yesterday was at Churchill Downs, but he still paid attention because he knew that the inside, I think, was the place to be, coming up the rail with Ashar.
Yeah, first time off the claim by Wayne Potts for 20,000. Steps up into the starter allowance. Gets a good trip under Javier, who saved every inch of ground, and it is a benefit. We talked about it at the top of the show, that saving ground, but inside paths have been good at Belmont Park, and he was able to slide through on Mr. Briggs, who was trying to drift out a little bit and held on gamely for second. So it was the former Todd Pletcher trainees exacta.
Yeah, all the horses off the claim, in fact, as we saw Mr. Briggs off the claim, setting the pace. Up the inside came Ashar, and actually the number 3, Wicked Indeed, second off the claim, got up for third as he was closing. Wicked Indeed did not seem interested early on and managed to kick in a little bit later.
It felt to me like he was really upset by the kickback. He just wasn't running through the kickback. He kind of backed out, and finally when he sifted to the clear inside the 3/16 pole, he finished a little bit, not challenging either the winner or second place finisher.
Number 1, Ashar, has that tactical speed, saved all the ground, able to sneak up the rail under Javier Castellano for trainer Wayne Potts, who's only had a few runners this week at Belmont, but he's now 2 for 3, I believe.
Spends a lot of time in the car going back between his base and Monmouth Park, coming to Saratoga, now Belmont Park, so I have dubbed him Parkway Potts.
Have you told him this, or?
I did when I saw him at Monmouth last weekend.
I love it. I love it. Wayne Potts with the win off the claim. Ashar for trainer Michael Cook, or owner Michael Cook. Ridden to victory by Javier Castellano. As we turn the page, we get ready to move on and talk about some more racing at Churchill Downs. We have the 2-year-olds coming up next here in the third. A couple of scratches. We're left with a short field. It is a maiden claiming for $50,000 for the 2-year-olds, and even money right now. Third-time starter on the number 3 Wild Appeal for Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, it was a good second last time in Saratoga. Adds blinkers, takes another slight drop in class. He makes a lot of sense as your favorite.
A colt by Wildcat Red. Haven't seen many. I saw a few down in Florida by Wildcat Red, but this one actually worked 10 flat at the OBS April 2-year-old sale.
Well, you always like to look back at those, breeze up at the sales, because it gives you a little insight into what a horse might do.
This one actually out of a mare who she didn't do much. She only won once, but she's the sister to Grade 3 winner Rocket 21, who's actually the dam of Frank's Rocket. Interesting little pedigree there. As we will talk about the post parade coming up now, though. Here's Ingersoll for Norm Cassie.
Yeah, ran well beaten third, made an allowance, drops to 50. Certainly a contender.
Getting a big warm up under David Cohen. Here's Wild Appeal, your favorite.
Yeah, getting that big warm-up. He ran extremely well in his second start, and he should be tough to beat here.
And he has done this in both of his starts at Saratoga, where he likes to throw his head up in the warm-up. So David knew exactly what was coming for him, getting those blinkers on.
Absolutely. And just horses with a light mouth, they resent that restraint. They'll throw their head around.
Here's a first-time starter, Florida Gator.
Yeah, nice little dainty mover, kind of a smallish horse.
And the last one of the field, another firster, Prince of Glory by Cairo Prince.
I thought this horse was kind of interesting. The dams had 5 foals to race, 4 of them winners. And he's well drawn for a first-time starter. If he doesn't break super sharp, he's not going to get squeezed back or get kicked back right away. I thought he was the stranger that was a little bit interesting.
With the Twin Spires Bet Back offer, you can place a bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. We'll bring you the third race from Churchill Downs in just a few moments, but heading back over to Belmont Park into the winner's circle. In the second went the number 1, Ashar. Get a nice fist bump from Javier Castellano. He must have slept on the plane coming back.
Yeah, I mean, he seems pretty chipper. You know, he won the Iroquois, the last race of the night, actually, at Churchill Downs yesterday on a 2-year-old for Todd Pletcher. And here he is, like you said, paying attention. Inside Pats, definitely an advantage. The last dirt race last night, the last race, Johnny Velasquez came up the inside from off the pace to win it. We ran the turf race, was the first race. Now back to the dirt, and the horse coming up the inside gets it done. A sharp claim from Wayne Potts.
Once again, inside, that's where you want to be on the rail. $19.20 winner. Big price return there is your 3-2 favorite. Mr. Briggs will have to settle for second. Third race will also be on the main track. Take a look at who you think might be able to save the ground inside in that third race. Allowance optional claiming going a mile coming up next at Belmont Park, as we've got a lot more racing still to come at both tracks. But recapping a little bit, Richie, of what happened here yesterday, we had 3 stakes on the program, including the Jockey Club Oaks and Derby. And once again, the Jockey Club Derby, it was the European contingent with Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. What a performance from Yubir.
Yubir was trailing early, didn't break particularly well, kind of had lost contact with the field. And when Jamie Spencer asked him, he picked up this field so quickly, and he's going to run by the field so fast as he drifts to the left. And this is something that Jamie Spencer got himself in trouble with several years ago, got taken down in the Arlington Million, drifting across the field. But this horse's momentum had already carried him till he was clear of the field. This was a sparkling performance, runs with that head out and down, really long reach. Son of Dubawi, last quarter in 23 flat. I thought this was extremely impressive.
And he just absolutely dazzled me, too. He is a massive Son of Dubawi, too. There's just so much of him, but he's light on his feet. He was far back early, and Jamie actually told Maggie in the post-race interview, too, it even surprised him how much he accelerated.
Well, because he was off the bridle. He's having to ask him, and then all of a sudden he settled and he picked them up so quickly. And he said if he had known him, he would have probably waited longer. But when he kind of had a mind of his own. Early on, you could see Jamie was asking him to stay a little closer, and he was having none of it. But when he finished, he really finished. Now, he is a gelding, and that precludes him from running in some of the big races in Europe, particularly in France, where they don't allow geldings to compete in some of their classics. They want to continue to strengthen the breed. Geldings obviously can't reproduce. So I guess very good chance we'll see him in the Breeders' Cup.
I would like that too. It'd be fun to see him, as he is that gelded Son of Dubawi, homebred for Godolphin. Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. You know how well they have succeeded, thinking of the likes of Althika and Summer Romance, leaving them here for the Diana, the Just a Game, and of course a tremendous year for Godolphin, that Jockey Club Derby, a win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup too. Back here at Churchill Downs, 2-year-olds approaching the starting gate. Wild Appeal. He seemed like he was coming along second best last time out, but it was a solid second at Saratoga. He is your favorite.
And a deserving favorite. 2-5 on any maiden always makes me a little bit uneasy, but he seems well placed, and he's coming off a strong effort in Saratoga.
They'll load into the starting gate, as we do also have another one with experience, Ingersoll, who it seemed like he was in a drive from the very beginning of that race. Joe Talamo was just asking him nonstop. A drop in class makes sense, as he was actually the favorite in that debut.
Well, drop in class, stretching out another 1/8 of a mile, and having the start under his belt, maybe he'll just have a better understanding of why he's there. Some horses, a lot of trainers work the horses consistently in hand in the morning. So then when they have to be kind of hustled or asked off the bridle, they get a little confused. I think he'll be a little more clued into what's coming this time.
Colt by American Freedom, homebred for the Connections. I know Brett Jones of Airdrie Stud, where American Freedom does stand, has been high on this new stallion. And it's always fun to see new stallions when their progeny hit the track and see if there's any kind of similarities, tendencies to their sires, or what they pass along.
Yeah, and you never know where the next good sire's coming from. I remember when Stormcats first stood at stud, they were giving away free matings, and he weren't filling his book. And then after his first crop, everybody wanted to get to Stormcat.
They had to have incentives for Into Mischief at the beginning.
Yeah, and so you just never know who's going to pass on the best part of their gene pool.
Into the gate they go for the third. 2-year-olds at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Florida Gator caught a flyer quickly in front, but here comes Wild Appeal, sent through toward the inside, and now that one comes on through. So it's Wild Appeal to the front. Florida Gator running in second. Ingersoll races up on the leader's heels, in tight third and toward the rail, and a break of 4 back to Prince of Glory, who's outrun in the very early going. Wild Appeal and David Cohen step out now. They step out to lead by 3 lengths, heading for the far turn. Ingersoll comes through toward the inside of Florida Gator. They're together second and third. Still tight for Ingersoll, though. Very keyed up. Is going to try and squeeze through toward the rail, and indeed does. Here's Ingersoll on through to challenge for the top spot. Florida Gator is also there. Wild Appeal holds that spot in between and totally outrun his Prince of Glory. 22-2 was the opening quarter mile. A 3-ply battle to the top of the stretch. Ingersoll down inside with a short lead. Florida Gator is 3 wide. Wild Appeal smack dab between them. The 3 of them off the turn together. Florida Gator's a little bit green, shifting inward, shifting outward, bumping hard there with Wild Appeal. Ingersoll's in tight down toward the rail. The 3 of them are still heads apart with 1 furlong to go. Ingersoll digs down deep. Florida Gator is there. Wild Appeal smack dab between them. The 3 of them have been battling for a half a mile. Who's it going to be? It's going to be tight. Ingersoll, Florida Gator. Here's the wire. Maybe Florida Gator got it. It's tight. Florida Gator with a good Bob Ingersoll right there. Wild Appeal was third.
Well, it was a 4-horse field, but this was an eventful race. 3 of them coming down to the wire, and I think Wild Appeal on the inside, the white blinkers, thought he was Firenze Fire, Richie.
He must have read the press clippings. He got bumped pretty solidly by the winner there. The winner was awkward changing leads. He was trying to lug in a little bit. I don't know if the stewards will look at it or not. I would believe they should because there was a narrow margin of victory. The inside horse is battling on gamely Ingersoll with Joe Talamo, and right in here, it sure looked like he tried to bite him, didn't it?
He thought about it, that's for sure. As we saw Wild Appeal, he flipped back to his left lead too. Desperate right there. He actually almost got Joe Talamo's arm.
Yeah, he went more for the rider than the horse. It's like, no, get back here.
I'll take whatever I can get a piece of here. He was in tight in between horses too for a 2-year-old, and he is a very light-mouthed 2-year-old too.
Very light
Not
mouth.
a comfortable position to be in.
Well, and this is a first-time starter that took money, broke alertly, was very well meant. There is an inquiry and objection, and I mean, from the pan shot, it sure looked like there was significant contact.
Absolutely. Bumping, as you mentioned, that key point when a horse switches leads. And you see that oftentimes, too, with 2-year-olds as they're still kind of figuring things out. This was a first-time starter, that they'll do it almost a little bit more dramatically. Right here, where he kind of loses his hind end out from underneath of him.
Yeah, and when, a horse changes from their left to their right lead, their momentum, their weight, shifts towards the inside. He was already trying to get in a little bit on top of the other horses. No fault of the rider. He pulled off as quickly as he could, but there was significant contact. And then you could see Wild Appeal's like,
there wasn't contact there.
I'm getting a little tired of this. He goes, I'm running hard, and these horses are beating me. I'm just going to go ahead and take it out on Joe Talamo.
I hope Joe didn't get him. I hope he didn't get Joe, rather, as we'll take another look. Here's what we're seeing on the gallop out, but here's the steward's look. They have multiple angles in between horses. I think bottom left corner, you could kind of see what happened where he loses his hind end, and he was bumped multiple times, the 3 Wild Appeal.
And then what happens when a horse steps into another horse and bumps him like that? They do get turned in. Their weight gets turned more in. Their hips or their shoulder line points in more. I honestly, looking at this, particularly the hind shot, feel like this has to be a disqualification.
It's at a crucial point, like you said, changing leads. And the question for disqualifications, once again, when we look at these inquiries and objections, as you can really see it here behind, that's when we saw the number 4 Florida Gator kind of lugging in, bumping multiple times. The question is, did it cost a horse a better placing? And these 3 were in so tight, inches down to the wire. We ended up seeing Wild Appeal back to 3rd.
Well, and I also think that, Joe Talamo was compromised in that situation, too, because he got put in very close. And David Cohen has to be careful and responsible for Talamo because, there's only so much room he has to work with. There's a rail there to stop him. So it makes David have to ride a little bit more carefully. And I saw significant contact, and it felt to me like it was all done by the outside horse, Florida Gator.
I think in that view, too, you can really see David Cohen, who's in the middle, his weight, where he's moving his body, where he gets bumped by the 4 to the outside. He throws all his body weight to the left, and he has another horse down to his inside as well, as you're going to see him switch to his right hand. Look at his weight, look at his balance.
No, absolutely. It shifted him. You can see even now he's hanging off a little bit one side. But that first contact, when Florida Gator came into Wild Appeal went into Ingersoll. Ingersoll's coming back and beating less than a head. I have a hard time seeing how they wouldn't take, unfortunately, the 4 Florida Gator down.
Get another shot here coming from behind where you really can see it, and then you throw in a little bite, or at least attempted bite as well. When you're in a position like that, when you're in between horses so tight and you're all coming down to the wire, what is that feeling like, as you really have to be so careful on either side and so aware?
Well, you're just trying so hard, too, to just keep going forward. You don't want to get outrun at that point where now you're in a vulnerable position if you're a half a length or 3/4 of a length behind them. If your head's up, your horse's shoulder, you're going to be able to hold your ground, hold your position. David Cohen also lost his stick about 40 yards from the line. He got in so tight he ran out of room, and he kind of got hung up on Joe Talamo's horse a little bit. You see he's going back right-handed here. Now he's going to try to switch back to his left, and you're going to see he's going to lose it right in here, and there it goes. He dropped it to the ground. It feels to me like the outside horse, Florida Gator, started all the contact, and when you have 3 horses battling like that, you have to believe it affected the outcome.
We see the riders waiting here. Joe Rocco aboard, or excuse me, Mitchell Murrill aboard the number 4 Florida Gator. David Cohen on Wild Appeal, the 3, and Joe Talamo on the 2 Ingersoll. Everybody kind of waiting and in limbo at this point, and the jockeys will each speak to the stewards, explain what happened in that situation.
Yeah, which I think is kind of an antiquated method of dealing with things. If you're a football player, you're the defender, and they call pass interference, the ref's not going to ask you, did you hit him before the ball got there? Because what are you going to say? No, as soon as he touched the ball, I hit him. And if you're the receiver, what are you going to say? Oh, no, he waited before he hit me. No, you're going to defend your position. So we all are going to try to slant it in our general direction. That's my opinion about it. What shouldn't be lost, despite all this action and the inquiry and everything, is these 3 young horses put on quite a show.
They really did. They made it exciting. We will keep you posted on the results of the inquiry and objection in the 3rd at Churchill Downs. In the meantime, we'll go back over to Belmont Park as we have a good one coming up, the 3rd race, a mile on the main track in this allowance optional claiming. And currently Paris Lights at 6-5. This is a filly who is a Grade 1 winner, and now coming off of a 3rd place finish at Colonial Downs last time out. Can she turn things around today?
Well,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, but I mean, she is dropping in class, and she's well drawn here in a small field.
She's the number 5, 6-5 on the board, but some interesting other prospects. And here, as we get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the 2 Todd Pletcher horses first off the bat. And we'll begin on the rail with number 1, Thankful, who is not in good form right now, as she does come off of a virtually eased effort last time out in the Summer Colony, albeit over a good sealed racetrack where horologists did take them gate to wire. Now, looking at her and actually checking out her Breeze 2 back, you know, it speaks of confidence from Todd that, you know, he goes and runs her right back off of that disappointing effort. And she did work last time out in company with Sagil, who was the winner of the Grade 2 Mother Goose, who I think, you know, hasn't necessarily been in the most advantageous spots after not running well in the test. I do think she needs to run long, but that's neither here nor there. But I thought, you know, it worked okay with her on the outside, and she had to be niggled at just to keep pace with Sagil. So it was an okay work, but they do put the blinkers on. After 2, I noticed that she kind of ran with, as Richie likes to say, the emergency brake on. She ran with her head up in the air and just seemed to be climbing a bit after getting shuffled back early in that Summer Colony. We'll see what she does from the rail position, the coveted rail position here at Belmont today with those blinkers on. Would love to see her show a little bit more engagement from the onslaught. Moving on to number 6, Nona Madeline. She's the one coming off the long layoff. In her 2 efforts at Aqueduct, I noticed she just didn't look quite as good as what she did over the summer when she had won the Summer Colony of 2020. And there was a bunch of corrective shoeing, you know, Equilocks, 3/4 shoes. And while it does look as though she has somewhat compromised feet, not as much on her today, and she looks good as what she did going back to last summer. So I feel actually fairly confident with her, more so than the other Todd Pletcher horse coming in off the layoff. She does look really ready to go. Moving on to your favorite, that's number 5, Paris Lights. You could make the argument that last time it wasn't the most ideal trip in hindsight, as she was tracking right off the speed while 3 wide, where the winners saved ground from well back and ran them all down late. So I think she looks fantastic here. If anything, she's filled out quite a bit. She's bulked up, going back to the last time I saw her, which was in April at Aqueduct, and winning the Grade 3 Distaff. So I like it when my horses fill out, especially these, you know, fillies that are going from 3 to 4. So she looks great here, Acacia, as the favorite. I do think she will be tough to beat.
Maggie, thank you. Paris Lights, filly by Curlin. John Velasquez going to climb aboard as she looks to turn things around. We owe you an update at Churchill Downs, though. There was a disqualification of the number 4 Florida Gator for that interference in the stretch.
Yeah, and I think this was a very justifiable disqualification, narrow margin of victory. There was a significant contact, horses digging in and getting thrown off balance that way, and shame for the connections of Florida Gator, who had a first-time starter, very well meant. But Ingersoll was very game on the inside, and Wild Appeal was buffeted about in between horses so badly he decided to take it out on the eventual winning rider, Joe Talamo.
Joe Talamo seemed like he was smiling. He seemed okay, thankfully. New order of finish, 2, 3, 4, 5, as they'll be right in order, in fact, with Florida Gator disqualified from 1st to 3rd. We'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races. When we come back, we'll talk more about the 3rd at beautiful Belmont Park.
As she comes to the run-happy finish line, run-up, jog.
But it is all Happy Soul to win the 109th running of the Astoria.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Into the post parade for the third race at Belmont Park. Richie, we kick things off with Thankful. Blinkers on today.
Blinkers on was basically eased last time after stumbling at the break. Would have to find her better races.
1-2 for Todd Pletcher as we check out one of a few New York breds in here. Here's Espresso Shot.
Espresso Shot. That sounds about good right now.
I need it.
Her Biagio's Rose was good enough to be competitive here.
Another New York bred. Here is the number 3 Maiden Beauty.
Yeah, coming off a good run in the Saratoga Dew. Another one, though, would have to find just a bit more in the tank.
New York bred theme continues. Here's Mrs. Orb. How can you not like this mare?
Earner of over $535,000, more than anybody else in the field, and Hickory shows up every time.
Here's your favorite, Paris Lights.
Deserving favorite. Looks very formidable here.
And Nona Madeline. Got some good comments from Maggie off the layoff.
Yeah, and has certainly shown races good enough to be very competitive here, and I like the fact that Maggie likes the way she looks off the layoff for Teresa Viola Racing.
That is the field for the third race today. And we hope that you can play along with all of the action with a Naira Bets account. You can get up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. or on the app. As we take a look at Paris Lights, winner of the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks last year in 2020. As we'll take a look, though, at Colonial Downs, her last start where she finished third.
Yeah, and if the fractions are believable, when they went 45 and 1, 3/4 and 8 and change, she made the lead and got picked off late by Saracosa. Drifting out considerably through the stretch as Saracosa came through along the inside. I think she gets a better setup today. I think she stalks from the outside here under Johnny Velasquez. She's already a Grade 1 winner. There's a lot to like here. I guess a lot depends on if Nona Madeline is fit enough off the bench. Todd Pletcher is usually pretty good at having horses ready.
So strong with horses off the layoff, as this one has been successful going longer, as she will stick with this 1-turn mile distance once again here. As she's 5-2 on the board. We'll take a look at her win back in 2020, though, in August in the Summer Colony. And she has, I think, a good running style for this track. Irad Ortiz can kind of get her to the inside. She has some tactical ability, some tactical speed. This was her victory back in Saratoga.
Yeah, and in the Summer Colony, she was attending a very strong pace. When they go a sub-47 half-mile going 2 turns in Saratoga on the dirt, that's running, and she was very resolute. You look back through her form, all I keep seeing as I look back through her form is the sprinkling of Latruska. She has faced the best. If she's fit, she's going to be tough to beat.
Irad Ortiz aboard once again as he piloted her to victory in that Summer Colony, as we check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, Nona Madeline, watching her breeze a few back occasionally, she was working with Spice is Nice and going right along with her. So getting some decent company for her morning workouts to be fit for this one. But a horse that I thought could play out potentially if they choose to be aggressive with her as maybe a pace presence, a speed horse, is number 2, Espresso Shot. I know I say that after she has that last race in the Saratoga Dew where she was off of the pace going a mile and 1/8 as she turns back a little bit here, but that race won from gate to wire with Dancing Kiki. Espresso Shot, maybe her form is tailing off, maybe, but I've always thought that a 1-turn mile is perfect for her, and you can kind of sift through and find excuses leading you back to her biggest performance in the Biagio's Rose, in which she did set right off of a slowish pace, and maybe she gets to do that here once again on a fast track. 6 furlongs is too short. A mile and 1/8, she's kind of taken out of her game, or she was taken out of her game a bit last time. She is moving exceptionally well out on the racetrack for Jose Ortiz, and she looks great. So I think the distance and maybe the way this race could play out might work into this long shot's favor. Longest shot on the board, Acacia. I'd love to use her underneath with the 5 Paris Lights.
I'm right there with you, Maggie. Thank you. Espresso Shot. She has the ability to be close, and Dancing Kiki wired the field last time. An Espresso Shot was kind of unfocused in the gate prior to the race. Looking back at my notes and think this could be a good distance for her. You're going Nona Madeline?
I'm going to Nona Madeline outside. I just think, looking back through her form, Latruska sprinkled throughout there. Maggie liked the way she looked in the paddock, and I think she's well drawn outside.
Paris Lights, Grade 1 winner, the favorite. Good one coming up here in the third at Belmont. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
All in line. All set. And they're off. Breaking inward was Thankful at the back of the field. Speed from the outside, Nona Madeline. In between horses, there's Maiden Beauty to put ahead in front, now and neck. Nona Madeline going to track in second with Espresso Shot in third. Paris Lights, Black Silks is off the pace in fourth with Thankful, who's out of last and progresses with forward momentum. The trailer, Mrs. Orb, all alone up front. It's Maiden Beauty is up by a length and a half. Espresso Shot into the two-path with a wide Nona Madeline. The rail is open for Thankful, who's going to come on through. These four now tightly bunched. Paris Lights, second to last, and the trailer, Mrs. Orb. Maiden Beauty's got the lead. Kendra Carmouche, they're up by a length and a half. Thankful continues with this forward move is inside of Nona Madeline. Dropping back quickly there was Espresso Shot. Just got shuffled back to fourth. It's passed by Paris Lights to the outside, who's now going to secure that fourth position. Still at the back, Mrs. Orb. Maiden Beauty's got the lead, is up by a length. Nona Madeline right there in second. Thankful looking for room at the rail in third. Espresso Shot, who got shuffled back, is now going to re-engage, is tipping into the four-path, is coming after these leaders. Maiden Beauty's got the lead. It's Maiden Beauty for a final quarter mile. Thankful is called upon in between horses. Nona Madeline and Espresso Shot now finds room. Espresso Shot is coming after this leader. Maiden Beauty, who's got more up front. It's Maiden Beauty, who's up by 2 lengths with a final eighth to go. Espresso Shot, Thankful, Mrs. Orb with a late rally. Maiden Beauty just keeps on going, and Maiden Beauty is well clear. Maiden Beauty, Kendra Carmouche with another one. Maiden Beauty gets the victory. Then came Thankful, Espresso Shot, and Mrs. Orb.
Wire to wire. How about this claim for Rob Falcone? Maiden Beauty takes them every step of the way.
This was a major performance from Maiden Beauty. The best race she's ever run by far and away. Kendrick Carmouche put her right on the lead. And if you have any doubts about the inside being the place to be, she goes wire to wire, finishes the mile in 1:34, and Thankful on the rail every step away from her inside post, rallies up to get second, but second best to Maiden Beauty. She was really good today.
We did also see some disappointing efforts from the outside 2 runners, Paris Lights and Nona Madeline, both fading back and kind of throwing in the towel.
Yeah, Paris Lights threw in the towel really early. Half mile from home, you knew she wasn't getting anything. And then Nona Madeline tried the winner, Maiden Beauty, tried to put some pressure on around the turn. By the time they got to the quarter pole, she started backpedaling as well. Maiden Beauty, give Rob Falcone Jr. a lot of credit here. This mare, was exceptional today.
New York bred winning in this allowance against Open Company. Second time off the claim for Rob Falcone. She was second in the Saratoga Dew last time out where Dancing Kiki wired the field, and she gets her own victory today. Second win of the day, I believe, too, for Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick coming off an injury. Want to put the doubters or the critics, kind of silence them, if you will, and he's doing that well. Third winner of this young Belmont Park meeting.
A 5-year-old mare by Revolutionary with the biggest win of her career today. This is one back last year. She was running for just $25,000, but clearly had some ability and was able to compete against that nice allowance company this winter at Aqueduct and gets her day in the sun today. So important to be put in the right spot as it is 3-1-2-4. Mrs. Orb closing to round out the superfecta. Back at Churchill Downs, 4th race coming up. An interesting maiden special weight here, going 1 1/16. But you have a horse stretching out, Laughing Boy, who's currently 2-5, Richie. This poor horse was never allowed to even remotely think about saving ground any step of the race last time out as he kept being pushed out by another foe.
Yeah, being pushed out. He ran so well going a mile at Churchill Downs earlier in the year in June, and now he stretches out to 2 turns, and basically he ran about 7.5 furlongs last time.
Yeah, I think he did, honestly, with the amount of ground that he had to cover, losing ground. And I thought that the 6.5 furlongs seemed to be just a touch short for him, and he'll get a little bit more ground to work with today, stretching out for Ken McPeak. He did show speed 2 starts back when going on the mile at Churchill as well.
Yeah, and, you know, I think the track is more fair than it appeared, particularly Friday at Churchill, where horses are being able to win from, you know, outside. But being forward, I think, is always a good thing, particularly when a track is being kind to those kind of runners.
1-2 right now. Very short price on the board. Is that too short for you in this field?
I tell you, it makes me nervous to bet maidens at really super short prices like that, but that's just me.
They're still maidens. They're still horses. Anything can happen as we have horses tacked up. We're looking at the 6th Prioritization, who ran very well on the turf last time. This is one that Chad Brown ran for 30 at Ellis Park on the dirt.
Yeah, and listen, Chad is as good as he is because he has a very good handle on what his horses are, where they belong as far as placement. So he wasn't giving anything away for 30. They tried the horse on the turf. He ran well. We don't have turf racing at Churchill, so they're back here on the dirt. I'm sure they wish they had a turf race to go to.
I would think so. As this one picked up by Scott Becker, tried the turf last time at Indiana Grand and ran a very good effort that day, much improved as well. He'll have to try the main track once again today. Back at Belmont, we look into the winner's circle for the 3rd race, and it went to the 3 Maiden Beauty, Gate to Wire for this 5-year-old mare.
Kendra Carmouche took no prisoners, bounced her out, put her on the lead. She got comfortable, but she just kept finding, really turned for home with fresh legs. Kendrick set her down, and Thankful rallies up the inside to be second. Kind of a tough trip for Espresso Shot. Got shuffled back and loomed up. Was probably second best on the day. If she had a cleaner trip, I think she would have been able to hold off Thankful.
Maiden Beauty, though, the winner, 3-1-2. And the 4, as we'll take a look at the prices, $24.20 winner. Big thing here, though, your heavy favorite, Paris Lights, off the board.
Yeah, she just really was flat today, and nice trifecta there.
Some big prices there at Belmont Park. We'll see if the heavy favorite can get it done in the 4th at Churchill. There's a live look at the paddock. We'll talk more about this race after this break on America's Day at the Races coming up after this.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed. Street sense will need some running room. All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for 2nd or 3rd on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo. Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner, with a pedigree that breeds true.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Live racing action continues. We have the 4th race coming up at Churchill. It does seem we have a slight delay with horses here in the paddock. Of course, we will keep you updated as we get more information. But 3 to 5 right now, Richie, on the favorite, the number 4, Laughing Boy, as we do have this maiden special weight for 3-year-old and up. Will be going a mile into 16th on the main track.
Yeah, trying to come up with an alternative is a little difficult. The horse on the screen could be your alternative. That's Chrome Republic, son of California Chrome. Boy, the apple didn't fall far from the tree and didn't roll there.
No, that's very true. Colt that looks just like his sire. I remember seeing him in his first 2 races at Gulfstream. And he started out sprinting and was a heavy favorite behind Candyman Rocket, who won, I believe, the Sam F. Davis. And everything in my notes was just very long. Needs to run long. Such a long horse. And he's actually developed. He's gotten stronger since I've last seen him and was much improved last time, going a mile and 3/16. Obviously distance, but he just completely hesitated at the break last time out.
Yeah, now he gets back coming a mile and a 16th. His brother, half-brother, Tarpon Bay Road, broke his maiden a mile and a 16th. Maiden allowance at Churchill Downs. So if I'm looking for alternative, I feel I'm leaning that way, but the 4 is going to be tough to beat.
Number 4, Laughing Boy, currently 3 to 5. Chrome Republic, perhaps an interesting alternative in this spot, as we also have a couple at 5 to 1, and that's about as close as you're going to get to the favorite. According to the betting public, it is just one horse and nobody else. As in just a few moments, we'll be switching over to FS1. We hope that you'll change that channel. Stay with us for the rest of the day of live racing. We'll be with you, Maggie Wolfendale, and the rest of the team joining us a little bit later on Fox Sports 1. Looking forward to all the exciting action, including the Pebbles.
Yeah, got some good races coming up. Pebbles, really competitive race.
Hello, everyone. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you, as always, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. Acacia Courtney, alongside former champion jockey Richard Magliore, Maggie Wolfendale with us live at Belmont Park, as well as we bring you racing from Belmont and Churchill Downs, the last day of the opening week of the fall meet for both of those track, Richies. And we have a lot of great racing still to come.
Yeah, terrific racing. And just for us here in the metropolitan area, the tri-state area, autumn in New York, in this area, is spectacular. The weather turns a little bit, the leaves start changing colors, but we get this nice little breeze up here. I know you might be a little cool.
I'm okay at the moment.
Okay,
I'm okay at the moment.
But,
I had a little breeze like the other day. I felt like I was in a shampoo commercial.
Yeah, it kind of looked like that, like Breck or something, right? But certainly it's a beautiful time of year, and I've always loved this Belmont Fall meeting. It's just a great time for racing, especially coming out of Saratoga.
Our feature of the day today at Belmont Park is the Pebbles. Goes as race number 9, a mile on the turf. And we just had the final leg of the Turf Triple Series for both the fillies and the colts yesterday. Today in the Pebbles, going a mile, you have quite a few fillies who are coming out of the Saratoga Oaks and cutting back in distance. That includes Plum Ali.
Yeah, I think Plum Ali is very well drawn inside. I like Jose Ortiz getting back aboard. Joel Rosario's brilliant, great rider. But I always feel like he just gives Plum Ali a little bit more to do than maybe is necessary, particularly coming out of paceless races. She circled up. This is her Wonder Again race. She ran second to Con Lima, who did win the Saratoga Oaks on the turf. And she got an absolute perfect trip that day. Then you see Plum Ali coming with a relentless move on the outside, a little late getting over to right lead, settled, and really finishes here. But I think she could be a little bit more forwardly placed. Not that she has to be rushed or anything, but with that inside draw and Jose Ortiz having won on her previously, I just foresee her having a little better position early.
Jose Ortiz did ride her to victory in the Miss Grillo back as a 2-year-old. Joel Rosario, of course, out of town today to ride up at Woodbine. He'll be riding Pizza Bianca in the Grade 1 Natalma a little bit later on. As we take a look at what's on tap today, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. We still have races 4 through 10 at Belmont Park, including that Pebble Stakes, races 4 through 10 at Churchill Downs as well. That should say in the second bracket there. Of course, looking forward to the Derby City 6. There's a carryover at Churchill too. Look at the Absolutely beautiful Belmont paddock. Nothing like that Belmont Park paddock, as you can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. We're getting ready for the 4th at Churchill Downs. There was a delay while horses were in the paddock, hearing that there was an issue out on track, but looks like things have been resolved as we did get the call for riders up, Richie, which is always a good sign as we have this maiden special weight and still a heavy favorite, 3-5 on Laughing Boy.
I always think it's important when you've had a long delay in the paddock like this to keep an eye on these horses as they get to the racetrack, see who it might have affected negatively, who might have gotten more worked up. There's a lot of nervous energy. Horses get saddled. Once they get the saddles on, they're ready to go. They know that their job is at hand, and some horses just don't do well with that extra time to think or worry about it.
You think back some days at Saratoga, I remember standing in the paddock with rain delays, with weather. Anything can happen out on the track, and you can really see how it can rattle their cage a little bit, especially for young horses. These are 3-year-olds. These are inexperienced horses as well as far as what they're going to be facing on race day.
Well, absolutely. And just like, human athletes, you get to a place where you're ready to compete, and then if you've got to wait, gives a chance for your nerves to work on you a little bit.
Stepping out onto the track, great sign there as we're moving ahead with the 4th race at Churchill Downs, a mile and a 16th on the main track in this maiden special weight, 3-5 favorite. As we'll get into the post parade momentarily, we have a field of 7. Here's a long shot, the #1 country captain.
Yeah, I love the reemergence of Calumet Farm as a major player on the racing landscape in North America. Wish they still had the devil red and blue, but country captain from Calumet Farm.
Here's the 2. Marvelous Moondance has only had 2 starts on the main track.
Yeah, the last time on the main track was actually a very good run from this horse.
Finished 2nd that day, going a mile and 3/16. Here's the 3, Mount Kenya.
I really seem to appreciate getting on the turf last time. Let's see how he reacts getting back to the dirt.
Pedigree would suggest turf as well. Here's your favorite, the 4, Laughing Boy.
And a deserving favorite. He basically had no chance, you pointed out, getting pushed wide last time at Saratoga.
Never got to save any ground at all. Here's the 5, Chrome Republic.
I think this horse is a little bit interesting. I think if I was looking for an alternative, that's where I'd land.
Number 6, Prioritization is next.
Was offered for a maiden 30 by Chad Brown, was claimed, ran well for new connections on turf, but he's back to dirt.
Looks like he will appreciate a chance to get back on grass one day, too. Here's the 7, Veil of Honor.
Yeah, a horse that just doesn't appear to be fast enough to handle the big favorite here in the 4, Laughing Boy.
Comes back as a new gelding. We'll take a quick time out on our program. When we come back, we'll wrap up the discussion and bring you the race in the 4th at Churchill Downs. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. At Churchill Downs, fourth race finally about to get underway. 1-2 favorite on the number 4 Laughing Boy, as he is our Twin Spires market mover as well. The horse attracting the most support late in the betting. If you want to bet the Twin Spires market mover, go to twinspires.com or download the app today. Laughing Boy, when sprinting at Saratoga, pushed out by another foe throughout pretty much all of the race, Richie, and never got to save any ground.
No, and it was a very tough race, a very competitive race to begin with, and you can't really be put at that kind of a disadvantage. But he has that race under his belt. He went back to Churchill Downs. He's trained well there. His big race in June there, going a mile, he set fairly fast fractions, usually a more moderated tempo, going a mile and a 16th, 2 turns.
We talked about the 5 Chrome Republic as potentially an alternative. He was very green when switching leads and trying to close, but did manage to close and get third in that last race, going a mile and 3/16. As you do see horses in the paddock for the 4th race at Belmont Park as well. We're about 10 minutes away from the 4th at Belmont. We'll talk about that race momentarily. Back at Churchill, the 5 Chrome Republic clearly seeming to want to get distance and maybe some maturity too.
I kind of, find an interesting work tab for him. He went back to his Palm Meadows base. He's worked on the turf. He's worked out of the gate a few times because he's had some gate issues. He's got a mile work sprinkled in there that adds a lot of foundation, a lot of air to a horse. If you are looking to beat Laughing Boy, which I don't necessarily think he's going to be easy to beat, I would go to Chrome Republic. I just thought there's interesting work tab, and maybe he's a horse that's going to improve.
And trainer Patrick Biancone, his daughter Andy, was there with Chrome Republic. They do work a lot of horses on turf. They run a lot of horses on turf. Patrick actually starts most of his young horses on the grass, thinking it's a kinder surface and getting some foundation in them. Sole Volante, a good example of a horse that started on the turf and did run on both. As we get ready for the 4th race at Churchill, here's Travis Stone with the call.
Are in the gate, and they're off. Laughing Boy with a good beginning from mid-pack. Mount Kenya showing a little bit of speed as well. Prioritization races up from the outside, grabs second, and will stalk Laughing Boy into the clubhouse turn. So Laughing Boy out there setting the pace. Prioritization moves up into second. Mount Kenya comes away third. Country Captain settles in toward the rail, racing 4th in the early stages. Veil of Honor alongside of that one 5th. They're 6 lengths off the lead. Marvelous Moon Dance is second to last, and the early trailer is Chrome Republic as they hit the backstretch run. The opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. Laughing Boy with company in prioritization. The two of them are head-and-head. There's 5 furlongs to go. A margin of 4 back to Mount Kenya, who's tracking from third. Another 2 from there to Veil of Honor and Country Captain. They're still together. They're 4th and 5th. Marvelous Moon Dance has been moved to the outside and is starting to advance now. Marvelous Moon Dance to within 5 lengths of the lead past the half-mile pole. Chrome Republic is the trailer. That opening half in 48 and 1/5 seconds. They're rounding the far turn. Laughing Fox going head-to-head with prioritization. There's 3 furlongs to go. Mount Kenya's honing in from third. Marvelous Moon Dance coming on wide while 4th. Veil of Honor finds a seam down toward the rail. Country Captain's all in down toward the inside too. And Chrome Republic is wide. Off the turn for Laughing Fox to lead a length and a half. Mount Kenya trying to run up into second, but it's still Laughing Boy the leader. The leader by 2. Mount Kenya's now second. Prioritization is back into third. The rest are struggling, and Laughing Boy with plenty left. Laughing Boy opening back up through the stretch. Laughing Boy bounding home, the winner by 5. Mount Kenya was second, Chrome Republic was third, and prioritization finished 4th.
He was a heavy favorite, and he ran like it. The number 4, Laughing Boy, the winner of the 4th at Churchill. Back at Belmont, we have riders up for race number 4 here. 6 furlongs on the inner turf in this maiden special weight. Currently, the number 7, Kawaii A River, is your favorite. Second off the layoff for John Terranova.
Yeah, ran really well sprinting on the turf at Saratoga. Wasn't clean away from the gate. Had a little bit minor traffic problems in the stretch. Makes a lot of sense.
Aired down along the hedge last time out. Kawaii River, colt by Cantharos, who is actually the half-brother to Grade 2 winner Phantom Currency, who's good on turf. That horse won the McDermott, which is a marathon on the turf.
Yeah.
But I think that Cantharos turf sprint influence came in.
Yeah, I agree. And this horse already showed proficiency sprinting on the turf.
Thought that he could be a little bit more fit last time out. So now second off the layoff. We should see some improvement from him after finishing third that day. He is a heavy favorite at 9-5. As we will get into the post parade, the number 2, Uncle Mo's Cat, will kick us off in the post parade.
Yeah, Uncle Mo's Cat stepping up in company. We saw Wayne Potts step horse up in company big last race. Ashar and got it done.
This one has been running for maiden 50,000. As next will be a first-time starter, Advise and Consent.
Advise and Consent, good steady work tab. A little bit cold on the board for a Chad Brown first-time starter.
Firster by Tourist, debuting on grass as we look at one who has been knocking on the door. Here's First Law.
Horse that has a lot of speed. Jose Ortiz stays put. He's a major player.
7-2 right now. Here's a big price on Beckenbauer.
Yeah, we just have to find a race we haven't seen yet.
Biggest price on the board. Here's another Firster, Luna Warrior.
Kind of an interesting pedigree. This horse's Grand Dam won the Grade 1 Garden City right here at Belmont Park. Making a nice impression on the track. I like the way he framed up here.
5-1 on the board. Next will be another horse stepping up in class from maiden 50, Claiming Company, up to maiden special weight. And we'll see the 6, Charleston Strong, in a moment as we'll check out the 7, Kawaimia River.
Yeah, Kawaimia River ran really well last time. Ran well first time on dirt. Ran even better second time on turf. Should be tough.
A stronger buyer speed figure that day, too. He's your favorite at 9-5. There's the 6, Charleston Strong. He was just a little camera shy.
Yeah, and he's stepping up in company, but it is off the Mike Maker claim.
And we have one more left in the field. Cutting back in distance will be the number 8, Rare Stripe. He's right alongside warming up.
Yeah, ran well last time going a mile. How will he take to the turning back a quarter of a mile in distance?
That's the field for the 4th at Belmont Park. We'll talk more about it after we take a quick time out on America's Day at the races. Stay with us for more live racing action from New York after this.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
West Coast champion 3-year-old colt and multiple Grade 1 winner with over $5 million in earnings. He dominated the Pennsylvania Derby by more than 7 lengths and went wire to wire in the Travers, defeating all 3 classic winners.
I would say the Travers was his best performance. He just got out there with that big frame of his and he just galloped away from a fantastic field of horses.
A descendant of the AP Indy sire line, West Coast stands to continue that legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. 4th race up next at Belmont as we sprint on the inner turf in this maiden special weight, currently 2-1 on the number 7, Kawaimia River, as we head trackside and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at the inside runner and actually start with the two first-time starters here in this 3-year-old and up maiden special weight, and that is Advise and Consent, who did sell for $145,000 last year after working 21-1 at the OBS 2-year-old sale. Definitely looked like a turf horse, as he is the son of Breeders' Cup Mile winner Tourist, but this feels like a starting point for him. You know, he's actually got a lot of length to his body, not representing a turf sprinter whatsoever. And two, this isn't really Chad Brown's MO to win with first-time starting turf sprinters. So he also just, in the way he was acting, just kind of had a little bit of a bewildered look to him. So maybe this is a race to get into him, though. I mean, for Chad Brown firster, he's a little bit chilly on the board at 5-1, but also hovering around the same price as the other firster from the John Kimmel barn in number 5, Luna Warrior, a son of Warfront and a half to Altarite for trainer Chad Brown, who was a Grade 1 winner. She was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. All that being said, that says distance, not 6 furlongs, and this guy just doesn't look all that fit. Granted, he is a son of Warfront, and a lot of times they do tend to be heavier body types, but again, one that I think is going to benefit from a start. Number 8, Rare Stripe. Funny enough, the only other time I saw him was last year in June, and my notes say has a turf hoof. So excited to see that he ran his best race to date, arguably, on the turf at Ellis Park. Now he turns back. I can't say I necessarily get it. If it was 7 furlongs, I'd be a bit more positive, because I understand he hit the front a bit early and was run down late. He's very laid back. He's a very long, scopy horse. Again, not one that speaks of a turf sprinter, but number 7, Kawaimia River, definitely does. Now, Acacia, you saw him last time. He comes in here really fit second off the layoff, but boy, was he really sharp. And then when he got out on the track, he was being a bit of a bully with his pony. Just seemed a bit distracted, but as I always say, with the turf sprinters, I don't necessarily mind when they act like that.
Kawaimia River, all right, Maggie, being a little bit naughty on track. My notes from his last time said that he was actually a little bit tough loading. He was balking a little bit out on track, so maybe he is just a little bit of a tough guy attitude.
Well, like she said, them turf sprinters, you kind of want them a little bit on edge. I wound up going with the first-time starter, Luna Warrior. I wish I would have heard Maggie's comments before I picked Luna Warrior, but I did misspeak. I said this horse was Grand Am, won the Grade 1 Garden City. It was his half-sister. And I like the fact that Johnny Vasquez takes the call. Newtown Honor Stud, owned by Morris Regan. They're good friends. John Kimmel, Warfront. I'm taking this way.
Maybe all of that good will come together on the track as the last horse goes in. Here's Chris Griffin with the 4th at Belmont.
And they're off. Kawaimia River's got speed. From in between horses, there's First Law. Beckenbauer in the early mix. There comes 3 wide, will be Charleston Strong. It's Beckenbauer with a neck advantage. Charleston Strong is going to track in second. Take it off the pace now is First Law. Then Kawaimia River, who's in 4th. Advise and Consent at the hedge in 5th. To the outside of that one comes Uncle Moe's Cat. Towards the back, Rare Stripe and Luna Warrior at the back of the field. Beckenbauer set to take him into the far turn. Charleston Strong right there in second. Kawaimia River is called upon, taken 3rd. Losing a touch of ground was First Law. And behind that one comes Uncle Moe's Cat. Advise and Consent is dropped to the back of the field. Gets passed to the outside by Rare Stripe and Luna Warrior. Beckenbauer approaches the quarter-mile pole. Charleston Strong. Here comes the challenge from Kawaimia River is 3 wide. Kawaimia River comes after Beckenbauer. In between them, Charleston Strong. First Law is trying to re-rally. Also running on Rare Stripe. Advise and Consent starts to pick up late momentum. Luna Warrior. It's still Kawaimia River who's up by 2. Advise and Consent down at the rail is coming after this leader who's clear. Kawaimia River gets the maiden victory. Advise and Consent there for second. First Law and Rare Stripe.
Your favorite, number 7, Kawaimia River, second off the layoff, gets the victory.
A nice patient ride by Jose Lascano. Sat a little bit off the pace today. See him kind of waiting for room. Tips out when he felt a little outside pressure coming. Want to get out before that wave comes and keeps you squashed behind horses, and then just kicks on and decidedly best. Good job by trainer John Terranova with Kawaimia
Certainly built off that effort last time out. The first time starter, the #1 Advise and Consent, I think is interesting to watch next time out. Off the pace, weaved through horses, came up the inside to finish second.
Finished very well, got a lot of education, saw a lot of different situations, was in a bit tight early, but finished resolutely, and certainly a horse that you look for to build off of that. A little disappointed with the 5 Lunar Warrior. Looked like he was at least going to put in some kind of a run. Flattened out the last 1/8 of a mile, but Maggie did say it looked like he might need a run. Maybe he'll improve.
We saw some big smiles, though, from trainer John Terranova, the conditioner of the #7, Kauai Me a River. Colt by Cantharos, as I got to see a lot of Cantharos offspring when he was standing down in Florida at the start of his career. Now he's moved to the big leagues in Kentucky, and we're getting a chance to see them now on the track, and I just love them sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, very powerful looking horses. You can see he kind of stamps his get too. They're kind of stick solid horses that look like they should be fast.
Great name, too. Kauai Me a River getting the victory under Jose Lezcano. We'll bring you prices. And we have some more live racing coming up after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Richard Migliori, and Maggie Wolfendale. Very happy to have you with us. Get a shot at this absolutely glorious Sunday at beautiful Belmont Park, and Jose Lezcano aboard Kauai Me a River, heading into the winner's circle in the 4th at Belmont for the Terranova family. And this one, second off the layoff, was ready to roll.
Yeah, worked out a real nice trip. Jose Lezcano a little bit off the pace, was able to tip out before, got the outside pressure, and this horse ran extremely well. Keep an eye on Advise and Consent, ran very well on debut.
First-time starter to watch moving forward for trainer Chad Brown. Well, the winner, even though your favorite, returned $6. A nice payoff there. We have live racing to continue at Churchill Downs coming up in just a little bit. But I think it's always fun, too, Richie. 1 week down, both Churchill and Belmont Park, and we get a chance to kind of look back at everything that has happened here and that's still to come. I'm sure it's a good start to the week, though, for trainer John Terranova, who's standing by with Maggie.
And here with John, winning trainer Kauai Me a River. And John, last time out, we saw like he never wanted to necessarily go up the fence last time out, off the bench at Saratoga. Though, did that race set him up ideally for this effort here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he hadn't run in a while. It was the first time on the turf. We worked him on the grass at Saratoga. He showed us what we needed to see. And we really liked him at the day at Saratoga. 5.5, you know, it's over in a flash. He just got pinned down inside. He really couldn't go through, and he was a little bit hesitant. He was lucky to get up for third there. But I thought that day he had a real chance to win it. But coming out of it, he came out really well, thankfully, and was really set up for today.
And a son of Conteros that you bought for $100,000 last year, and the Curtis Stable is an ownership that you've had a lot of success with. Were you in part of picking this guy out at the sales last year?
Actually, Tanya bought him. Yeah.
So we know the brains behind the operation.
Yeah, the boss. So she's down in Kentucky right now looking for some new prospects. So we'll let her do the buy-in. So far she's done great.
It's such a team effort with you two, husband and wife team, with this stable.
Just like you guys, yeah. So it seems that way. So.
Well, you know, we help out as much as we can, but it's nice to have family around in the barn.
Oh, absolutely, nothing better, nothing better. And she's a tremendous horsewoman, and just our whole team and everything. Very grateful and thankful that we have everybody in place, and just waiting for the horses to come our way, and hopefully keep them healthy and sound. And we got the good ones that can compete here.
This looks like a promising turf sprinter for you. Congratulations, Sean. Always a pleasure to catch up.
Thanks so much.
All right, John Terranova, Kauai, me, or River? No crying today in the winner's circle. Acacia?
Certainly not, Megan. Smart man, giving his wife props. And Tanya, she really is so sharp and such a team effort. And horse racing, that's it. It's all consuming for you and for your family.
Absolutely. It's not a job, it's a way of life.
Absolutely is. We'll get ready. Meanwhile, for the 5th at Churchill Downs, coming up next, we'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races. More from beneath the Twin Spires after this. Stay with us.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
Consistently versatile with 22 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Spectacular return for Charlatan in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes.
But it's Nashville under no stress whatsoever, winning it.
Lexingtonian comes back on the inside to win it.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we continue on with the live racing action. It is the 5th race at Churchill Downs. Coming up next, we take a look at this $50,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life, going 7 furlongs on the main track. A couple of scratches of the 6 and 8. That means that the number 7, War Savvy, is the heavy favorite. We'll talk about the post-parade, though, starting with the number 1, Fort Knox.
Fort Knox, another Calumet Farm runner for Keith DeZormo with his brother Kent aboard, who seems to have shifted his tack for the fall meet there at Churchill.
Family affair, just as we were talking about it often is in horse racing. 5-2 on this guy who has had some races where he has been close. Here's number 2, Kozan Success.
Yeah, a horse that ran well going a mile, was second best at Indiana back in June, has a race under his belt on synthetic. I think he'll appreciate the 7 furlongs too.
And Kozan certainly has had a lot of success standing down in Florida. Here's the 3, Greener Pastures.
greener pastures. Spent the last 2 races either on synthetic or turf. A couple of decent dirt races in his form.
Number 4, Oncoming Train, turf to dirt.
Another horse, turf to dirt. We're going to see that a lot at Churchill Downs this fall, and also stretching out a little bit.
Same kind of situation, though cutting back. Here's Violent Pass.
Yeah, this horse ran a really big race well over a year ago at Oaklawn Park. Can have speed at times, but his form's kind of gone south.
What will we get from him today? Scratch the 6. Here's the 7, War Savvy, your favorite.
War Savvy, a horse that has 1 start off the bench going 5.5, but his dirt races at Churchill Downs sprinting are all good, has speed.
Faced a good field on the turf at Colonial last time out as he goes back to the level that he ran at. 2 starts back at Churchill Downs where he showed speed and did finish 3rd. Louisiana bred for trainer Dallas Stewart as well. As we get ready for the 5th race at Churchill Downs, do we have some members of the clergy on track today as well?
I like it.
I do too. With the Twin Spires bet back offer, you can place a win bet on an eligible race at Churchill Downs Friday through Sunday, and you'll get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. All you have to do is opt in with bonus funds credited each Monday. Download the Twin Spires app today or visit twinspires.com. We welcome in now for the first time today our Jonathan Kinchin. Jonathan, glad you could join us as we get ready for this 5th race at Churchill. What do you got for us?
Yeah, look, I like the 2 Kozan Success as well. This is a horse that there's a lot of things to like. The first is that the form's a little bit dirty because of the synthetic track race at Arlington Park, sprinting off a 61-day layoff. This horse probably wants to be running on the dirt, probably needed a little bit more time to be fully fit for that race, and that was going a flat 6, and he ran pretty fast early in that spot. The other thing I like about Kozan Success is if you look at the race at Indiana and even the race at Fauner Park, the speed figures came back pretty quickly. I think most people will agree that Indiana and Fauner Park are probably looked at as a below Churchill Downs level of racetrack, and I think that they'll assume that maybe who is this horse beating? That's the beauty of speed figures. That speed figures kind of lay it all out for us and allow us to compare performances from different racetracks. And Kozan Success is right there with the horses that are being bet, the 1 and the 7. And you're getting a significantly better price. So I like the 2 Kozan Success. Hopefully can work out a nice trip to the inside. And if this horse runs back to that race at Indiana, I think will be hard to beat here.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. We'll see if that horse can run back to that effort. 2 starts back. Ran on the synthetic at Arlington last time out. But to help us out, our eyes and ears on the ground, we welcome in Frank Lyons. Frank, you're here with us at Churchill. What can you tell us for this 5th race, which does also kick off the Derby City 6?
Well, it is a beautiful day here at Churchill. It's like 88 degrees, but there's a cool breeze on here now. And welcome to Churchill Downs. Everyone's been fantastic racing so far, and it doesn't stop today. We got no stake, but we got very competitive fields. And starting out here in the 5th race, we'll talk about that in a second. Track is fast. Turf is non-existent. Working on the turf course. So in this race, I kind of think it's between the 1 and the 7. That's not telling you anything you don't know, but they both look well today. And you got 5-2 on the 1, and I think it's like 8-5 or 7-5 on the 7. So maybe if you do a box exacta, you might get ahead straight away. So that's my opinion. Now I think the 4 horse Oncoming Train, who was 15-1 in the morning line. There was 2 huge scratches, the 6 and the 8, first and second choice in the morning line. But Oncoming Train was 15-1 in the morning line. He runs good races. This horse finished a nose behind Schmoozen here, and that's a lot better form than this race kind of gives you. And so, Acacia, I'll throw it back to you, and they're going to the gate.
All right, Frank, thank you. Looking forward to this 5th race here, 8-5 on the favorite. Richie, can you see getting around this one, or as Frank said, kind of the inside and outside horses that seem to make the most sense on paper?
Well, I think the 7, War Savvy, was aided by the scratch of the 6, Brew Crew, who I think would have had a hard time trying to clear and work out some sort of a trip.
Seeing on the Churchill field, actually, Churchill feed late scratch of the number 2, Kozan's Success, a significant scratch here of the number 2.
Yeah, a horse that, obviously the rider, Francisca Arrieta, probably felt something not quite right. Always better to be safe than sorry. Go to the examining veterinarian. They'll go over the horse. When he's sound, they'll find another race. There'll be another day.
So we will have another slight delay at Churchill Downs here. Thanks for your patience as we get ready for the 5th race. Late scratch of Kozan's Success. As you said, the rider has the opportunity always to bring a horse over to the attending veterinarian, and then the rest of the field will have to wait as they make sure that that horse gets back to the barn and off the track.
Yeah, clear them off the racetrack just so don't take a chance of a horse getting loose while the race is running. And I think we're destined maybe to stay here till the last race.
We may just stay here for the rest of the day as you do see horses in the paddock for the 5th race at Belmont Park. That is going to be a dirt sprint race coming up next. 25,000 non-winners of 2 in life. Taking a look at the number 5, Seascape, who is currently the favorite at Belmont. First off, the claim for Steve Caceres does have some tactical speed.
Horse that has tactical speed was claimed, waited the appropriate time to be what we call out of jail, meaning you can run for less than the claiming price that you claim this horse for. Claim for 32, shows up for 25 for a very sharp trainer in Steve Caceres.
They are now heading to the gate for the 5th at Churchill Downs on the fast main track. Again, late scratch of the number 2, Kozan's Success. 6-5 on your favorite, War Savvy. Into the gate they go. We send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the rest of the load and call.
Waiting for Violent Pass and War Savvy. They're in the gate. And they're off. War Savvy away well. Oncoming train is there. Violent Pass and down toward the inside, Fort Knox. So out of the chute, down to the main track they go. 3 across the track early on. War Savvy on the extreme outside. In between is Violent Pass, and now oncoming train defers to them. Settles back into 3rd. 3 lengths back to Fort Knox, and Greener Pastures at the back. Down the backstretch they go. Sharing the lead are Violent Pass and War Savvy. Violent Pass inside. War Savvy alongside 2nd. They're 2 lengths clear of oncoming train, who's racing 3rd. That opening quarter in 22 and 3. Fort Knox comes through toward the inside up into 4th. Greener Pastures goes 3 wide, moving up from 5th, 4th, and now 3rd. 3 furlongs to go. Violent Pass rests a short lead away from War Savvy, but Greener Pastures continues to make steady progress and is coming on 3 wide to make it 3 across the track at the quarter pole. Fort Knox going to try and cut the corner down inside 4th, and oncoming train is 5th. Top of the stretch, Violent Pass digs down for a narrow lead. Greener Pastures trying to sustain that rally on the wrong lead outside the 8th pole. Tries to switch off right there. These 2 head and head. Greener Pastures puts a nose in front. Violent Pass is back into 2nd. Oncoming train up into 3rd with Fort Knox down to the finish, and Greener Pastures from off the pace under the wire, the 2-length winner. Violent Pass was 2nd. It's tight for 3rd. Fort Knox are oncoming train.
Bit of an upset in the 5th at Churchill Downs. Number 3, Greener Pastures off the pace for Michael McCarthy and Florent Giroux.
Yeah, son of Lee gets it done, and a bit of an upset, but maybe we've seen a complete change from what we saw earlier. We're getting that outside flow now. Horses making that run towards the outside. Looked like any one of 4 horses could have won it turning for home, but Greener Pastures was best, powered home.
Greener Pastures with the win. Disappointing effort from the favorite, War Savvy, who finished far back. As we head back over to Belmont Park, getting riders up for the 5th, and they'll head out We have a field of 9 coming up in this $25,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and a pretty wide open board. A couple of horses at 7-2 in Scott Elia and Quantitative Breeze. And Richie.
Yeah, I think this is a very competitive race, and there's several ways you can go. I've got a crazy idea about the one-horse Cause to Dream. First start for Bob Caceres, sharp claiming trainer. Gets Jose Lezcano, takes a confident leap in class.
So we have first off the claim for Steve Caceres as the favorite with Seascape, and then you have first off the claim for Bob Caceres, and the one Cause to Dream is a much bigger price, so you're getting a little bit of value there.
Yeah, one going up in class, one coming down slightly in class.
Getting the call for riders up and leaving the paddock. What's that feeling as a rider, especially on a big day, walking out of that tunnel at Belmont Park?
I always love that feeling as you walk into the tunnel, and then as you breaking out to whether you see the racetrack in this big expansive green. For anybody who's ever gone to a big league ballpark, like when you get to Yankee Stadium, you look out and you get up the ramp and there's all that grass in front of you. It's kind of similar here at Belmont Park.
Yeah, those big, expensive, they're 2 turf courses here at beautiful Belmont Park. We're about 6 minutes away from the 5th at Belmont Park. We're going to take a quick pause in just a moment and welcome in regional networks. We have the Pick 6 kicking off here in the 5th, and a lot more live racing action still to come, including the Pebbles from Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports SoCal, we're very glad to have you with us as we continue on with the live racing action from Belmont and Churchill. Acacia Courtney alongside former champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, we're getting right into the post parade for the 5th at Belmont Park, kicking things off with the number 1, Cause to Dream.
Cause to Dream, claimed by Bob Caceres, gets Jose Lezcano, who's been riding extremely well here at Belmont.
Big price on the number 2, Seahorse Dioro, turning back in distance.
Turning back in distance, back to dirt. Greg DePrima, horse is going to have to find a little more in the tank.
Big price on the board at 25-1 as we look for the number 3, Carly Hustle.
Another one getting back to dirt. Yeah, last time was on the dirt, was in the mud, was actually okay.
Did have some solid dirt form coming in from Parks for the Cantor Mossy Barn as well. Here's the 4, Lucky Sitka.
Long shot, would have to run a race we haven't seen yet.
Debuted in the mud, actually for John Terranova, who just won the 4th race. Now with different connections. Here's your favorite, though, Seascape.
Very logical. Claimed away from a sharp trainer, by a sharp trainer, takes a slight drop in class.
A little rambunctious on the track today, too, is the 5, Seascape. Here's the 6, Scott Elia.
Scott Elia ran very well, going 7 furlongs last time, turns back to 6. Rudy Rodriguez does a good job.
3-1 on the board, one that certainly seems to make sense as well. Here's the 7, Creative Legacy.
For Rudy Rodriguez's brother, Gustavo, adds blinkers, drops in class.
Looking at the number 8 next, Alpine Queen.
Michelle Giangiulio got her first win in Saratoga in a stake with a horse off the claim. This is first time off the claim.
For 10 Strike Racing as well. They've had a lot of success together. And the 9, Quantitative Reason.
A horse that ran extremely well at this condition last time, Antonio Arriaga, a trainer that's a little bit less, high profile, but his horses always look terrific.
Does keep Jose Ortiz in the saddle, too, as that race will kick off the Pick 6. It's time for us to say farewell, though. I'll be back in the reporting role in just a little bit, and it's been a lot of fun this week, Richie.
It was great, and I'm northbound.
I love it. Safe drive home. You, though, we hope that you'll stick around with us as we'll send it down to Maggie Wolfendale for the paddock report, or trackside now for this 5th race. Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll check in with your 2 favorites, and beginning with number 5, Seascape in here. First off the claim for trainer Steve Caceres. Now, I will say that horse is claimed away from the Diodoro barn. Robertino Diodoro, this horse's previous trainer, just over the years have not run that well. I believe it's 13% with horses claimed away from him. Now, I'm kind of reluctantly picking her just because she's at least a consistent type that does have that forward, type of tactical style, in that she came in here sharp. I downgraded her a little bit, and I gave my pick before I watched these warm-ups. thought there were horses moving maybe a touch better than her, but overall she looks healthy and she just makes sense in this spot. As we'll move on to number 9, Quantitative Breeze. And I'll be honest, I thought she was much more of a turf horse, but her form would not suggest that. Now, I think it's a proven fact that she's a dirt horse, and she did improve and step forward in the Antonio Arriaga barn. First off the claim, you know, she chased wide the whole way, and the winner rode the rail, and Baba taking them gate to wire. She looks great. She's very sharp, too, and I thought it was kind of interesting. We saw her show a little bit more foot. Obviously, being on the dirt, they don't run races quite as quickly than they do in turf sprints, so it allows her to be more forward. She can see the whole field to her inside, and her jockey, Jose Ortiz, can play the break. I thought an interesting wild card is number 7, Creative Legacy. First off, the trainer change for Gustavo Rodriguez, the brother of Rudy Rodriguez. Actually, they're going head-to-head here, right? As Rudy trains the 6, Scott Alia. But Creative Legacy, she's put on weight, she's put on conditioning, all things you like to see. She looks better than I've ever seen her in the past, but the turnback scares me a bit. She's run okay at 7 furlongs. She does look like a horse that wants a bit more ground looking at her physically, but still, I thought it kind of made sense as she does get some class relief as we head on over, I should say down south, to Jonathan Kitchen checking in Austin, Texas. JK, what are your thoughts about the pace in this race? Who is going to be doing that early running?
Yeah, look, I think there's 2 horses in here that look to project to go towards the front, the 5 Seascape and then the 9 Quantitative Breezing. I think both of those horses will be forwardly placed. They're going 6.5 today. And I've always had this kind of wild assumption that 6.5 races tend to fall apart easier than 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs. There's so many races that are run at 6 furlongs in this country that sometimes I feel like the riders just can get a little bit lost. That extra half furlong, they could set it up for a closer. So with the 5 and the 9 expected to go towards the front, I thought the 6 Scott Alia was the one you wanted. Ran 7 furlongs last time for Rudy, ran well that day. The pace wasn't particularly quick, but the horse did finish that day, and I think the 6 Scott Alia will get some pace to close into, and I like the 7-2 that we're getting on the board. But I'd tell you what I like more than that, Wolfie and Andy.
Yeah, JK, you got me fired up. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling stepping on the set. Good to be here on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon as we get set for this Pick 6 coming up.
We do, and I think the key to the Pick 6, at least in this race and one of the race and 4 of the races, will be running the turf. We've had a very strong bias towards the rail during this week, and it seems to be as strong as ever. We saw a horse come back on the inside at 8-1, re-rally to win the second race. We saw a somewhat improbable 11-1 shot, credit to Kendrick Carmouche. Both he and Javier Castellano appear to be the riders most in tune with the racetrack, and they've been out on the inside. So the question is, who's going to be on the inside, and particularly the speed? Well, it's supposed to be Seascape. Now, Irad Ortiz, as great a rider as he is not one of those riders that's often included in the track. If Kendrick was on this horse or Javier, I'd see them hustling. If somebody hustles like Kendrick did in the third and gets the lead on the inside, I make them the favorite immediately, whoever they are. Unless they're Lucky Sitka. Then I'd say second or third choice.
Your 9, favor right now, 2-1, and Jose Ortiz, he will quite often take advantage.
Yeah, you know, if he is more aggressive than his brother, he could clear from the outside because the 2 speeds, at least on paper, are the 5 and 9.
Pick 6 pool, 104,000 and growing. As we get you led into the gate here for this non-winners at 2 lifetime claiming race, 6.5 furlongs. And yes, forward and especially inside have been the place to be on this racetrack this opening week of the meet. There is Jose on Quantitative Breezing.
Jose's going to be wintering with us in New York.
Is he
will
really?
Not be heading to Florida. I spoke to his agent, Jimmy Riccio. I'd heard he was thinking of staying, and he'll be staying. So I'm excited to have Jose staying with us all year. Where he belongs in New York. Better for his family. Good situation for him. And listen, the purses are great. I honestly, I'm surprised more riders don't stay here.
I'm sure a lot of riders in that room are not that happy with that decision.
They'll get over it. Or they won't.
4 moving in. Lucky Sitka, big price on the board. There's your favorite. There's Jose Ortiz. We're set for the 5th. Here's Chris Griffin.
They're all in line, all set. And and they're off. Quantitative Breezin flew out of the gate from the far outside post, will cross over and is up by a length and a half. Cause to Dream at the rail is trying to make up some ground with Carly Hustle. Shoved along as Seascaped out wider. That's Scott Alaya. Quantitative Breezin now gets over to the rail, is up by that length. Towards the back of the field, Seahorse D'Oro. Then comes the gray Alpine Queen, Creative Legacy, and the early trailer, Lucky Sitka. With a nice break, gets Quantitative Breezin, is up by a length and a half. Cause to Dream at the rail in second. In between horses, Carly Hustle with a 3-wide Scott Alaya. Also trying to make up some ground. Here comes Seahorse D'Oro. Quickly dropping back there with Seascape. It's dropped back to the back of the field with the trailers. Quantitative Breezin's got the lead, is up by 2. Cause to Dream is right there with Carly Hustle. These front 3 are now 2 lengths clear from Seahorse D'Oro. Scott Alaya trying to make up late ground. Alpine Queen less than a quarter mile to go. It is still Quantitative Breezin hugs the rail, and Quantitative Breezin is up by 2.5. Carly Hustle, Cause to Dream trying to hang on for minor shares right now as Seahorse D'Oro emerges from the pack. Scott Alaya, Alpine Queen. This is all Quantitative Breezin. Gonna crush here to kick off the pick 6. Quantitative Breezin, much the best. Quantitative Breezin, Seahorse D'Oro, then Carly Hustle and Alpine Queen.
Again, forward, a good place to be. This race was over basically steps after the gate opened.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, this horse outbroke the field. Watch the gate pop here, and she didn't beat the gate. She just broke like a shot, and it's often a sign of a horse that's in good form when you see them do that. Jose said, okay, I got an advantage. I got the speed. I'm getting over the good rail. She was a little bit off the rail, actually, maybe a path off, but, you know, we looked at each other about 100 yards in the race and said, over.
Yeah, this was a decisive victory here, and it was pretty early on. It was apparent that it was going to happen. Gate to wire, Quantitative Breezin. Jose Ortiz did his job here for Antonio Arriaga, second off the claim. The Players Group with his 4-year-old filly by Central Banker gets the second win of her career. 42-1 shot, by the way, a long way back in second.
And it's not easy to claim from guys like Brad Cox and have, you know, a lot of success. But I think in this situation, Antonio Arriaga has always been a trainer that has a few horses, but he seems to do a very good job with them. Maybe it's just a case of, you know, you have just a few horses as opposed to somebody who has a lot more horses in those situations. But whatever it is, and she was certainly helped by the racetrack, but she won so easily it didn't matter. Maybe they've just found the key to this filly.
Could be. This was dominant. 116 and 2 final time. 42-1, 16-1, and 15-1. Complete this superfecta.
Yeah, well, if you didn't like the 5, and the 5 Seascape seemed to be, not in contention down the backstretch, then you could have made some money. I'm not smart enough to have liked any of the horses that finished behind this horse.
We're going to take a timeout. Jose Ortiz with the easy as could be victory to start the pick 6. We'll set up the late pick 5 when we come back.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1, Bally Sports, Southern California. Good to have you with us. You can, of course, play all the action at NYRA Bets. Download the app, go to NYRABets.com. Play with us all meet long and beyond. Quantitative breezing. Jose Ortiz gets this filly quickly out of the gate to the front. She never looked back.
No, this race was over right after it started, and she just drew off to win impressively. And congrats to Antonio Arriaga as well. A trainer who doesn't have a lot of horses, but he's one of those trainers, if you like one of his horses, you can feel comfortable that the horse will run well.
Dominant win and a favorite starts off this Sunday pick 6. First Sunday of the meet here at Belmont, and does so with authority. And again, some huge prices underneath. Pick 5 that ended here. Massive. We'll see it when we turn the page here. $6.70 on this 4-year-old filly by Central Baker. She had 3 seconds and 7 starts. Now the second win of her career. Just over 6,000 for that early pick 5. As we move on.
I had 2 in the pick 5.
2 of 5.
Yeah. No, 3. I'm sorry, 3. I had 3 of them, actually, 3 on top. The other 2 I couldn't. I think on the bottom.
Is that fair to say? Ominous skies in Louisville?
I thought that was the Wizard of Oz for a second when I took a look at it.
Looks like it, doesn't it? The 6th coming up. It is 7 minutes away. It's a $30,000 maiden claiming sprint, 7/8 of a mile. And our colleague, Tom Amoss, dropped Windcracker the 9 in for attack for the first time last start to maiden 50. She was a beaten favorite that day. Now she drops to 30. He drops to 30, excuse me. 2-1 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, I mean, the horses' kind of logicals are Windcrackers had 10 chances with 5 in the money. And then you've got Abdan, who I actually prefer, the number 7, who's 3-1 right now, has had 7 chances. And then there's the horse off the claim, Mo Heat, that Jonathan will be against because it was claimed from his buddy George Weaver. So he's putting like a voodoo on that horse.
Probably. We're going to hear from JK in just a moment with a market mover. Broach you the 5-minute mark to post. JK, talk to us.
I see you, Andy. The Twin Spires market mover is the 4 Mo Heat. And yes, Mo Heat was claimed from George Weaver, who does particularly well at Saratoga. And the fact that George ran this horse going 9 furlongs at Saratoga just kind of convinces me that the horse isn't very fast. I think a lot of times trainers on dirt, the longer they go with kind of cheaper type horses, it's just a big indication that these horses don't have a lot of early speed. They don't have a lot of speed in general, and it feels like they're playing this horse because he's got some okay numbers in the past. John Ortiz does well with horses that are moving to his barn, but they are betting the horse a little bit down from the morning line. Maybe it just wasn't a great morning line. If you want to bet the market mover or any other horse in this race, go to twinspires.com. But yeah, you're right, Andy. I am against the 4 Mo Heat.
JK, thank you. As we're 5 minutes away from this 6 coming up at Churchill, pick 5 begins here. We had last night 2-year-olds in the Pocahontas, the Iroquois.
The filly was awfully impressive. She ran like
Brett Calhoun,
second faster than the boys. Huh?
Incredible. And she debuted, what, at 5, I think 5.5 furlongs?
Yeah, she was very impressive.
Hidden Connection. He felt, seeing her train before she made that first start at Colonial, he thought she had star potential, Brett Calhoun.
Well, he was right. I mean, they had sold a piece of her for a decent chunk of money before the race and paid off right away. She's very, very promising. Right now, she's one of the favorites with Echo Zulu, probably for the, depending what's out in California, for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. There's a lot of racing to be done. The Colts, a little slower. Nice win for Todd Pletcher. Disappointing effort for Stellar Tap.
Yeah. Who
Tough
lodged
pace,
an objection to no avail.
They spent an awful long time on that objection, didn't they?
Yeah.
Are you sure it's over?
Just concluded.
Right.
7-1, Pelota, Adam Beschizza.
Yeah, I mean, Pelota's got some speed down the inside, but I don't know how much stamina.
14-1 next door on Dinner Bell.
Does most of her running on the turf, and her one dirt race off the turf was just atrocious.
Speaking of Brett Calhoun and that talented filly, Hidden Connection, your Southerner, he's taken over on this horse for George Weaver.
And this one was on a gold rail almost a year ago at Belmont, because I know you like that gold rail info coming back. The last effort's good enough on paper, but I'm dubious.
Double-digit odds, Raylo Gutierrez.
Who rode that filly
First ever win at Churchill in that victory.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a good guy. I really like Raylo. Teasing him last night, saying every agent in the world's calling up to try to get that mount now.
Probably so.
I'm sure. So the game is played.
Mo Heat, here's the one claimed off of George Weaver.
Back-to-back off George Weaver, the 3 and 4. I thought this horse ran very, very well last time. It was a super hot pace and really held well to be second. The winner came from dead last.
Nearly 40-1 on this 3-year-old by Rousing Sermon on Amia.
Usually a bad sign when a first-timer is 39-1. Usually.
I concur.
Probably at least one out of 50 times.
Sounds like we agree on the set. A lot to like with Abdan, including the cutback.
Yeah, I like the cutback, and that was also a hot pace and a contested pace there. I think there were better horses. I like this horse, my top choice.
Robertino Diodoro, one of the best claiming trainers in the game. Second off the claim for him with his 7. Looks like game face on for that gray. Lend It To Me. Darren Miller has speed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the last race at Belterra, the figure's fast enough, but I'm skeptical.
Should be in front, though. What do you think?
I think any of the 1, 4, and 8 can be forward, but this one may have more speed as a sprinter, so could be in front. That's a good point.
Here's Tom Amos's Super Saver 3-year-old.
Listen, he's run a lot of fast races, but he hasn't run since May. His last race wasn't that good, and I shy away from horses that are short prices that have had 10 chances.
And Gunnar Paul rounds out the field. Tom Drury Jr. in a set of Exaggerator.
Yeah, trainer change. So if you want the trainer change to Tom Drury, jump in. Otherwise, I would be going elsewhere. I'm gonna box 4-7, Greg.
4-7.
Mm-hmm. That's my play.
7-2 and 3-1 on those two. Let's hear from Frank Lyons in Louisville.
So, I think this 9 horse is a certainty, to be honest with you, because the horses that he's faced, he finished second to reinvestment risk first time out. That's from Chad Brown's barn. He's a tremendous horse. King Fury faced second time out. He's beaten 3.5 lengths, and then he was beaten 12 lengths by Caddo River. I think that this horse was in so much need of a break last time because he had been on the go since August 1st of last year at Saratoga was his first race, and he went all the way till May the 7th of 2021 when he started for Maiden 50. I didn't like him that day, if you remember. I said that this horse doesn't look good and he's not going to win. He was 8-5 favourite on the day, but now he looks fantastic. And he's now 5-2, 2-1. And given the time off, freshen him up. I think that drawn 9, Tom Amos, there's a ton of speed in this race. And I think Windcracker will come from a little off of the pace, which is suited today. Then the 4-horse Mo Heat, which Jonathan was talking about, that one's out of Extra Heat. Do you all remember Extra Heat? She's the filly who beat me in the Breeders' Cup for the pick 6, but she was a great mare. She's the dam of actually 2 stakes winners, Elusive Force and Elusive Heat and Southwestern Heat. But he finished second last time out to a horse of Mike Maker's, Johnny Pump, and that horse came back to be third last time out against 16 climbers. Then the 3 Southerner, that exits a bad race too. Finished second to Anzo Beach last time out. Well, Anzo Beach just got beat for 7,500 non-winners of 2. So this Windcracker, I think, is a very, very nice bet at 2-1. And then the 7 is the other horse that I like in here, Abdan. Robertino Diodoro sends this one out with David Cohen aboard. Tried Saratoga last time out, going 1.8 miles in the mud. Didn't fare so well, but you could probably put a line through that race. And then he's got good form after that. But I think this is the 9 Windcracker for Tom Amos. Wolfie?
Unlike the filly Desert Stormer that Frank Lyons trained that won the Breeders' Cup Sprint here at Belmont and beat me for a fortune when I bet Mr. Greeley was second, Extra Heat actually finished second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint and lost to Squirtle Squirt, who's famous for being Bobby Frankel's first Breeders' Cup winner.
Yeah, I love both those runners,
Yeah.
but Extra Heat was special. Sold for, I believe, $6,500.
Started out in a claiming race, a maiden claiming race.
And she was a monster sprinter.
I thought one of the best races that she ever ran was her second place finish at 7 furlongs in the test when she dueled through 21 and 43 and change or something and finished second to the very good horse Victory Ride.
Ah, okay.
So I do remember that Frank didn't like Windcracker last time. In fact, you and I were talking about it off air.
Yeah, I'm glad he brought that up.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, Frank.
Abdan, we like the 7. You're going to box 4-7. Frank is extremely high on Windcracker. To be fair, Windcracker has faced really tough company.
He can definitely win. I only slightly increased my 4-7 box when Frank declared his undying love for the 9 Windcracker. So he can make fun of me after the race when Windcracker wins for fun. But he's right. That horse is the horse to beat.
Travis Stone with the call. Late pick 5 starts here.
They're off. Abdan with a good beginning, so too Windcracker toward the outside. Those two fastest out of the gate as they head up the chute down toward the rail. Mohit shows some early speed too. Lend It to May comes up on through 2. Onto the main track they go. Lend It to May goes head-to-head with Abdan. Here comes Dinner Bell. Dinner Bell slicing through the pack, passing several horses in a few strides, and Pelota is following that move too. So down the backstretch they go. Dinner Bell on the outside, short lead. Abdan toward the rail racing in second. Pelota's going to try and split those two up into third. Lend It to May's back into fourth. Mohit toward the inside in fifth. Windcracker is sixth. Southerners in seventh. Gunner Paul's in eighth by 4. Rousing Siren is outsprinted so far. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 3/5 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. Abdan's back in front with 3 furlongs left. Lend It to May now launching a rally. Lend It to May passing horses quickly on the extreme outside. And Mohit comes off the rail to grab third. Pelota's in fourth. Windcracker winding up on the outside. Southerner coming up the rail with Gunner Paul. Top of the stretch, Lend It to May comes away with the lead. Opens up by half a length. Mohit switched outside. Abdan fights on. Windcracker continues to close. And Gunner Paul's going to try and come through toward the rail with Southerner wide open, 100 yards to go. Here comes Gunner Paul down inside to the front. Gunner Paul from off the pace, weaving through the pack, under the wire to win it by 3. Windcracker was second, Abdan was third, tight for fourth, Southerner or Mohit.
Third barn in 4 starts for Gunner Paul, who would never hit the board, and what a massive improvement today.
Wow. Well, as we said in the post-parade, this one was for fans of trainer switches to Tom Drury. Unfortunately, Greg, you and I were not either one or two of those horses, and this was a wild race, right? Because, I mean, I would say that Abdan ran very well, just nipped by Windcracker for second, because, like, horses were appearing from different races to take shots at him early in there, and thought he ran well, but Gunner Paul, congrats if you had that one. Took a little money to be 10-1, don't you think?
Yeah, indeed. Back at Belmont, late pick 5 begins with this race here. It's on the turf. It's 6 furlongs New York bred, maiden special weight. I love this pick 5 sequence today. It's a difficult group of races. Current pool, 220,000 and growing. Let's get a paddock report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And it looks as though trainer Dave Donk has a nice 1-2 punch in here, as he will send out the current favorite, and that is the second time starting, number 2, Devil or Angel. As I wasn't in the paddock for his first race, but I will say that watching it, and watching it after the wire too, the rider Jose Ortiz really asked him to gallop out, and he responded beautifully. I mean, he really galloped out strong, and I like to see that just for the fact that you're getting more fitness into them. And this guy looks really fit. He also looks as though he might want even more ground, but the fact that he gets an extra furlong to play with today, I think plays right into his wheelhouse, because he is a very scopy type of individual. A lot of leg to him too, but he looks the part in here as a favorite and the horse to beat. Moving on to number 3, Gino, also for Dave Donk, a son of Big Brown. The dam is 1 for 26 on the turf, but, and this is her first full, but the dam is half to Unbelievable Dream, who won the Appalachian, depending on where you're from, which is a turf race in Kentucky. So there's turf going back a ways, and this guy definitely looks as though he should appreciate the turf. Good size to him too, a solid and mature looking individual. We'll see, does he want, again, more ground? But I like the way he's prepared heading into this 6 furlong contest. Moving on to number 11, jumping from inside to out, Cool Laoban. I always think about when Mark Casse enters his horse's turf first time out, that often he is trying to give them a easier experience possibly than putting them in a dirt race, because the turf's more forgiving, they don't have to deal with kickbacks. So just a race to really strengthen and learn a bit, it's easier on the turf, because I can't say that this one has that much turf pedigree to speak of. And he doesn't necessarily look like a turf horse either, this gelding. He's very tall and leggy. He was working well early on with a nice filly by the name Adversity, who did win in her second start. we'll see what we get. I will take the wait and see approach with this one, though at least on the appearance of things, he looks fit. Number 12 is Bucker 2. This one definitely has some turf pedigree. A son of War Dancer. The dam was 4.22 on the turf. There's 2 winners from 3 foals to try it. Looks like a turf horse. Solid. There's a lot of substance to this guy who's very broad in his kind of physicality. And it is Michelle Nevin. Sometimes her horses do need a race to really kind of, tune up. And I get the feeling with this guy here, but one I think could run well at first asking. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Our post parade coming up shortly when we return from a timeout. We'll get to that momentarily. 6 furlongs on the lawn. New York Breds kicking off this late pick 5 on the Sunday card when we come back.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Guinness. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
The Cup champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS1, Bally Sports Southern California. Good to have you with us on this Sunday card here in Elmont, New York. We have the late pick 5 coming up in about 6 minutes here. And a New York bred group of maidens looking for that first win will kick off the sequence. 6 furlongs on the turf. And right now the favorite, Devil or Angel for David Donk, who ran a very good race first time out at Saratoga, missing by a half length.
I agree. Absolutely the horse to beat in this race. Ran fine, got a very good trip that day, but ran second to a horse who had experience, was also in the turf for the first time, is the one to beat. I've actually got a tip on the other Dave Donk horse for what it's worth. I don't bet tips, but just throwing it out there. I'm going to try Bucker 2, who I imagine some people have noticed is a full to Dancing Buck, who's a nice turf sprinter who's running in the next race actually here. You don't see full brothers running in back-to-back races too often. And Michelle Nevin actually has great numbers, Greg, with first-time starter, 2-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints. She's 3 for 12. 7 of them hit the board. And the ROI is huge because one of them paid a big price. It's $8.55. But this is something she's gotten good with. And I think it's a question, and Michelle's a terrific trainer. There's so many opportunities, right, in these situations that, Michelle, like any other trainer, is looking to adapt to circumstance.
There's the favorite who we'll talk about here in a moment. We'll kick things off with Father Walsh. Pat Reynolds debuted on dirt at Saratoga.
Is it me, or is this horse taking a ton of money? They bet first time and had speed and will likely have speed again, but this pedigree is not screaming the move up on turf.
Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride back. He was on for that debut on the dirt. Here's the favorite, 6-5.
Well, absolutely the horse to beat. I'm not running to bet 6-5 shots in these situations, but she ran very well first time out, and she's the one to beat.
And she does handle the turf better, or he does, than he's handling the dirt right now.
I hope so.
Gino, the first timer that you said there's some tips out on for David Donk?
Yep, I got a tip on this one. The other Dave Donk. Dam was 1 for 27, as Maggie was pointing out in the turf. It's first foal.
Some good works, too.
The Dam was a Sun King. I love Sun King. It's one of my favorite horses.
Showed big speed, apparently, in that last work. I'm over you, the 423 to 1.
That's probably why I have a tip on him. I think it was the exercise rider, actually, gave it to me now that you mentioned it. Didn't do much running at Monmouth in one turf race.
Dylan Davis, he had a 3-win day yesterday on a first-timer for one of the hottest barns of the grounds, Tom Morley.
Hey, listen, this is a horse to have the 2 turf winners out of 5 to try it is a big price. So if you want to throw in a little pedigree, this one's got a little.
Tom Morley came in today tied for the meet lead as the leading trainer with a big day yesterday.
Ooh.
Lord Brownie, Gary Siaka, 36 to 1.
Did no running on the dirt and doesn't have a pedigree that at least suggests it's going to move forward. He's going to move forward.
Make Art definitely has some turf pedigree.
Yeah, I think this one is very dangerous in here. We saw Mike Maker win first time in the turf with a big price. And this one's a first foal from Madame, who won a couple times in the turf. And we saw 2 Klimps, I believe, win. That's the sire Klimp, win turf sprints at Saratoga. 2-year-olds.
Open till midnight. The debut without blinkers was good. Took a backwards move, now takes them off again.
Yeah, and was easily beaten by Devil or Angel. And I just wonder if the race this horse came out of first time wasn't that strong. The horse was second, was nowhere yesterday.
What, 10 to 1 here? I'm surprised at that price on this one.
Yeah, did get easily beaten by the favorite, though, last time.
He's a Stone Cold Fox, first time out, son of Freud for Bruce Brown.
Worked 21 3/5, and the Dam was a nice horse. I think there's a little turf in the second family, and it's a Freud. Freuds are often turf horses, huge price.
Cool Lauban. Here's the 11 for Mark Casse, first timer.
You know, the Dam produced 3 horse strata turf. She was on race that did little running, but one of them actually handled it. And Lauban, the Laubans seemingly do anything.
And buck or 2, Michelle Nevin, who you were talking about earlier, the war dancer.
This is absolutely the pedigree play in this race. I mean, this horse is a full to a good horse dancing buck, a half to another turf winner. The Dam was a nicer turf horse. And I wonder if the fact that Jorge Vargas is riding is one of the reasons horse is a bigger price. You know, people see a less-known jockey. I think Jorge is a terrific rider. And you remember, Jorge Vargas and Jose Ortiz are both represented by Jimmy Riccio. So maybe one where they wanted Jose Ortiz, and Jimmy said he's committed to the favorite. And how about Jorge? And I'm just guessing. I don't know this for a fact. And I don't mind. I think he's a good rider, and he's a hungry rider.
2 minutes to post here in our late pick 5. That pool, 355,000. Let's go to JK for more on this group to kick off the sequence.
Yeah, look, the 2 Devil or Angel, absolutely the horse to beat. Ran a fast speed figure that day. Ran well first time out. For connections, you'd expect the horse to improve second time out. Now, with all that said, I think the 8 is an interesting proposition because the horse ran pretty well first out. The speed figure wasn't particularly quick, did have some trouble in there, showed some ability, and I'm thinking maybe they tried to put the blinkers on. That experiment didn't go well. The blinkers are coming off. Now it's the 3rd start. I like the experience with these young horses, and I'm just hoping that Open Till Midnight can kind of find that first race form and then improve just a little bit more 3rd start out, taking the blinkers off. And I'm hopeful that can turn the tables on that last race. But like we said, the 2, Devil or Angel, looks to be the horse to beat. I'm not as against tip horses as Andy is, but it's an interesting story on the 3 with being a tip horse in a race where the other horse is going to be a big favorite. So I do think that those 3 horses are the likeliest horses in this race, but I'm going to go with the 8 a little bit. I'm going to hope that original, that first out form can show back up here. Maggie?
And I'll take a look here, JK, at 2 horses that have experience but are trying the turf for the first time. Beginning with the inside runner, that's Father Walsh for trainer Pat Reynolds, the son of Twirling Candy. As I love Pat Reynolds, he was joking with me, this horse better run well or I'll give Twirling Candy a bad name because they seem to be running well wherever they are. But they do like the turf, and I know there isn't much turf on the bottom side, but watching this guy's one workout showing on the Saratoga or Oklahoma turf course, I like the way he traveled over it. Now, he doesn't scream it physically, but I did like the way he moved and the fact that he had that early pace and then tired A lot of times it's easier for horses to continue that speed on the turf because it's just easier to push off of. Furthermore, he was more fit today and he was much better behaved out on the track, unlike last time at Saratoga. Now number 7, McCart, he will get on the turf now finally. And as Andy pointed out, the Klimts are running well. They're 3 for 16 so far with his freshman crop. The Dam was a turf horse. This is her first full. I'll be honest, he doesn't scream it physically, but there's pedigree there, there's intention there too. And this is the first time he has behaved himself. He was obnoxious in the paddock first time out. He was good until they put the rider up last time, and today they kept him so quiet. They kept him in the stall. He was good on the walking ring, and he's done everything right for the first time. Now this being his 3rd start of his career, Greg.
Getting on the grass. Thank you, Maggie. We talked about that pedigree there. Dam was a multiple winner sprinting on the turf. We'll see if this surface switch makes a difference for the 7.
I'm just thinking horse name. I want to name a horse Obnoxious. I like that. That'd be a good horse name. I think the 7's very interesting here as well, McCart. I took a shot with the 12 buck or two. I'm happy to bet at a big price with a horse with plenty of pedigree first time out. No illusions, Devil or Angel. But you and I were talking off camera. 4 to 5 on Devil or Angel. There's too many unknowns in here. I don't like the 1, but the horse is getting bet. It's probably going to be speed. You got the 7 first time on the turf. You got the 3. You got the 12. You got a whole lot. There's too many variables, and you can't control in this race to take 4 to 5. It's one thing to take a race with established form, and you think this horse is just better than the horse it ran against, and all these things, and you take a short price. There's too many things that could happen here. There might be a killer hidden in the wings, just sort of waiting in the weeds, right?
Yeah, I agree. There he is in the background there, that too. And it's almost like he ran an 80 buyer in that debut, which he did not, to be taking this kind of money.
No, I agree with you. I think that's a good point. I mean, 66 is a solid enough number. New York bred maidens, first-time stars. Turf horses don't run huge figures, the 2-year-olds to start out. But you're right. It's not like it's some figure that... And also, this horse had a perfect trip first time out as well. So... both you and I will say he's absolutely the horse to beat in this race. But 4 to 5 is too short a price to take on this horse, in my opinion. And yours too, I think.
I agree. Here he is, Jose Ortiz, back aboard. He had him in good early position and actually took him back a little bit when he saw the kind of speed developing in front of him that worked out to that perfect trip for him. We'll see how it plays out today.
Well, I mean, you have to think, assuming the clean break, Father Walsh is going from the rail, right? Irat's not taking him back. He's a speed horse. He's taking money. So Jose's probably going to be sitting off him. But there's so many other horses, you have no idea what they're going to do. These are a lot of first-time stars, first-time turfers. I'd rather take 17 to 1, a little guess, the 12, or 9 to 1 on the 7, McCart.
And Father Walsh back to the 1. That money has stayed there.
Yeah.
On the horse moving to the lawn. Started the late pick 5, but the odds-on favorite. It's the 2, Devil or Angel, for trainer David Donk. His stablemate next door, the first-time starter Gino with John Velasquez. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Buck or 2, last to load to the outside. They are all in line. All set. And they're off. Devil or Angel has early speed open till midnight. There's Gino up in the early mix with He's a Stone Cold Fox in the blue cap. He's a Stone Cold Fox and Devil or Angel, they're 1-2. Gino taken back is now in 3rd. Cool Lao Band is moving forward, and the Barber Silks is now taken 3rd. Father Walsh has lost some ground, is in behind Moon's the Limit. Got shuffled back to 6th. Further back in the field comes Buck or 2 out wide. Lord Brownie is towards the back of the field with Open Till Midnight, and Macart is the trailer. He's a Stone Cold Fox has got the lead. Here comes Cool Lao Band. It's right up there in 2nd. Taking off the pace now at Devil or Angel. Gino is trying to make up some late ground as well. Also running on I'm Over You is in the 5th spot, is going to tip out wide. No room, Devil or Angel right now. He's a Stone Cold Fox, Cool Lao Band. Gino 3 wide, 4 wide, I'm Over You. Will Devil or Angel find some room? Along the hedge here, He's a Stone Cold Fox who kicks for home. Devil or Angel is called for the effort. Cool Lao Band trying to make up late ground with Gino from the back. Father Walsh, it's still He's a Stone Cold Fox in front. Devil or Angel is now squeezing through that opening. He's a Stone Cold Fox is almost there. Gino with a late push. Gino to the outside of He's a Stone Cold Fox. Gino gets up. Gino, He's a Stone Cold Fox. Devil or Angel and Cool Lao Band.
Gino, first time out, stablemate of the odds-on favorite, up for the victory for David Donk.
Who said tips never win? Yeah, gets it done, and didn't do it in the front end. I think you and I thought this horse would probably be more forwardly placed. Want to watch it again. Did the 2 get herself in a little bit of traffic down there? Because she did manage to finish 3rd, but Gino out-finished here. And by the way, he's a stone-cold fox. How about this horse? This horse ran a very, very good race. Now, down the inside is the 2, Devil or Angel. She's searching for a seam. The winner's coming off. Now, I feel like she got that seam right in here to run through as she gets off, and she just got out-finished by her stablemate, who had that more momentum because she was out in the clear. But, you know, I don't think the 2 ran badly, and maybe she was a bit unlucky. It feels like maybe the 9 drifted a little there. But we said it beforehand, so many unknowns. So what happened? 2 first-time starters ran 1-2.
Nearly won at 53-1, knocking just about everybody out of these multi-race wagers. Winds up second in the end. It's 9-1 on Gino, son of Big Brown, out of that Sun King mare Weekend Hottie. This her first foal.
Yeah, and first foal, winning foal in the debut. And David Donk didn't win with the heavy favorite, but he won with the bigger priced horse. I guess that information I got was good. I should have listened. I bet the 12. The 12 was a little green, by the way. A little bit of running from the 12, buck or 2. Maggie had said maybe she thought the horse might need one, and I think she was right. So we'll see if that horse improves
we know
second time.
Donk's a big Jets fan. Is this horse named after Geno Smith?
There you go. Sounds very possible. If Dave's a big Jets fan, I'm guessing this makes him feel a little bit better about the performance of the Jets. Quarterback threw 4 interceptions in the first half.
Really?
I read that on Twitter.
9-1.
So it must be true.
On this first-time starter, Johnny V aboard for David Donk. Double digits nearly to start off this late pick 5. We're going to look back yesterday on some big races, but runaway rumor, New York bred. He's been good against open company. Graded stakes place. He's looking to go 4 for 4 at Belmont in the Pebbles coming up.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubawi, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubawi and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Good to have you with us. We head to Louisville, 7th at Churchill Downs. Started their late pick 4. It's a 6 furlong sprint on the main track. A starter allowance 4 to 5 on Henny's Crazy Train, who was just second at Colonial at a short price. Had the lead in the stretch and got run down.
I can't believe somebody's 4 to 5 in this race. I had this race open to the 1, 4, 5, and 7. I narrowed the 7 of them down. It means you probably want to box 2, 3, 6. I thought this was a very tough race.
I didn't see this horse yet as a standout by any means. Even money now, continuing to come through the tunnel. The runners.
Yeah, I mean, her last race was fine. I'm not against her per se. I think she's certainly a player in here. I just don't see anybody, look to me at least, looking at this race, nobody jumped off the page.
She is 2 for 2 at Churchill. She broke her maiden for 30 here, and then one of 50 non-winners of 2 race as well.
Yeah, no, she obviously is okay. Her last race, the Fig, seems legit.
Town Beauty, big maiden claiming win at Ellis last out.
Yeah, she would have to get faster. She seems, to me, she's 7 to 2.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
7 to 1 on Miss
Wow.
is Zippy.
I mean, just doesn't seem like her best running's been done on the turf. Her best running on synthetic and the turf. I mean, not dirt.
Anthropology, she won for maiden 30 at Ellis, 2
Well,
back.
I don't know what happened off the claim last time, but her race 2 back makes her a player in here, so I don't think she's a bad play. 12 to 1 seems like a big overlay.
Duplicitous, she's a multiple winner at Churchill.
It's a good name, and she is 3-time winner, and I think the only 3-time winner in the field with the 8 scratched.
Truer words have never been spoken. Brooklyn's Da Bomb, 12 to 1.
You're a Brooklynite now.
I
I
am.
think it's really impressive. My old neighborhood looks a little slow, but has speed.
12 to 1 on the 6. 8 to 1 here. Connie K. Randy Morse.
I thought this was the best speed in the race. I thought this was better than Brooklyn's Da Bomb. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna box 4, 5, 7. Because I had it over to 1, 4, 5, 7. The 1 is, to me, a big underlay. So I'll box the horses that are better prices. How's that?
Sounds good. You can do that as well at home with Twin Spires bet back offer. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs. Today's this last day of the offer, and you'll get your money back up to $10 if your horse runs 2nd or 3rd. You have to opt in, though. Don't forget to do that. And your bonus funds will be credited each Monday. Download the app or go to twinspires.com. Jonathan.
Yeah, it's a tough race. I agree with Andy. I mean, any horse being even money in here seems a little bit crazy to me. I thought the 3 and the 4 are the interesting ones. The 3, Miss is Zippy. See what you did there, Mrs. Zippy. This is a horse that has a couple of back numbers on the turf that seem to kind of fit with this group. The problem is this horse's dirt races weren't particularly good. But those dirt races were when this horse wasn't particularly good. I think she's kind of figured it out a little bit, and I'm hoping that she'll run a little bit better getting back to the dirt. She seems to be training well. She's worked at Ellis Park on the dirt, and I'm hoping that the trainer change and the surface switch could kind of wake up Mrs. Zippy. And then the 4, Anthropology, another one that the last race just wasn't very good. They were sprinting, just no good. And I'm hoping that they can I'm going to pretend that race didn't exist. We can find the race that happened before, the 2 races back at Ellis Park, because if that race is run, Anthropology can win. I just thought those prices made a little bit more sense on the 3 and the 4.
7 to 1, 15 to 1 on the 3 and 4 respectively, but it's odds on. Thanks, JK, on the 1. Henny's Crazy Train. Michael Tomlinson from that inside post. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Anthropology reared up at the starting gate, broke through the front, but was restrained. Mitchell Murrow's back on Anthropology. And she's now back in, so waiting for Connie K. They're in the gate. And they're off. Connie Kay stumbled soon after the start. Duplicitous breaks on top. Connie Kay showing speed after that beginning. Brooklyn's DeBomb is there, and Anthropology down toward the rails. Scramble is on early. Connie Kay on the extreme outside, Anthropology down inside, and Brooklyn's DeBomb between them. Duplicitous backs out to be fourth. Town Beauty from the inside post to the outside, racing up into fifth. And He's Crazy Train is sixth. Mississippi's at the back in seventh. 4 furlongs to go. Anthropology going head-to-head with Brooklyn's DeBomb. A snappy quarter in 21 and 3. Connie Kay right there to their outside, 3 wide while third. Town Beauty's not far behind in fourth, and Duplicitous isn't either, fifth and toward the rail. And He's Crazy Train launching a rally, 4 or 5 wide, but passing horses quickly. Mississippi's at the back of the pack. Wide open, top of the stretch. Connie Kay floated wide off the turn. And He's Crazy Train swept to the front, though. And He's Crazy Train's in front by 2. Town Beauty runs up into second. Anthropology, Duplicitous coming through toward the rail. Then it's Mississippi. And He's Crazy Train trying to see it out. Town Beauty coming with a resolute rally. Duplicitous coming up the rail. Wires coming fast. And He's Crazy Train trying to hold, and does. And He's Crazy Train the winner. Duplicitous was second. Town Beauty was third. And Mississippi finished fourth.
Henny's Crazy Train crossing the wire first. 1-5-2. Cut over on this 2 a little bit out of that turn, Town Beauty?
Have to watch it again, Greg. You thought you saw it, so I respect that. I did not. I was looking at other horses. She got the job done at even money. I guess you could say they knew, but we'll see. I mean, maybe we can see that again, but don't know. Don't know.
4-5 in the end on Henny's Crazy Train. And able to hold off 2 late challengers, making a run at her here down the stretch. Joe Rocco Jr., Michael Tomlinson, and Hatfield Stables. Bred by Toby Keith Stream Walking Farms.
There you go. There you go. And wearing pretty much Secretary's colors.
Yeah.
There you go. That was a recipe for victory. So far, there is no objection been lodged, so see if something happens, but so far nothing.
1-5-2-3 unofficially there. Meanwhile, back at Belmont. 7th up next. 6 furlongs, inner turf, very competitive turf sprint here for Allowance Optional, claiming New York bred company. One of the many with a shot in here. Opt for Bobby Roboto. We'll be back right after this.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. 'Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, 'tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang-bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with 2-time winner, Ruse, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. That's a beautiful sight right there. Home of the Kentucky Derby, Twin Spires, Churchill Downs. And the 7th race just completed. Henny's Crazy Train was clear, I guess.
She was, 380. Got the money. Scratched the connections, Michael Tomlinson, Joe Rocco Jr.
Tail of a Cotty filly. She's now 3 for 3 at Churchill Downs. Pick 4 concludes there, just over $1,380. Up next, the 8th and 2-year-old fillies traveling 7/8 of a mile. We'll set that one up in a little bit. It's back to Belmont, where these turf sprints, they can be difficult. You can make a case for a lot, as the board shows here.
I agree. I found the 6 a little tough to like, and the 12 a little tough to like. And after that, want to hear my theory? Or we'll let Acacia talk. My theory was Call Me Harry. Why have they been rating this horse? When he was good, he showed a lot of speed. He has one off the pace, but on the front end. And I'm hoping with Luis Saez, they try to be aggressive. Maybe he's not in front. Maybe he is. I'd love to see him in front. But at least close, because coming from far back, maybe he has no speed anymore. It's just been a disaster.
Right now, 9-2. Let's head to Acacia Courtney. Paddock report here for the 7th.
And Andy, I have a theory about Call Me Harry. We'll get to him momentarily, but just going numerically here in the paddock, as this is a very wide open race, and they look that way in the flash this afternoon too. But I wanted to talk about a horse making the first start for Charlie Baker. That's the 3 Alfalfa, who I noted last time. I just liked the way that he moved. I liked the way he framed up, but he was a little bit more angular. Just thought that he would suit getting back on the turf, and thought that he could actually stand to strengthen up a little bit. He's done that. He looks stronger today. He's been into the bridle throughout. He's put on some weight to my eye from that last start, and he just looks like he's doing really, really well. I thought that he was a very intriguing prospect. Actually ran on well 2 starts back behind Shiraz in that turf sprint up at Saratoga. And given his size, I actually think the 6 furlongs here at Belmont suits him beautifully. Plus, I just love what I'm seeing from him in the flesh. Next to him, the 4 Call Me Harry is turning back in distance, and I went through every time that I've seen him pretty much. When he started his career on the racetrack and he was sprinting on the turf and he was kind of an unknown entity at that point, he was one that tended to be just a little bit all over the place in the paddock. He was very energetic pre-race, and he's been one that lately has been very quiet. He is incredibly quiet in the paddock today, and I do think physically cutting back in distance, he looks to me a little bit more like a turf sprinter. He carries his weight. He tends to carry condition from race to race. He's very rounded out in his build and in those hindquarters, as he always has been. But with turf sprinters, especially ones that at least used to show some natural speed, I like to see them be a little bit on the engine, be into the bridle, be on their toes a little bit more prior to the race. And I'm just not seeing that from Call Me Harry. I do wonder what we're going to get with an aggressive rider like Luis Saez aboard, just in mentality and demeanor here in the paddock, especially in comparison to his neighbor Alfalfa. He has been a little bit more quiet, so I will watch him out on the track. The 7 Dancing Buck is a horse coming out of the New York Stallion series, and he is like the spitting image of a sire War Dancer. Such a pretty and well put together horse for Michelle Nevin. And he's one that does have a little bit of a longer type of frame, but he's kind of a smaller, handier type. Splitting hairs as far as distance, but I do think that the 6 should actually suit him quite well in here. He has been tactical. I love him sticking to the turf, and he's been very professional today. It looks like he's really mentally starting to figure things out, as he is a 3-year-old. He did win 2 starts back against older New York breds, and this is a tough spot, but I think that he's coming along and starting to really figure out this whole racing thing. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. There's Dancing Bucky, 6-1. Michelle Nevin, Kendrick Carmouche missed all of Saratoga. Opening day here at Belmont. Got back into the winner's circle after that broken ankle. This is a look at April the 17th, and this was a win in his return to the lawn.
Yeah, and Manny Franco rode him. I think he's serving a suspension for a few days while he's not riding. I thought Manny gave him a good ride. I think in result, you could say he probably moved too soon, because his race was falling apart in the late stages. It's not a criticism of the ride, it's just the way it sort of played out. The second horse was unlucky. Dr. Bluty should have won. He also went the wrong way after this race. But I thought Dancing Buck ran very well. It was his return race. He did not run well in his next start. Was it the 7 furlongs? I don't know, Greg. He ran so poorly, it's hard to blame him on the 7 furlongs. Maybe something went wrong, and that's why we didn't see him.
Deal with.
Yeah, but maybe something went wrong. He's good enough that he could have been competitive. He was dreadful. So I think he's very dangerous coming back, and he's a generous price at 6-1.
Step Dancer was in that race, would win out of it. Cal Dream just won yesterday, who we had to deal with in that race. We'll see if he can get back to that race from a couple back that we just showed you. Meanwhile, here is Discretionary Mark, the remaining half of the entry. Rob Atras, 6-1.
He's been in very good form. He was in a race last time that had a wild amount of speed, and that's why he couldn't get the lead. There's speed in here, but not like the one he was in last time. Speed's his weapon. I thought Ricardo Santana gave him a great ride back. The problem is that speed is his weapon, and he has a rider, Junior Alvarado, that's one of the least aggressive riders that you can find. So unless he's aggressive with this horse, I don't believe he can win.
6-time winner on the turf.
He's been in good form lately. His form's a little dirtied up. He's actually run better than some of those races look like.
Meanwhile, here's a look at the 11. Here's Scuttlebuzz. He actually is adding blinkers. That's not listed in the form. He's actually favored right now.
Yeah, in my opinion, he's a horrendous favorite. I think he's a really terrific horse, and he is clearly a niche turf sprinter. You go back to his last turf sprint we're looking at now. Now, he beat Veterans Beach, who would be 30-1 in this race, so that's not a good sign. Scacciatore has run better, so he didn't run that well that day, but he's a better horse than that. The problem that I have isn't so much that I don't think he's good enough to win, because I do think he's good enough to win this race. You have an inner turf course that has been very kind to inside runners. And you've got a deep closer with an outside post position. I think he's got post 8 with the scratches. That's problematic. What kind of trip is he going to be able to work out? If he had an inside post, that Jose Liscano could get him to save ground, then hopefully angle out to make his run. But a deep closer on a course that's been very favorable to forward horses, to inside horses, is problematic. I'm not saying he can't win. I'm not saying he can't overcome it. There's speed signed on in this race. I'm just saying I don't want to take 3-1 in a competitive field like this to find out.
Had post 10.
Yeah, well.
Got beat a neck.
Yeah, but that wasn't a course like this. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, the rail. Oh, wait. Where are we looking?
I'm going back to June of last year.
Wow. Oh, no, he ran very well that day.
Yeah.
But I mean more this course because the way the rail's been. Now, the rails are going up next week, so I think the inner turf course will be much more fair when we get to next week.
Here's our post break. So we'll start with the old veteran, the 7-year-old Discretionary Mark, Rob Atras.
The 7-year-old's been in as good form as he's really ever been in recently, and if he's able to clear the lead, if he's able to see the speed on the inside, I think it's going to be very tough.
Charlie Baker, he started to make some noise at Saratoga. John Velasquez rides for him here.
He's such a good trainer. He's really one of the better trainers that we know of in the game. And taking over this horse, not knocking his last trainer, but he's a 9% trainer, and Charlie Baker's better than 20%. I think this horse is a player.
Here's Call Me Harry. Can he go back to showing that speed that you talked about? Luis Saez aboard.
Right. If he's not forward, then I can just rip my tickets up because I don't think he's capable of being effective unless he's forward. But if he's more forward, then I think he has a chance to be a factor.
New York's finest, he would need to find better to contend here.
I agree. He's got some speed, but he just doesn't look good enough.
Dancing Buck. We showed you that win at Aqueduct. That was back in April. Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
I think this horse is very dangerous and a very generous price right now at 6-1 if you like him. I think as long as you're against the 11, they're mostly generous prices. My horse is actually an underlay.
Here's Opt, another player. Bobby Robato, Javier Castellano.
Right. If the pace gets hot, why can't he make his presence felt? I mean, his figures are as fast as the figures for Scuttlebuzz, and he's a huge price.
He's been competitive against Rinaldi, and I think he's a better sprinter than going longer.
I agree with you on that.
Here's Valmont. He is quick. Ray Handel.
He is quick. We'll see what he can do. I think he's actually kind of interesting, but he is coming out of a race where the speeds ran 1-2 around the track, and a horse that's entered on Thursday had a tough trip.
Jose Liscano on Scuttlebuzz, those blinkers going on for Rudy Rodriguez.
He's a really cool turf sprinter who's able to close into less than fast paces, and he's a really honest turf sprinter. I just worry about the outside post, and the price just is not great. It's not terrible, but it's a little short for me.
And 6-1, outside on the 12, Dr. Duke. He has speed as well. Eric Cancel rides.
Yeah, he should be 26 to 1 in this race. I mean, with all due respect, he absolutely walked on the front end last time when the entire field snatched and grabbed. The field he ran against is not even remotely competitive at this point with the one he's in against today. People like to bet horses off wins. To me, if this horse wins, I'll be shocked.
Jenna Antonucci trains 6 to 1 from that outside slot. Let's get Jonathan Kitchen's thoughts here on this 7th. JK.
Yeah, Wolfie, Andy, I know you guys both look at a ton of races like I do, and this is one of those races where I just kind of feel like, geez, I guess I'll pick the 8. I don't know. It's a hard race. There's a lot of speed in here, but not like enough speed that you can just guarantee you're going to get a fast pace. I'm going to hope that I can get a fast pace. We've been running upstate going 5.5. We're back downstate going 6 furlongs. I'm just hoping that they'll run a little bit and set it up for the 8 Opt. Opt is a horse who has some back numbers that can fit. You know, his best race obviously was going 7 furlongs at Belmont. That was last year. I'm just hoping that they'll run in front of him a little bit. And if they do, I think he'll have an opportunity. If they don't run in front of him, then he won't. That's why I am so apprehensive with my selection here. But, you know, it's 7 to 1. We'll wait and see what happens. The 11 Scuttlebuzz, this horse is the most likely winner. If Scuttlebuzz runs the race that he ran back in June, a very fast number where he won on this course at this distance, I think he'll be hard to beat. But I have no interest in taking a horse at 3 to 1 in a race where I feel is so confusing. So I hope that helps. I guess I'm going to pick the 8.
It's that kind of race, JK, definitely a race that you want coverage in. These turf sprints on the lawn. This is a very competitive one. With more on this group, let's go back to Acacia.
Well, wanted to wrap up thoughts on Scuttlebuzz, who, as you mentioned, Greg, a late equipment change, getting blinkers on. It's not a regular set of blinkers. It's actually an extension blinker where it's just one cup on the outside right eye, where the right eye is fully covered, and there's no blinker cup on the left. As we've often talked about on this show, this is equipment for horses that have the tendency to lug out, that are maybe a little bit difficult to keep in a straight course. And actually, as he's turning his head, you can get a good look at the equipment that he's adding on today. So I wouldn't think that you look down at the program and say, oh, he's putting blinkers on. Maybe that's going to be a sign perhaps of being a little bit more forward. I think it's just to keep him on a straight and true course, as this is a horse I've been a fan of. I like Alfalfa at a bit of a price. And just to wrap up as well on Opt, he's been solid. I just worry about fitness off the layoff for him. He's a big, heavy type of horse, and he is a little bit older now. That's my biggest concern with him in this spot, as it is so competitive with horses that are in good form as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 4 again. It begins here. Favorite, it's the 11, Scuttlebuzz. And Jose Lezcano on board for Rudy Rodriguez. But yet seems like a kind of race where you don't want to take 5 to 2.
No, I think that's a terrible price on this horse. Listen, I used him in the exact protective with Call Me Harry, but I think a lot of horses can win in here. It's a tricky race. It's a fun race, but it's a tricky one, and I think to settle onto the favor is just a mistake.
There's discretionary mark, 5 to 1. He'll break from post 3, the rail to the 3 Alfalfa for Charlie Baker. And John Velasquez rides. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call to kick off this pick 4.
Thank you very much, Greg. We got Scuttlebuzz in the gate. Dr. Duke, last to load to the outside. Dr. Duke moves forward. All in line. All set. And they're off. Up, broke slowly. Dr. Duke has early speed, so does Valmont towards the outside. Call Me Harry is in the early mix with New York's Finest. 4 across the course. Then comes Dancing Buck, who's shoved along, is now in the 6th spot. Further back at the hedge, that's Alfalfa. Very wide is Scuttlebuzz. Discretionary mark is towards the back of the field with slow starting Opt. Valmont has wrestled the lead away. It's Valmont up by a neck to the inside as Call Me Harry. Losing some ground was Dr. Duke. Wide move here for Scuttlebuzz. It's 5 wide as they move into the turn. New York's Finest also getting shuffled back. There came Alfalfa. A wide rally in the pink cap from Discretionary Mark. They've got to catch Valmont. It's Valmont up top. Here's Scuttlebuzz. In hand is cruising up on the outside. Discretionary Mark is following that move. Call Me Harry looking for some room as well. Dancing Buck in the mix. Valmont along the hedge, kicks for home, but here comes Scuttlebuzz right to the outside. Still in hand, not asked for the effort. Discretionary Mark, Call Me Harry, Dancing Buck, also running on op from the back of the field. Scuttlebuzz is trying to run on by a stubborn Valmont who kicks on back. Scuttlebuzz and Valmont for a final 16th. Call Me Harry late. It's Scuttlebuzz in front. Call Me Harry, one final push. Scuttlebuzz gets it. Scuttlebuzz, then came Call Me Harry. Valmont looked like Dancing Buck in a photo with Alfalfa.
Race that seemed so wide open in the end. A horse that gets bent down, a 2-1 favoritism. Scuttlebuzz gets the win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he wasn't, he's 2-1. He got the job done. I don't want to say it was a bad bet, but he got it done. And Jose has kind of did a good job getting him into the race, which helped him a lot. I'm not whining with Call Me Harry. He was probably best. I mean, let's face it. He got forced into a fast pace by the 9, and those fractions are ludicrous. They went probably 2 seconds faster. They bear no semblance to what the actual fractions were. And, he got a little bit of traffic, and he got himself out, and he kind of cleared. But Scuttlebuzz got it done, and he's a really genuine turf sprinter. It's just, he's a really good turf sprinter that's not going to be effective stretching out. It's kind of an odd situation. I'd love to know what the real fractions are. I'll check Trackers, but I'm guessing they were under 22 and under 45 for the half, and probably about 107.3 to the final time.
Call Me Harry up for second. Valmont gave a lot of people a scare for a while. He was leading into the stretch at 22-1, but in the end, it's Scuttlebuzz the Gray, son of the Factor. Rudy Rodriguez picks up his 4th victory in 8 starts over the lawn. He's just determined with this stretch drive to run down the speedster and hold off the latecomers here.
And, because I think of the way the track is playing, I think Jose was kind of felt a sense of urgency to get him more in the race. And people would say it's the blinkers, and maybe that helped. But in general, I think it was more that Jose realized, I'm not going to be able to win this race if I'm coming from, 4 wide, from 8 lengths behind, given how the turf is playing. And it's one of the reasons that sort of quietly Jose Lezcano as good a turf rider around here as you can find.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back out at Churchill. Their 8th race is up next. That's a first-time starter for Brad Cox. He's got 2 firsters in the race coming up. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Horse of the Year Gunrunner is off to one of the most exceptional starts at stud in recent memory.
Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal. It is Wicked Halo drawing away to win the Adirondack. Echo Zulo to win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Good night, and he's going to win the Hopeful, and he did it impressively. Good night, Echo Zulo. Papa Cap, Wicked Halo.
Gunrunner with a pedigree that breeds true.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Some umbrellas out, a little bit of rain starting to come down in Louisville. As we look at this 8th here, 7 furlongs for 2-year-old fillies. Full focus is that other first-timer for Brad Cox.
What's good is that you never have to worry about him being off the turf right now. We won't have to worry about that this fall. We have a Brad Cox stat we're going to show you in a little while, and this one's bet off the board. Trying to become the first Brad Cox 2-year-old to ever win its debut at 7 furlongs.
Wow, and despite that, 6-5 on the board.
And they scratched the other half of the entry. It looked pretty good on paper, actually.
Yeah, had the race under the belt at Ellis. So let's look at this daughter of Medaglia d'Or. She'll kick off our post-parade. Full focus. Florent Giroux will be aboard.
Yeah, I think there's one foal that ran from the dam that ran buyers in the 60s, which probably won't win here.
Breaks from post 3. The rail to this one off the charts, who makes start number 2 for Victoria Oliver.
Broke a little slow, made a little bit of a run in a relatively slow race last time out. Could improve.
Start class debuted on turf, did not look better going to dirt.
No. Does get a journeyman rider after having a 10-pound bug rider the first 2 times.
Summer Autumn Rose, a big price here as well, 36-1.
Yes, agreed. And $2,000 yearling purchase.
Made $171 of that back after the first start. Here's
on
the
their way.
5. Chip away at it. Out dancing Steve Asmussen, second-time starter, took money in the debut.
I thought this horse was dangerous, 3-quarter broke about 3-quarters slow, made a bit of a move. Tarabi came back and ran second the spin away. I'm going to bet this horse at 5-1.
Rain check, 9-1 Jimmy Graham.
I didn't love this horse first start. Jumped up at the start, so broke a little slow, about a length and a half slow. But it seemed like Rusty Arnold's horses will run a lot better second time out. So I thought this one could improve.
Cancel this, showed speed for Dale Romans in the debut at Ellis.
No, I agree. And the winner of the race was a 6-5 Brad Cox firster that ran poorly in the spin away.
Gin and Sin, the 8 second-timer for Dennis Roberson.
Who am I to argue with Gin and Sin, Greg?
John Court, I believe 62 years old and still going strong.
Wow.
In the irons.
Catching up to me.
Surprising, Mitch Murrill, D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, this horse will have to improve going turf to dirt the first time out. Probably a better turf pedigree than on the dam side.
And the stablemate of the favorite, the other Brad Cox filly in here, daughter of Quality Road, they spent $400,000 on her, La Bombonera.
Brad has 2 chances to win with a first-time starter at 7 furlongs.
And look how cold she is on the board.
Yeah, well, it feels like they love the other one, and this one, not so much.
And here's Cocoa Puff, start number 2, Keith DeSormo.
I'm trying not to say, don't say Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. They did not go Cocoa for this one, 23-1 first time out.
Not cuckoo, 16-1.
Should we show that stat? Should we reveal the stat?
In a moment. First, our market mover.
Sorry.
With Jonathan.
Well, the market mover should be Cocoa Puffs, the best cereal ever created, but it is actually the one full focus. Here's the thing about Brad Cox. His percentage isn't even really that good with horses, first-time starters that are under 4-1. Meaning their bet. It's only 23% in his career. You'd think Brad Cox's horses would fire at a higher clip than that. If you want to bet the market mover or any other horse in this race, go to twinspires.com. Look, the one's probably going to run well. Obviously, the horse has been working well. They're not just betting this horse because it's Brad Cox. There has to be something kind of pushing this one along. But I thought the 7 cancel this was interesting. This horse ran well. First time out at Ellis Park, ran into a very talented horse and Girl with a Dream. Seems to be working well since, has a little bit experience. And there's that guy, Raylu Gutierrez, who got his first win at Churchill last night on Hidden Connection.
Yeah, Raylu, we mentioned that earlier. So happy for him. Here's that stat you were talking about with Brad Cox. So 2-year-old first-time starter, 7 furlongs on the dirt over the last 5 years.
It's amazing, right?
0 for 22.
Yeah. He's had 7 hit the board, but he's 0 for 22. I mean, for a guy like Brad Cox, he's only 1 for 34 with all ages, and he's 0 for 22 with 2-year-olds. Just some food for thought on a horse that's a very short price.
That is your reigning trainer of the year. Let's go to Frank Lyons for more on the 8th.
Well, I agree 100% with you guys, all about full focus. Definitely a very nice filly. lots of talent, but I don't know if today is the day for her. And then you got a lot of horses in this race that have a chance, and that is the 5 Out Dancing. She finished 4th behind Tarabi in her first start. Tarabi is from the Sherry DeVoe's barn. She went up and was 2nd in the Spinaway, and that's the same race that the horse that beat the 7 girl with not sure what her name is, but she went up to the Spinaway also, but she won first time out. Alice went to the Spinaway, got beat 33 lengths. So I think that the form of the 5 is very good. I think it's the 5 Out Dancing from the Steve Asmussen barn, and then also the 6 Rain Check, who's a full sister to the stakes winner Farsighted, and Farsighted broke her maiden at 7 furlongs at Keeneland. Right around this time of the year, a little bit later, but this is a 7 furlong race here. And then I also have to say something about the 7, is it? No, the 9, Surprising, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, a daughter of American Pharaoh. She's owned by the Sheikh of Tipperary, Paul Shanahan, and so good luck to her, okay? Back to you, Wolfie.
Frank, thank you. Short price remains on Full Focus.
You know, I thought that I was the king of impertinent, of useless information, but I'm going to tell you, my man Frank Lyons is giving me a run for my money. We should have like a duel of who knows more useless information, Frank or I. It's got to be close.
You'd be in the mix.
I'm in the mix. I got a plethora of useless information, but Frank, he's giving me a run for my money.
You and I both giving out Dancing a big shot in here. The 5 for Steve Asmussen's 2nd time out. We are set as soon as this 11 steps in. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Stutter step start for Off the Charts. Rain Check broke out okay. Cocoa Puff did as well. Also showing speed is Cancel This. Jenninson is not far behind either. Out of the chute, onto the main track, and it is Cancel This out there to set the pace. Jenninson runs in 2nd. Rain Check comes away 3rd. Cocoa Puff is now 4th. La Bombonera moves up into 5th. Out Dancing is now 6th. Summer Autumn Rose mid-pack while 7th. Full Focus in some traffic keyed up. Racing in 8th and only 4 lengths off the lead. Off the Charts is back in 9th. Surprising is in 10th, and Start Class is at the back in 11th. That's a very tight pack, though. The opening quarter's on the board in just 23 seconds flat. Jenninson coming after Cancel This, and these two round the far turn together. Jenninson puts a nose in front. La Bombonera 4 wide and moving up, and Cocoa Puff moves with that one. In behind is Out Dancing. Rain Check is there. Off the Chart angles outside. Nothing from Full Focus. Surprising and struggling while wide. They're at the top of the stretch. Jenninson turning for home with Cocoa Puff and La Bombonera. Meanwhile, Rain Check is switched out for the final furlong. Out Dancing's in behind them. Off the Charts, 1 furlong to go. Jenninson digs down toward the rail. Cocoa Puff is there, but Rain Check finishing best of all. Rain Check comes away with the lead and opens up to the wire. Rain Check under the finish line, the winner by 3 in the end. Jenninson was 2nd, Cocoa Puff was 3rd. Out Dancing finished 4th.
2nd time out, Rain Check, 6, 8, 11. Rusty Arnold and a daughter of Bernardini.
Yeah, we talked about Rusty Arnold, better 2nd time out. Blew the break 1st time out and got the sort of patient ride from James Graham, was able to come around and get the job done. A little bit of traffic for Out Dancing. Might have cost him 2nd, but he didn't have as much finish as maybe he could have. And that Brad Cox stat is something, huh? 6-5, and frankly, did he do any running?
It did not appear so. By the way, how about 9-1, over 45-1, over 18-1?
I wanted 9-1 over 4-1, Greg. So I should have thrown Jenninson in. I mean, it's a tough name not to want to play, isn't it?
You talked about it too.
No, I boxed 5-6 and bet the 5 to win. So
no, just for liking the name. Rain Check, Bernardini, filly out of an elusive quality mare for Rusty Arnold, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 2nd time out. Impressive here. And going to return about $20 for the victory. 6, 8, 11. Prices for you when we come back as we continue along on this Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races with action from Belmont and Churchill Downs.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racing is back at Churchill Downs, and Twin Spires has the offer to get you in on the action. With our Churchill Downs bet back offer, place a win bet, and if your horse runs second or third, you get your bet back up to $10. That's right, opt in and get your bet back for second or third on all eligible races on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Churchill Downs. Twin Spires. Download the app and bet today.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Sequel Stallion's newest sire brings a deep pedigree to stud. Honest Mischief is sired by Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is the great Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen mare, Tuso.
I like to buy horses that look fast. I like to buy horses that are pretty.
Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire producer, including Empire Maker and Chester House. He broke his maiden at Keeneland by 8 lengths, won a stakes at Laurel, and finished 3rd in the Grade 2 Amsterdam. Importantly, he earned a career-high Beyer speed figure of 112. And it's that speed that Thomas expects he will pass on to his foals.
So Honest Mischief bred 127 mares. He was very well received by New York breeders. Of particular importance to me is that he was well received from a very new breeder base.
And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
For more information on New York Breds and the program, go to nybreds.com. And we have a New York bred race coming up here in the 8th, where our favorite, Rattle House, for Christophe Clement, a neck away from being perfect in her 3-race career. That was a beat in the Maddie May to Make Mischief, who was 3rd in both the 8 Bells and the Acorn. She's earned over $400,000.
This is an interesting race, and it becomes even trickier with the track because Rattle House could be inside speed, but we talked about the last race and it became apparent you have a rider who's not aggressive. The 6 Cartwheel should be the speed if that horse doesn't go, and I like Cartwheel in here. But Kendrick Carmouche sent a horse to lead in the 3rd race today that didn't appear to have any speed at all, really, on paper, and he run the lead because Kendrick knows the track's playing. So Frostme, I think, becomes very dangerous because Kendrick is probably the one rider in here that may be most acutely aware to get to the rail, and I think if she gets the rail, she's very dangerous.
5-1 on that filly for John Kimmel. 8th race coming up. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we will start with the layoff runner, your favorite, Brattle House, who comes back here for trainer and co-breeder Christophe Clement as well. And she's grown. She's filled out. She's always had a lot of height to her, but she has filled out coming back. She does return with cotton in her ear. She's been accompanied by the pony throughout all the preliminaries and while being saddled as well, as she can be a type of high-energy filly. But knock on wood, everything in the paddock so far, she's been minding herself and minding her manners. And while she's been alert and has been forward, she has been staying more composed. Now, I would hope that Junior Alvarado will send her to the lead. She did seem to really kind of extend her stride nicely, especially 2 starts back, where what happened in that race is that she had drifted off the rail a little bit and got caught up the inside. But she has early speed. She has a big, lengthy stride, and I think that 7 furlongs to the 1 turn mile is just the perfect spot for her. And she does look great coming back, and I think mentally has matured a bit as well. The number 1 Courageous Girl I'm intrigued by, first off the claim for Horacio de Paz. She is the type that used to wear blinkers that were attached to a full hood and that her ears were covered, and she would race with that equipment on as well in her previous starts with Dave Donk. And again, Dave, a guy that would typically use the use of a hood to keep a little bit more of a nervous type of horse quiet during the race. Now, she comes back, she's not wearing a hood, she doesn't even have cotton in her ears, which Horacio certainly not afraid to do either. And she's been sharp here, but she's been really, really professional, definitely acting really well today too. Last time out, she was just outfooted early and she was last, while Dancing Kiki did come back to wire the field in a stake after that. I don't think she's going to be on the lead, but she is to the inside. She should be able to save ground on the rail, and I think she can be closer than she was last time out. The number 5, Frost Me, another layoff runner. I can certainly see why she did run on the turf last time. She does have a bit of a turf hoof. There is a little bit of turf pedigree. And I remember when she broke her maiden first time out in that off the turf race, John Kimmel had said that day that he thought that she was going to be more of a distance and perhaps a turf runner. Turns out that being on the dirt is actually a little bit better for her. She is fit coming back. She's a very long, stretchy type. If anything, just kind of splitting hairs, I do wish that she was a little bit stronger behind the saddle, especially to go the 7 furlongs off the bench. But she has been forward. She's been acting well in here, and I would not be surprised to see Kendrick Carmouche use her speed like he did in that last try on the turf. Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. We're going to have the post parade when we come back. 10 minutes away from the 8th. There's Brattle House. 2 wins and a neck defeat. And otherwise would have been perfect in her 3-race career for Christophe Clement. 9-5 favorite. We'll be back right after this.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. The 8th next at Belmont. Then it's the Pebbles on the turf. We've got two really good races here coming back to back. Brattle House, 9-5 favorite. 3-year-old filly by Malibu Moon. She is facing older horses in this spot. She's shown some talent, though, in her 3-race career to this point. She's been off, though, since mid-April.
She has. She's a very expensive purchase. It took her a long time, in her 2-year-old career to get the races. She ran a few months later, and she ran okay. I think there's a question how good she is and where is she going to be. And obviously, with the time between races, there are some issues. They all have issues. She's taken their time with her, and maybe the hope is that she'll do better as she gets older. Christophe Clement, who trains her, trained the dam. That's why he's the part breeder, this horse. We'll see. I think it would be a major mistake to not be aggressive with her because she does possess the most natural speed of anyone in here. And to cede that advantage the way this racetrack will be playing, especially with the favorite, would be a foolish move. And if the 5 or 6 clear, it's going to compromise her chances. I don't, you look at her, does she really have any big speed figure edge over the others?
Not really. Yeah. No. But there's the upside.
Sure.
And we'll see if it plays out, off the bench. But, no.
Upside for the 5, too, though. They're very similar type racehorses.
Here's Courageous Girl, just claimed by Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, interesting to see what Horatio de Paz does off the claim with this horse, and I think that maybe moves her up a little bit.
Brattle House, the 9-5 favorite. We last saw her in the slop at Aqueduct in April.
I feel a little bit like this horse gets overbet because of her purchase price, to be honest with you. And I think that's a bad reason to be playing, not that she can't win.
Could be. $775,000. That draws your eye. Fight on Lucy. She's a 2-time winner from 26 career starts.
The reality is her best races give her a chance to get a piece. All likelihood she's not quite good enough.
A Will Away, the biggest price on the board at 21-1.
I'll tell you something. They want to go to the lead with her. She's got some speed going back. I doubt it really happens here, though, in her recent form. Leaves something to be desired.
A lot of weight as well with the apprentice rider. Gets 10 pounds. Frost Me, John Kimmel trains.
I expect Kendrick to be aggressive, and an aggressive ride could make a real difference. Her best races are when she was aggressive. You look at her.
Cartwheel next door. This one just claimed off of Mark Hennig.
I like the job that Mertan Kenzermatsi ran. Now, her last race was atrocious. He didn't claim her thinking she'd run as badly as she did. If she gets back to her race 2 and 3 back and she clears the lead, she can win for sure.
And if I had a chance, Luis Saez, a winner 2 back. That was going 1 1/8 at Saratoga.
Yeah. Last time out, actually, she ran okay. She was a bit against the racetrack, trying to close wide. The problem is she's sort of doomed to an outside-type trip here. So she's going to need more pace than she rates to get, and it's just tough to work out a trip. And at 5-2, I would go elsewhere.
4 minutes to post here in this 8th from Belmont. J.K., your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, look, I really do like the 7 if I had a chance. And to Andy's point, the biggest concern is this horse going to be able to work out a trip? Doesn't necessarily have the tactical speed to clear and get over. It's one of those deals where she could kind of luck out and end up in a good spot. If Louis pops away from there, someone kind of goes in front. You could take a tuck over and try to save some ground. I just feel like from a speed figure standpoint and how the race looks to unfold, I think she has the best chance. The biggest issue is just the racetrack. And if she ends up being 2 to 3 wide all the way around there, I don't care how good of a trip she gets, she could potentially be in trouble. So that's going to be my top choice regardless. I'm just going to try to hope that this horse can work out a good trip. Not typically something I like to do in racing is hoping for something to happen. If it's not her, I think Cartwheel has the tactical speed that one could end up on the rail. That's the 6, but I'll go with the 7 in here if I had a chance.
All right, J.K., that's the second choice in the race, but race, at least according to the betting public, goes through this filly here, Brattle House. Question mark, the layoff. Let's take a look at her last effort. It was on a sloppy track at Aqueduct, and it was a win against state-bred A Other Than Company fairly easily.
Right. I mean, Pendolino finished second, would be 50-1 in this race. The third horse, though, is a nice filly for Mark Hennig, unfortunately. But and she came back to win in a sprint. She didn't want to go a mile, and that was really her problem. I don't have any problem with the idea of betting horses on the come. But I do have a problem with betting horses at the come at 6-5. Because there's really no evidence that she's better than a number of horses in this race. And she's 6-5. And you've got to hope the rider does the right thing. And this is a rider that's not that aggressive. So I think she's a horrendous bet at 6-5. I'm not going to be surprised if she wins. I picked her second. But just seems like bad value. And both the 5 and 6, two horses that could really be forward in here, they're both 6-1. I just think they're much better gambles.
If the racetrack wasn't playing the way it is, would you feel a lot better about her?
No, I'd love the 6.
Okay.
And I'd box 6-7 because I'd still bet against her because I don't really think she has. I don't think she has any advantage over these horses. I don't understand why she's 6-5. I think she's being bet because of the purchase price more than anything else, and I just think that's a mistake.
We'll see if she could take this move forward here this afternoon in career start number 4. Meanwhile, here's Frost Me. We know Kendrick Carmouche acutely aware of how this track is playing, and he always takes advantage of any mount he has with speed, as good as anybody on this circuit.
I agree.
This was back on January 8th, a win close to the pace throughout as the favorite at Aqueduct at a mile.
Yeah, I mean, the competition's a little bit tougher in this race, but the reality is that she's a horse that has run races that are fast enough to win. And for that reason, and with Kendrick, who we know, I know that I'm confident that he's aware of the track. Doesn't mean she can get the lead. She may not be fast enough, but I think he could come out and be really aggressive. And I think if a rider is particularly aggressive here, that you'll see that horse clear among the 5 or 6, or even the 2. I mean, the 2 is the one who should be the speed in here. I'm just not confident that will be the case.
Post time coming up. Another look at Brattle House, the $775,000 daughter of Malibu Moon. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I agree with Andy's sentiments as far as how the pace is concerned. And we talk about looking at warm-ups to see intent. And I think it was very clear. Kendrick Carmouche gives his horses a big warm-up no matter what kind of race it is. But as we saw Frost Me kind of get a little bit more on her toes heading out through the tunnel, he took her immediately away from the pony and asked her right off the back of the horse path and giving her a really aggressive warm-up out there. And she's come back and she's settled nicely now. But he was really strong while Junior Alvarado kept Brattle House, the 2, with the pony throughout the entire time. Again, she is a little bit of a quirky type that she can get a little bit over the top, and I think that's been the intention, to keep her quiet and keep her settled out on track. But seeing that intent, I think Kendrick Carmouche is going to be very aggressive out of the gates, Greg.
He usually is. There he is on the 5. Frost Me 6-1. That's surprising too. So we showed you the win at Aqueduct from this filly. What happened next time out when she faced Brattle House?
Well, I mean, that's really a
track?
question. I don't know. Maybe it was the muddy. It wasn't a muddy seal. It wasn't a muddy seal track. It was a muddy open track. She didn't run well. I will say she was wide, and the rail was the place to be. The winner came up the rail. In fact, Brattle House probably lost the race because Dylan Davis came off the fence. She didn't run well. I don't know what to say. But she did run better than that in her prior start. So she's got that race in there. This race is tricky. I have no problem with the 2 being the worst to beat. I have a problem with the price.
Here's Chris Griffin with a call, the 8th from Belmont.
There. All set. And they're off. Brattle House has early speed. A Will Away is right there with that leader and a pace duel on the front end now. It's If I Had a Chance who's going to track in 3rd, then Fight on Lucy. Frost Me is back in the 5th position. Towards the back, Courageous Girl in the trailer. Cartwheel, who does begin a forward move. It's Brattle House, who's got company, has got a head in front of A Will Away right to the outside, and they are quickly up by 3.5 lengths. If I Had a Chance in 3rd. Also moving through comes Fight on Lucy. Frost Me is losing some ground, about to be passed by Cartwheel to the outside. Courageous Girl at the back of the field. No easy leads here. Brattle House and A Will Away, and they zip through that opening quarter mile. It's still Brattle House and A Will Away who puts ahead in front of the favorite. Fight on Lucy is starting to run on with If I Had a Chance. Cartwheel, Frost Me, Courageous Girl at the back of the field. Fight on Lucy is coming after these battling pace setters now as they approach the quarter mile pole. Brattle House to the inside of A Will Away. Fight on Lucy is making a 3-wide rally. Brattle House has got a bit more. Frost Me is following that move. Anyone's race. It's still Brattle House. Fight on Lucy right to the outside. They're nose and nose. Here's Fight on Lucy to now put a neck in front. Brattle House back to 2nd. Frost Me late run here. Courageous Girl on the far outside. Fight on Lucy is still in front for a final 16th of a mile. Fight on Lucy from just off the pace gets the score. Brattle House will hang on for 2nd. It's another photo. Courageous Girl and Cartwheel.
15-1. This Fight on Lucy rolls right on by Brattle House like she was standing still. This mare, 2 for 26 coming in.
And 0 for 7 at the distance. This is an upsetter. A nice ride, though, by Benji Hernandez. He stayed on the rail, and he angled out when they came to stretch. She got the job done. Congratulations. Second win we've seen from Benji this week. Pat Kelly gets the win. Nice to see him get it done. I can't knock Junior Alvarado. He did everything right. He went to lead. Pace got a little hot. Connections of a Willoway were aggressive. We talked about that possibly happening as well. And our 5 and 6 were nowhere early. And the 5 came up the fence. She was awful. A little bit of a wide run from the 6 to be 3rd or 4th at the end. But Brattle House ran 5. She was overbet in this situation. Fight on Lucy. She galloped at a big price. If you've got her, congratulations. But I'm going to tell you right now, we're looking at a pick 6 carryover, Greg. I've Einsteined that one out.
Junior Alvarado on Brattle House. He looked over early on at Omar Hernandez Moreno and said, "Are you really doing this to me?"
Yeah,
up front.
Right.
And yeah, he did. Put the pressure on. Took some starts certainly out of the favorite. And Fight on Lucy. Good for Pat Kelly. And Benji Hernandez. A big, big upset here at 15-1, beating an even money favorite.
It's one of the things I like about apprentice riders. They don't know that you're not supposed to be aggressive. Nobody sent them the memo that you're not supposed to try to win. Not that other guys aren't trying to win, but you're not supposed to be aggressive to try to win races. I like the aggressive riding of apprentices. And the reality is the 3's best chance was to be aggressive. So, or the 4's, excuse me. It didn't work out, but you can't. Listen, this pace, frankly, was not that fast for a 7-furlong race. And this track is played very quickly today. So assuming those times are right, and I don't know what they are, I'll check Trackus. This wasn't that fast a pace. I wonder, though, if this pace may be a little bit different than what's appearing on the screen.
Looking at the odds for the 9th at Churchill, the track listed now as sloppy with that rain coming down in Louisville. They're 7 minutes away from this 9th race. It's a 1-turn mile. Entry-level allowance race. Lady Traveler, Dale Romans right now is the favorite, who ran in the Black-Eyed Susan a couple starts back, hit the board against Army Wife in that race.
Yeah, it does appear, though, looking at the multi-race bets, that the heavy favor is going to be the 7 Town Avenger, which I just think is insane, to be betting a horse that's never run in the dirt before. And the reason this horse is on the dirt is there's no turf course at Churchill Downs. So good luck to that one as a heavy favor. And as far as Lady Traveler, what was her excuse last time, Greg? I know she got wired, but that wasn't exactly the strongest of fields. That was closing weekend at Saratoga.
Song River was the winner of that race.
I like the 5. Mucho Macho Mama.
What do you like about her?
I thought her race 2 back and 3 back were good enough to win, and she had trouble early last time out, and she was running in basically a stakes quality allowance race up at Saratoga. What's wrong with her 2nd, 3rd, and 4th races back? I thought they were all super competitive here, and I thought she'd get a good trip sitting off the pace, just off the pace.
She's run big at Churchill, yet to break through, though. 3 seconds from 4 starts.
Hailed a wet track, too, at Churchill. Thought she just made a certain amount of sense. It was kind of logical. I used her with a 4.
Yeah, the wet track moves her up, right?
Yeah. Doesn't hurt her, I'll tell you that. And after the race, if she loses, I'll say it was the wet track. But right now, I'm feeling like it's not a bad thing.
4 minutes to post. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I think the 2 inside horses, the 1 Lady Traveler, the 2 Trumpet Lily, are the ones that make the most sense to me. I'll start with the 2 Trumpet Lily. This is a horse that I felt like, if you look back at her last race, the sloppy racetrack at Monmouth, that didn't go well. First time for Tom Amoss, but she's got back races down at Oaklawn that are absolutely competitive with these. And this is more of a situation where in Tom I trust. I feel like the race last time didn't work out in the slot. And maybe now on I know it's raining a little bit, but not a sloppy racetrack by any means like it was down at Monmouth. And then the 1 Lady Traveler, this is a horse that just has a big number, ran well last time at Saratoga, going shorter. This is a 1-turn mile here, has some tactical speed, should be able to get position moving forward, has some back numbers going longer that suggest that the mile shouldn't be a problem, and second off of a form cycle. Should be able to work out a nice trip. I know that the rail was where you kind of wanted to be the last few days. I think the track's at least fair at this point, so geometry should come into play and allow Lady Traveler to save a little bit of ground. So it's the 2 inside horses for me. Obviously, the 2 Trumpet Lily offers significant more value at 11-1.
Well, Trumpet Lily now with Tom Amoss, 11-1, nearly double her morning line. She had good success at Oaklawn earlier this year where she broke her maiden and then followed that up with a very good second against Willful Woman in her first try against Winners.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she was, it says inside last time, Mom, and sometimes the rail's bad, and maybe that was the case. Obviously, she was hideous off there, and she'd run okay on sloppy tracks before. No two sloppy tracks are the same. You have to worry about her last race. You take out the last race, as Jonathan was saying, and she's a player in here.
Yeah, the other two prior off track, she'd run pretty good.
Yeah, no, I can understand why Jonathan's making a case for it. I think that makes a lot of sense.
And meanwhile, Town Avenger is taking a ton of money, getting on dirt for the first time, the 7 here for Brian Lynch.
Yeah, she's going to be favored by post time and probably pretty substantially. I think it's lunacy. Could she win? I guess. I don't know. The dam actually ran in Japan. I don't know if there was any real dirt in there, but it's a horse that's only been running the turf by Brian Lynch, and he's only running her on dirt because there's no turf course. It's not like if he wanted to run her dirt, he could have found a spot in Saratoga. You want to take a shot with her at 8-1, be my guess, but I understand she's run fast enough figures on turf to win here, but this race is not on the turf. It's crazy.
Faced a horse we're going to see in our feature last time out, talking about the 7 Town Avenger, and that was Jordan's Leo, who was debuting on the turf and got a win for Todd Pletcher. Here's Lady Traveler, Dale Romans, Joe Talamo, 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, she'll probably end up the second choice by post time, so you'll get a better price. I didn't think she had any excuse last time out. She rode a gold rail 2 back. I think she's all dressed up with nowhere to go.
Silks the Serengeti Empress for Joel Politti, Tom Amos.
Yeah, I understand Jonathan's case for this horse, and I'm not going to disagree with it, especially at a price.
Tom Drury Jr. and a run-happy filly who won last out, Gypsy Touch.
Yeah, she's going to have to get faster, but her first race was pretty good. She should be forward in this race. She looks like the speed, right?
She does. Stop Shop and Tammy, Phil Bauer, Rafael Bejarano team up.
Yeah, I thought she was a little bit interesting getting a cut back to 1 turn. Her race 2 back was fast enough to give her a chance.
Mucho Macho Mama, who Andy likes.
I just think her races, last time out she was in that killer field, and now she's in a much more reasonable spot.
Steve Asmussen with a 12-1 shot here. Florence Drew on 13 stripes.
Just seems like she's too slow as she stretches out for the first time.
Comes in from Indiana Grand. She got beat at a short price last start. Town Avenger, the 7. So here's the filly trying dirt for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, her turf figures make her the horse to beat, but this race is not being run on the turf. And I think that that makes her a very bad favorite, and she will be the favorite.
Here's the 8 getting a big warm-up. Rocks Princess, Lasix for the first time.
Yeah, I just thought she was a little on the slow side for these, but maybe if you want her as first-time Lasix, she's a little more interesting.
Distant third, and a stake as a 2-year-old at Keeneland. Here's the 9. Tell Me on a Sunday, Cherie DeVoe.
She does have that fast race at Penn National, and her debut was
Big
good.
number.
Her last race, I mean, she got caught in a speed duel, but the other speed didn't particularly. I think the other speed, I don't know how badly affected. Maybe a little bit better than that, but still, she did not run well.
And the 10 looked good on synthetic, winning last time out. The dirt form has not been near as positive.
That would be exactly what I would say, Greg.
43-1.
Thank you for that.
On that daughter of Munnings. Twin Spires, bet back offer. Take advantage of it the rest of this afternoon. Place a win bet on any eligible race at Churchill Downs. You get your bet back up to $10 if your horse runs second or third. All you have to do is opt in. Don't forget to do that. Bonus funds will be credited every Monday. Download the Twin Spires app, or you can go to twinspires.com to get involved with that offer. Trumpet Lily, there's the Tom Amos runner, 11-1. Lady Traveler, though, taking a lot of action right now. Let's go to Frank.
So, Wolfie, I have all the respect for Lady Traveler, and she's a deserving favourite. She was second in last year's Rags to Riches. She was second to Coach. That's a good filly, and she's got major stakes form. But, Andy, I'm telling you, this a 7-horse Town Avenger is going to be a better horse on dirt because she has always worked superb on the dirt. And you remember Empire Maker in the slop in the Belmont. He didn't love the slop then. And so I think that this is going to be my best bet of the day. Town Avenger, the 7. And then Lady Traveler. And I've got to give you a long shot that I kind of like is the 8, who's 37-1 right now, right on Curlin. And I think that horse can get a little piece of this, but it's all about the 7.
All right, Frank, thank you. He's expecting a big move forward on dirt, and looks like the public is too.
I want to tell Frank that if Rhydon Curlin was running in this race, I would like him in here too. He is the sire of the 8 Rocks Princess. Frank, who has more experience in this game than probably anybody you'll ever talk to, has been everything, including a trainer, jockey's agent, analyst, extraordinaire. Horses, turf horses, if Brian Lynch, in my opinion, is a great trainer, if he really thought this was a dirt horse, he would have started this horse in the dirt. I'm sorry. I don't care what this horse did working in the morning, honestly. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have any problem. She can win this race. But if you're betting her at 8-5, I think you're absolutely out of your mind. The chances that she's a better dirt horse. Now, maybe the wet track, I can always say, oh, it was a wet track. She'll lose in the dry track, and she probably would. But I just think the idea that she's a better dirt horse than the guy's been running her on the turf all along doesn't say a lot about Brian Lynch, frankly. And I think he's one of the better trainers in the game.
Oh, look, that happens. It happened with Cigar.
Right.
I mean,
Cigar's first 2 races were on the dirt, and only very poor judgment kept him on the turf, where he kept losing time and time again.
But it can happen.
But he ran like a 95
you learn
buyer.
something.
No, but he ran a 95 buyer in one of his 2 dirt races. And with all due respect, Bill Mott's running a horse named Treason on Thursday in the dirt, and I'm glad finally he's going to run the dirt. He's entered an MTO. He's had horrible trips in 2 turf races. He's a turf horse, and that's the surface he belongs on, in my opinion. What I'm saying is, Brian Lynch didn't run this horse in the turf thinking, I'm going to get a few starts in her on the turf, and then I'm going to get her on the right surface. He'd have run her on the dirt the first time out if he felt she was a better dirt horse. Cigar ran on the dirt in his first 2 races. Only poor placement kept him on the turf for 14 significant starts. He should have he ran a 95 buyer.
But look, trainers check off boxes, and sometimes you learn things.
Trainers do a lot of crazy things.
As you spend time with a horse, you could say, you know what, maybe this is a dirt horse, or maybe this is a horse that wants to go longer. You know,
but there's
it can
no
happen.
turf course at Churchill Downs.
No,
That's why she's running. Brian's not stable in New York except for Saratoga.
Down to favoritism at 3-2.
Yes, and they bet down Brattle House to 6-5, and they're betting horses. They're bad bets. Doesn't
I'm
mean
with you on that.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you wouldn't bet this horse 3-2, and you're playing devil's advocate, and that's fine. The chances that she's actually a better dirt horse than a turf horse, in my opinion, are significantly better than the chance that her 3-2 to win. I think she's probably about 95% to be a better turf horse.
Well, first of all, the horse she just ran second to, she didn't lose by much.
I'm betting in this race coming up here. But she also ran a lot. No, I think she's a good turf horse.
Yeah.
Now listen, maybe the horse I like here is going to run last.
That's Jordan's Leo for Pletcher.
But Jordan's Leo ran an amazing race that day to beat her, and we'll talk about that more when we get back to Belmont. I think Town Avenger is a very good horse. I think she probably is the most talented horse in this race. I just don't. I wouldn't take this price to find out if she's the best dirt horse. Now, maybe the wet track will help her along, and I'm like a trainer. I've already got my excuse for when she would. And I'm not saying she can't win here. I think she's a horrible gamble at 7-5, and I would gladly book money on her at 7-5 right now.
Travis Stone with the call. You're more vehement about this than I've heard you about anything in a long time.
You know, I've got opinions.
Very short price.
I'm sorry Frank's not here for a little back and forth, to be honest with you. That I would appreciate.
Keep your eyes on the 7. Will she move forward on this surface switch, on this off track? Let's go to Travis.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Lady Traveler hustled hard from the inside post. Trumpet Lily is also there. 13 Stripes not far behind. Mucho Macho Mama. Gypsy Touch in behind. Tamiana Sunday joins them from the far outside. Lady Traveler fastest early. Trumpet Lily was away well and is right up and on the pace. Tamiana Sunday 3 wide up into 3rd. My Money is racing 4th. Gypsy Touch advancing inside 5th. Mucho Macho Mama mid-pack while 6th. Rocks Princess moves up on the far outside from 7th. Town Adventures 8th and only 5 lengths off the lead. And then it's a margin of 4 back to Stop Shop and Tammy. Struggling at the back is 13 Stripes. Lady Traveler the leader, and Trumpet Lily applying the pressure through an opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. They are halfway home in 45 and 4. So Trumpet Lily trying to get by Lady Traveler. Lady Traveler edges a little bit clear there on the far turn, opens up by half a length. Trumpet Lily with that comes right back. Town Avenger, steady progress now, coming on 3 wide from 3rd. Call Me on a Sunday, spun out 4 wide racing 4th as they come for the top of the stretch, and farther back, Stop Shop and Tammy race finding stride while cutting the corner off the turn. At the top of the stretch, Town Avenger has come on to take the lead. Trumpet Lily gives way back into second. Lady Travelers racing third. Tell Me on a Sunday farther back, racing fourth with Stop Shoppin' Tammy. 1 furlong to go. Town Avenger's in front and is opening up. Town Avenger by 5 with 100 yards to go. Now a bit more than that. Town Avenger and Julien Leperoux gliding under the wire. Much the best, geared down in the end, win by 7. Trumpet Lily was second. Stop Shoppin' Timmy was third. Tight fourth. Lady Traveler or Tell Me on a Sunday.
She actually made the price look like it was worth it.
I think it's fair to say that Frank was completely right and I was completely wrong.
Big move forward on a wet track.
Maybe it was a wet
track. First time for Town
but
Avenger.
She ran. I mean, obviously off this effort, you'll see her on the dirt next time. And I'll be interested to see what she does on probably a dry track next time out. But you can't knock it. Frank said she'd be better in the dirt, and she was.
And look, she's been very good on the grass. She's faced really good runners on the turf.
She just destroyed this field. This was ridiculous. I don't know who she beat, but she did it about as easily as you can.
Pebbles is next, and Plum Ali is back for Christophe Clement. So Precocious is a 2-year-old looking for her first win since the Miss Grillo back in October of last year.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Just imagine the horse you'll breed.
Street sense will need some running room.
All the things you dream about. Plan for. Darley, just imagine.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Pebbles with racing room now, and a daring move by Pat Ettery, and Pebbles has taken the lead. It's Pebbles now in front. Strawberry Road coming after her from the outside. Strawberry Road and Pebbles, they're dueling to the finish. Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
That was the 85 Breeders' Cup Turf at Pebbles, supplemented for $240,000, and it turned out to be a good move. First Breeders' Cup win by a horse trained in Great Britain.
And of course, those who don't remember, there was no Breeders' Cup filly in Mare Turf back then. So the fillies running against the boys beat the very talented Strawberry Road, who I believe Steve Cawthon was riding. Actually, it was Pat Ettery on the winner. And believe it or not, yes, the Breeders' Cup, the second one, was at Aqueduct. In fact, 3 of the first 4 race Breeders' Cups, 2 were at Hollywood Park, and 1 was at Aqueduct. I was not at Aqueduct for that Breeders' Cup.
I'm disappointed.
But I was in Richmond, Virginia at a fabulous dead show. So I watched the races on my hotel room with my friends, and then, as anyone knows the dead, the 85 Richmond shows were very strong.
Here's a look at this year's edition of the Pebbles. By the way, Pebbles was known to consume a pint of Guinness daily during her racing days.
Really? What a coincidence. I know some other people that have been known to consume at least a pint of Guinness.
Who are on this show, by the way. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Not me, I promise. But we'll start down to the inside with Plum Ollie, who has been accompanied by the pony throughout, as is typical for her. Also typical to have that cotton in her ears. Again, one that can be a little bit energetic prior to her races. And this is the most on her toes she's been just right now, as she's been very professional throughout, super fit, and just her overall physical. I love her getting back to the mile distance. I think this is what suits her best. And I would think with Jose Ortiz aboard, she will be a little bit closer than she has in her last couple, where she's just been left with so much to do. A couple of interesting runners in here. One for Chad Brown, one of two. Nazuna, the Irish bred, seems it's a private purchase since her last start, and she has been transferred from Roger Varian's barn. I wasn't sold on the 1.25 miles for her in the Belmont Oaks. I think that this is definitely a better distance for her as well. She's a lighter, feminine type of filly, very tucked up, but a typical kind of European type of look to her. I, again, just think that this is a better distance. She was also pretty wide throughout much of the race last time out and seemed to be in striking distance before fading. She's another one that's gotten sharper. One I'm most intrigued by, the 10, Spirit of Bermuda, as William Haggis sends her over. He won the 2018 Belmont Gold Cup with Call to Mind, shipping that one over. And she has shown speed in her European races. Now, she did refuse to break a few starts back in April. And 2 starts back, watching that race, she was really difficult to kind of load into the gate. So watch for that prior. But she breaks well, and she has just really wowed me. There's so much substance to her. She actually almost looks more like a colt. She's really strong. She's been really sharp throughout, and we've seen how some of these European runners have fared coming over here to run on this turf course at Belmont. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. We're going to get to our post-parade here coming up in a moment. Great group lining up in this edition of the Pebbles. Very easily could be a graded stakes race.
I agree. We've seen some very good runnings of the Pebbles over the years, and this is an excellent running of it. I agree. It's come with a very strong field, and there's a lot of different ways to go. I'm going with the 9, Jordan's Leo, and obviously she's running against theoretically tougher horses in this race, though she did beat Town Avenger last time.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, and in that race, that was when the rails had gone down on the inner turf course. And we saw very few horses in this period of time that were effective that hadn't spent most of the race on the rail. Yet Jordan's Leo was never on the rail. And she was attacking a pace that was set by a reasonably nice horse for David Donk, who finished dead last in there, Miss Delicious. And she still drove Town Delicious, and I'm sorry, the horse Town Avenger, who got a very good ride by Javier Castellano, got her the inside and spent most of the race on the inside. And that was a 1.8 miles. This is less different. This horse came alive in the turf. It's a tougher spot. She's speed, but I think she can win here, and she's a big price.
Here is Plum Ollie, who is so precocious to begin her career. Started out 3 for 3 with a grade 2 win here at Belmont.
Yeah, she's getting a little bit of class relief, theoretically, but she's also cutting back in distance, and I think that will help her. She's the horse to beat.
Our flash drive, she got a big number in that turf debut in a Group 3 win at Woodbine.
Yeah, and she beat a horse that had been high on seasons since her debut in Saratoga. We'll see if she can step forward and win here.
For Live Oak Plantation. Here's Manon for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I think she's better around 1 turn. She should have won 2 back in the Wild Applause at a mile here, and she got blind switched by Runaway Rumor. She did not run well, though, last time, around 2 turns.
Keeper of Time, 13-1 with Eric Cancel.
I know her last race, you know, she tried to come from the back in a race that was dominated by horses that were forward, but she also got a great ride for Tyler Gaffalione, saving all the ground, and didn't outfinish 3rd draft.
20-1 on 3rd draft. There she is.
She is too big a price. You're right about that. I don't like 3rd draft, but she shouldn't be 20-1 in here. She's run too well to be this price.
Nazuna, another Chad Brown runner with Irad Ortiz Jr.
In all likelihood, less distance is better for her. I think she's a little dressed up by circumstance in the last race, but she's clearly a player.
Love Struck, big ability, first couple of starts of her career. What's happened since?
She just hasn't gone on with it as a 3-year-old.
Jordan's Leo, we'll see next year's selection, 13-1. That race we showed you, that was the turf debut.
Competition is sterner. I know Town Avenger just won big on the dirt, the slop at Churchill, but this horse ran very well last time, and I like what I've seen from Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, Vasquez getting an opportunity here for Todd Pletcher. How about that at 12-1? Spirit of Bermuda, William Haggis. Acacia mentioned the trainer, son-in-law, of course, the great Lester Piggott.
Good stuff from Acacia on that horse.
16-1 with Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons. It's won at 7 furlongs on a couple of occasions on the turf. Here's Spanish Love Affair, another Mark Casse runner.
Yeah, I mean, she really did no significant running. I think she's been dressed up by being sort of on moderate paces in her recent races. But she gets a little class relief from her last.
And the New York bred, who is a strong runner, has been in some tough open company.
No, I agree. And you know, I think these one-turn races are better for her. She got a nice trip last time, but she was a solid second behind Technical Analysis, who arguably is one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country in training. Another Tattersall purchase, actually, and she's heading towards the Queen Elizabeth.
4 minutes to post in a great edition of the Pebbles, our feature on this Sunday card. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I thought the 3 Manon was interesting. This is a horse who showed up in the U.S., ran well first out for Chad Brown, won, then came back at Belmont and was trying to close into a slow pace, ended up running second there, and then ran into Technical Analysis, who, like Andy said, is arguably one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country. And it just feels like this horse should be able to work out a nice trip from the inside. I also think you're going to get a great ride from Louis here. You know, a lot of these top riders, Louis doesn't ride for Chad all that often, and I think these riders pay attention to that. When they have opportunities to prove themselves in barns where they don't necessarily get a lot of mounts, I feel like you're going to get a nice plugged-in ride from Louis where he's paying attention, really, really honed in, and it's one of those situations where this horse has been working with some talented horses in Chad's barn. He worked with McCulloch, a talented 2-year-old, worked with Shanasara, who won yesterday, worked with Expand the Map, Amy C, some really talented horses, and I just feel like she's got a little bit of ability, and she's one that I would want to consider. And then to Andy's point about the 8 Love Struck, I agree. She probably hasn't trained on, but she's also had a little bit of some excuses. She's become a little bit more headstrong than she was as a 2-year-old, and maybe with a Hall of Famer like Bill Mott, they can kind of get that worked out. The grass had a little bit of give in it last time, yielding. She's just a horse that showed so much talent as a 2-year-old. I have no real excuse. I'm trying to make something up. She's the type of horse that could jump up and bite you one day if you're not paying attention. She's a big price on the board. She has shown talent in the past. But to this point, Andy's right. She has not trained on as a 3-year-old. I'm just hoping eventually she'll wake up and remember who her mom and dad are.
Big number, 19-1. Joe Bravo will ride. But here's the favorite, Plum Ali. And you look at the resume and say, oh, wow, she hasn't won since she's a 2-year-old. It's been now 5 starts. She's been in very tough company.
Oh, she really has. And this is a race in the Wonder again, 3 back. She ran very well to be second. The race was dominated forward. Con Lima, who went on to have success after this race, was able to get a perfect trip, saving ground. And while she wasn't that wide, she did come from way back and was the only horse that made a significant late run in here. They tried the lucrative races in the Turf Triple Series. I don't blame them. Not only were they possibly too far, but they were also races that featured ridiculously slow paces that made it absolutely impossible for any horse, save Santa Barbara, who probably is the best 3-year-old turf horse in the world, arguably one of the best. No, I don't know. There are some very good Snowdrop. I think there's some, but she's one of them. Okay. Now she's getting some class. If not, this isn't a tough field. This is a very highly competitive race. But she's been facing good horses, and she's been against it time and time again, and she's got that resume as a 2-year-old. And I just don't think she's ever gotten a fair chance to show what she could do as a 3-year-old. The race at Keeneland against Jouster, they walked on the front end. This race figures to be a little bit more fairly run. The Widener is the fairest of turf courses in general.
Meanwhile, Acacia, with more on this one here, that John Velasquez is aboard the 10, Spirit of Bermuda.
I'm so intrigued by her, Greg, but just wanted to kind of follow up what I was talking about back in the paddock. As she got out onto the track, she stopped, she tried to prop and wheel and turn around and circle, and John Velasquez just pointed her forward and she took off, got a very aggressive warm-up from him out there. The key with a horse like this that's so revved up and tends to have some gait issues, be a little bit keyed up prior, is to keep them moving forward. And she's not linked up with the pony, as is typical of the European runners, as they don't use lead ponies over in Europe. He's gotten her to actually settle pretty well now. Watch how she breaks. I know that we often see European horses not so sharp coming here to America, but every indication she's giving is that she will be aggressively handled early on and add to some pace in this spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Big number there. Spirit of Bermuda, 18-1, State's debut coming up. But it's Plum Ali who drops down another notch here, 5-2 favorite.
I don't have any problem with that. I think she's really the worst to beat in here. I think it's a highly competitive race. I made a nice bet on the 9, but the biggest exactas I used are with the 1, Plum Ali. I think she's very dangerous.
I would have thought you said no one deserves to be 5-2 in this race because it's so wide open.
Yeah, but
you know, I don't know. I mean, relatively speaking, maybe 3-1. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. She may be better than these horses if she gets the right trip. She just might be, and she's really has had one unfair trip after another.
Pebbles, we are all set. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
All in line. All set for the Pebbles. And they're off. At the back of the field, it's Love Struck. Their speed from Keeper of Time from in between horses, Jordan's Leo and the yellow cap. Also in the early mix, that'll be Spirit of Bermuda. And Spirit of Bermuda has got a half-length lead. Jordan's Leo, but Spirit of Bermuda's out in the center of the course. Keeper of Time to the inside as Spanish Love Affair is in that early mix. Just having to check was Keeper of Time. Now gets passed towards the outside by Menon, who's going to take fourth. They start to settle as they move up the backstretch. Mid-pack, that's the gray. Third draft with Nazuna. Out wider comes Love Struck after the slow start. Runaway Rumor is towards the back of the field with Plum Ali, and the trailer is Our Flash Drive. Spirit of Bermuda takes him up the backstretch here in the Pebbles, is up by a full length. Spanish Love Affair right to the outside in second. Jordan's Leo is weighted with in third. Here's the run from Menon, who's moving forward with Nazuna in traffic. Keeper of Time. Going to be a wide rally here. Love Struck, and also the other gray third draft. Runaway Rumor. Plum Ali is second to last, and the trailer, Our Flash Drive, as they're approaching the quarter-mile pole. Spanish Love Affair to the outside of Spirit of Bermuda, who still got ahead in front. Menon is ready to challenge. Jordan's Leo still looking for room. Along the hedge, Spirit of Bermuda's got the lead still. Spanish Love Affair now tipping to the outside. Jordan's Leo for her rally. Also trying to run on is Nazuna. Spanish Love Affair is the new leader with an eighth to go. Spirit of Bermuda down to the inside. Jordan's Leo, Our Flash Drive from the back with Plum Ali. It's Spanish Love Affair who continues to find up front. Spanish Love Affair wins it impressively in the Pebbles. Jordan's Leo for second, got real tight there for third. Runaway Rumor in a photo with Our Flash Drive.
30-1, Spanish Love Affair. Marcassi, another one who'd been pretty precocious early on in her career, picks up the third win on turf in 10 starts.
Congratulations to Connections. Good job by Junior Alvarado getting that position and getting her home. Boy, I look at her races, she's awfully tough to make for me, but this was a race that was dominated on the front end. I mean, we have no idea what the fractions were because those are inaccurate, the ones that are being shown. But congratulations. I feel like I made a good bet on Jordan's Leo. Unfortunately, I didn't backwheel her because I didn't see the 11, but Jordan's Leo had to settle for second. Maybe a less aggressive ride that would have been necessary, but it's hard to imagine her making up the 3 lengths she lost by.
People gave up on this filly pretty quickly. I mean, a few starts back, she was favored the Grade 3 Regret at Churchill.
Yeah, I think she ran, I know she ran second, but she had the run of the race. It was a monstrously slow pace. Listen, I didn't like her at all. I wish I had. If I had, I would have made a nice score here. I would have had the exacta. I made a nice bet on the 9, and I feel like it was a good bet at 13-1. If you like this horse, 30-1.
She was the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, I think she should have been, but you know, maybe Our Flash Drive should have been bigger, Keeper of Time, but Love Struck probably just can't run. But listen, there were a lot of big prices. Horses get lost, but this horse ran today. I'll tell you something. Not only is the pick 6 obviously not going to get hit, I'm going to be very interested to see what the pick 5s look like, because there will be uncovered horses in the last race in the pick 5.
Especially, well, this for sure is going to help that, but with Fight on Lucy was incredibly difficult to come up with too in the 8th. Back at Churchill, nightcap. Look at the current odds for this maiden special weight at 1 1/16. Fillies and mares, Princess Lee, Joe Sharp, Brian Hernandez Jr. 3 consecutive in the money finishes. This is going to be start number 10, trying to get that maiden win.
That's the thing. She is the horse to beat on paper. I mean, one thing to say is she hasn't been a super short price in a lot of her races. So, but I mean, I think the question was Super Quick, who is the horse to beat. How aggressive is Ferrant Giroux going to be on Moonchild? I think that Joe Talamo is supposed to come out firing. If he's able to control on the front end at a fair pace, I think Super Quick's going to win. She was involved in a ridiculous pace that involved the favorite got eased, and she came back and ran an 80 by her in the next start. She chased Play Hard, who came back with an allowance win at Saratoga. I think Super Quick, if she can get a fair pace, is going to wire the field, but I'm afraid that Moonchild may cause a problem for her.
When she was on the lead here last year, there's no Clairieres in here.
No, there aren't. But she hasn't run well this year, but I do think you could make viable excuses.
Here's Street Missy, Larry Jones, and a daughter of Easton.
I guess a race 2 back, she could get the right trip, she could win, but what the heck happened last time?
Norm Cassie's Super Quick, Silks of Mary Lou Whitney Stables, and a daughter of Super Saver, the 2.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Super Quick can wire the field, and if she's able to control in the front, I believe she will do just that.
Those Silks winning on opening day at Saratoga, and the Schuylerville with Pretty Birdie for Norm Cassie. Viva La Red, the 3 here for Patrick Biancone.
Yeah, I mean, she does come up from Gulfstream, hasn't run now in 6+ months. I didn't like the horses she ran against, but Dangerous Barn, but I don't know if she's good enough.
Here's the 5 Moonchild, moves from turf to dirt for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's the dam ran a 70 by her in the dirt, 76 in the turf. So pretty close, and this is the first foal. I won't be surprised if she's effective.
7-1 on Lemon's Medallia for Dallas Stewart. Corey Lannery.
Yeah, she gets back to the dirt, and she just never really ran fast enough, but she didn't have, this is only the second start in the dirt for Dallas Stewart.
21-1 on the girls. Early speed on turf last couple of starts and backed up. And then here's Princess Lee.
Yeah, I mean, if the 2 and 5 engage and the pace gets hot, she's the kind of horse who should win. The one thing I'd say, you, Greg, you look at her races, right? She's got the one big fig, the 77 by or 2 back. The rest of her races are just sort of okay, and I'm not saying they're not good enough to win, but when you've got a horse that's got 9 starts, you've got that one number, and the rest of them are just sort of okay, kind of tough to take 2 to 1.
Some good runners on those pages, though. Marion Francis, Travel Column.
No, I mean, played hard. I like Super Quick, and I think she's been compromised 2 times ago. But once again, she may be compromised by Moonchild. The question for me is 3 to 1 a good enough price to take? I'm not sure.
Big long shot, 2 outside. The 9, 2020 hoax for Barry King. Second biggest price on the board. Let's go to Jonathan for our market mover.
Yeah, guys, the market mover is going to be the 2. Super Quick. That is the Twin Spires market mover. Super Quick is a horse, like Andy mentioned, has some big numbers as a 2-year-old. You expect that they can potentially come back and run to those numbers. Unfortunately, Super Quick hasn't done that. Did come in first off of a long layoff in June and didn't run particularly well after breaking a little bit slow. Then caught a muddy racetrack at Saratoga. Didn't run well. So maybe, just maybe, now she'll kind of find herself. But the price is the problem for me. I'd like to look elsewhere if I'm looking for a horse that offers a tad more value. I won't be surprised if and when she wins. But like I said, I want to look elsewhere, and that's the 8 Princess Leia. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else in this race, go to twinspires.com. Look, Joe Sharp's winning at a high clip at Churchill so far this meet. He's also just been winning at a high clip in general. He had a couple of big wins up at Saratoga. And this is a horse that hasn't run on and off track before, but has some siblings that have run well on and off track. I like the outside draw in the clear, tactical enough to should be able to get some position moving forward. And whatever the racetrack was in these situations, you could assume that when it rains, it changes. So it's always something to keep an eye on if you're playing the game. Trying to identify some biased racetracks. I'm a big believer in once the rain comes, whatever it was, it can completely change. It doesn't have to flip, but it doesn't have to necessarily stay the same that it was. I'll go with the 8 Princess Leia in here. Leia, excuse me.
Is the 2-1 favorite for Joe Sharp. Again with Brian Hernandez Jr. Let's go to Frank.
So, guys, I think that Super Quick, as we've all mentioned, has the best form. She finished second last year in a maiden race right here to Clariere. That is the Curlin out of Cavorting from Steve Asmussen. She was in the Fairground Oaks. She ran in the Kentucky Oaks here. That's a beautiful run. So if Super Quick can replicate that run, they're not going to beat her here. But I'll tell you who I do like is the 3 horse. This is a half sister to Diamond Ops. Real good horse of Patrick Biancone's, who also trains this horse. And this filly, Julian rode her in her first 2 races, and she was 3 to 1 first time out. And there was a lot of it expected of her. Now, Patrick Biancone has given her time, and I think she really relished at that time. She looks beautiful in the paddock. And then the 5 horse Moonchild. This one was third, beaten 3 lengths at Indiana in her first start, but she came right back to breeze in 59 and 4 a Bullet Work. So I would imagine that Brad Cox was just giving her a race last time out, and the race on the grass, nice tightener, and you'll see a tighter filly here today, and they're about to load up, so I'll hand it over to you, Greg.
Frank, thank you. We'll see Viva La Red 7-1 right now for Patrick Biancone. Favorite remains the 8, Princess Leia. Joe Sharp?
I'm a little annoyed I didn't get any abuse from Frank. I deserved a little abuse. I'm a little disappointed in that.
He's a bigger man than you.
He's definitely a bigger man than me. I'm not sure he's necessarily a bigger man the way you suggested it, but he's a great man. He's a legend.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
Glad to have him on the show.
Absolutely. Glad to have him as a friend.
And he was certainly right about Town Avenger.
No, he was. I feel I deserved a little abuse. I'm a little disappointed.
Set for this nightcap from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Super quick. Bounces out of there. 2020 Hoax from the outside. The girls is up close between them, but it is Super Quick for that inside post to take the field into the clubhouse turn. The girls comes on to be second. 2020 Hoax is 3 wide. Racing up into third. Moonchild, a bit green toward the inside, hustled along in fourth. Princess Lee is fifth. Lemons Medallia in sixth. Street Missy seventh. And Viva La Red at the back in eighth. Turning into the backstretch run, and it's Super Quick, uncontested and unopposed, leading by 2 lengths. The opening quarter goes in 23 and 3/5 seconds. The girls is tracking this pace from second by a similar margin. Moonchild is cruising up inside into third. There's 5 furlongs to go now. And then it's 2020 Hoax racing in fourth. Princess Lee advancing inside from fifth. Lemons Medallia 3 lengths farther back, just ahead of Street Missy. Viva La Red starting to make some progress from the back of the pack, 10 lengths behind as they hit the far turn run. And the opening half in 48 seconds flat. Super Quick continues to roll along up top. Continues uncontested, clear by 2.5. The girls is under more pressure racing second. Princess Lee comes alive. And 2020 Hoax is launching a rally too. And farther back, it's Street Missy, and Lemons Medallia is there. Moonchild is backed out of it. At the back is Viva La Red. Off the turn into the stretch. Super Quick trying to see it out. The lead is still 3. Street Missy's closing fast. Princess Lee fights on from second. Then it's Viva La Red. There's a furlong to go. And it's Super Quick with a 5-length advantage. And Super Quick is going. Gone. Super Quick, streaking under the wire, wins it by 8 lengths in the end. Princess Lee was second, Street Missy was third, Lemons Medallia and Viva La Red.
Super Quick and Norm Cassie and the Silks of Mary Lou Whitney Stables. Another nice win here.
Well, as we said before the race, if this horse didn't get pressure early, she was probably going to win. When the 5 didn't have any speed on the dirt, she was alone in the lead. She was able to control. The pace wasn't slow for this level, but she was able to get comfortable. And when a horse like this can get comfortable, she almost beat Clairiere, who's a grade 1 quality, one of the best 3-year-old fillies, maybe favored in the $1 million, what's the race? Cotillion this weekend, next weekend at Parks. This filly's a nice horse, and I'm always happy to see my friend Norm Cassie do well. So,
Joe Telemo, it's got to be a great feeling to have that kind of margin on the field. Coming home down the stretch. Super Quick, super saver filly. Breaks her maiden in a big way in the 6th start of her career. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. She goes off at 5-2. Nightcap from Belmont when we return. Stay with us.
Is closing in and running on by. And it's a big performance from Performer to win the Discovery.
Performer, new for 2022 at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, the Pebbles, it goes to the biggest price on the board. Thumbs up indeed. Junior Alvarado, Spanish love affair for Mark Cassidy, daughter of Cara Conti. Stands at Gainesway Farm, Breeders' Cup Mile winner. But isn't another good one here. Is now a 3-time winner on the lawn. Owned by Eclipse, Hernan, and Gary Barber. Let's go to Acacia downstairs.
The Pebbles won by the longest shot on the board, Spanish Love Affair. Pleased to be joined by her rider, Junior Alvarado. Junior, tell me about your trip with this filly as return a $63 winner here.
You know, she actually traveled and run like, you know, she was probably one of the favorite in the race. You know, she broke very sharp. You know, I helped a lot out of that a little bit just to make sure I get some position because I broke from the 11 post. So it's a little, you know, not the greatest post coming from that coming out of the gate at that point. But, you know, she put herself, you know, in a very good spot. We were traveling, you know, in a nice, comfortable pace. You know, I knew I had enough horse. You just had to hope that she gave it to me.
And she was coming out of some graded stakes tries. Did it give you a little bit more confidence knowing that she had that tactical speed?
Definitely. I knew she you know, she always been running with good feelings, and, you know, she has very good races there. You know, would allow her to win this race here today. But, you know, I think, you know, she had a couple races where she didn't run good. It was soft turf. I knew that for sure. And, you know, she won in Gulfstream when the turf is pretty firm there. So I thought, you know, today I was going to try to take advantage a little bit, now knowing that the track by today was a little more firm than any other days. And you know, she responded pretty well.
Seeing how the race set up early, it seemed kind of like a scramble for the front. Were you just kind of biding your time knowing you were in a good spot?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when I wasn't at that point, you know, she was traveling beautiful. I tested a couple times by the triple, and I knew what I got. I just, like I said, I was just hoping it was going to be between me and Johnny. You know, as I said, like, I'm going to just, you know, take my time and, you know, I just ask her to run when I thought is the time. And, you know, she responded very well.
She certainly did, Junior. Congratulations.
Thanks, I guess, yeah.
All right, Greg, Junior Alvarado with the win. $63 winner in Spanish Love Affair.
You don't see that numbers like that often, especially in a stakes race here. Mark Cassidy, Hall of Famer, and this was a filly who was pretty highly regarded just a few months ago in graded stakes races. She was the favorite, as mentioned, at a grade 3 at Churchill.
Stop rubbing it in. Okay, just
huge
stop.
number.
Just finish. Just stop rubbing it in.
Jordan's Leo runs second, who you liked.
I did. Great.
That's one to keep your eyes on next time out.
No, I think she's okay. This was Philly ran. I mean, she didn't just win. She buried the field.
Yeah.
You don't see that. That was a tough field. She was impressive.
Back at Churchill, super quick, Mary Lou Whitney Stables Silks, Norm Cassidy, Joe Talamo. And this filly now has got that maiden win under the belt, on to bigger and better things. Certainly liked the sloppy going as the rain came late in the afternoon in Louisville.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Norm in the winner's circle and the Mary Lou Whitney Silks in the winner's circle. Nothing wrong with that. And I tell you something, this is a filly. She's quirky. She needs to be able to control. But she shows that when she can control, she can run very, very well. She's no Town Avenger, but she was pretty good today.
Who is?
I'd like to compare the times, actually. This filly, she win by 10 lengths. Wet tracks, sometimes, you know, they spread the margins out a bit.
Pick 6 carryover, by the way, at Churchill. We have the opening week finale, indeed, coming up next at Belmont. Stay tuned for that. We'll get to a post break when we return. We're 12 minutes to post.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. With 500 yearlings cataloged from a variety of state-bred programs, Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings is the #1 ranked major yearling sale in North America by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with 70 stakes wins or placings in 2021. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Monday and Tuesday, October 4th and 5th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
New York, the best racing, the best purses, the best New York Stallion, War Dancer. Opening day at Saratoga.
A bang bang finish. It is Danzig with the stars.
In the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here is Step Dancer. Step Dancer got him.
And with two-time winner, Rouge, Barrage, and 2-year-old Surprise Boss. War Dancer, one of the top sires of the Saratoga meet with 8 wins and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Follow War Dancer online at wardancerstud.com.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's authentic indeed.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport. Authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse, Moonlight Doros. She'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in the Steel Valley Sprint.
Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Good to have you with us. Our nightcap coming up, closing out opening week at this Belmont Fall Championship meet with a $40,000 maiden claiming event, mile and a 16th. It's on the inner turf. And here's a look at an intriguing horse we were talking about off air, who's going to be making his turf debut, I should say. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on the grass, that 12 Talus. That was Isabella Sings, the dam.
Yeah, and we got a replay of Isabella Sings for people that don't remember her. This was a race down at Tampa. She opened up a 10-length lead on the field, and you're going to see him turning for home. She's got in front by about 8 here, Greg. She gets run down by some nondescript horse. I don't know if you've ever heard of her. Tepin runs her down. In fact, this might have been Tepin's first start after the Breeders' Cup. She won in 2015.
By the way, you know who won the Tepin?
What? Who won?
Continue on with this.
Anyway, that's how good Isabella Sing was. We went to the time machine to get this one, and she almost got the job done. So the question becomes, why is Todd Pletcher not trying this horse to maiden special weight with his pedigree? Got rained off twice, in for 40,000. Todd Pletcher, however, has outstanding numbers, maiden special to maiden claimer, first-time turf. The other problem is, what kind of trip is this horse going to work out on this inner turf
that's a big problem.
The 7 may have speed. If I'm John Velasquez, the key is breaking sharply, because he has post 10. The 11 and 12 belong to the 1 and 1A here. If he can break okay and it's tough, he's got to go.
And it looks like he, at least on dirt, he has speed.
Oh, no, this horse has speed, but it's just a tough post because it's that weird break. If Johnny can get this horse up, this horse clears the lead, I think it's over. But it's a lot of ifs at a short price. Listen, I picked the 3 here because I thought this is the best price of anyone in here. Between the entry, the 3, the 8, and 11, the 3 is going to be 8 to 1. The other is going to take money. Now the 3 is favored. I wouldn't bet a nickel on this horse at 7 to 2. But I made my pick.
Takeaway odds, did you think the 8 was the horse to beat?
In a way, yeah, based on what you've seen, because the entry are 2 first-time starters. Who knows if they can run? Though I tell you what, we've seen a lot of Klarovich runners in Jorge Abreu's barn that have run very well. So do not take this as a negative, because it's not. We saw a first-time starter win at Saratoga. We saw Price Talk the year before. They've won, those horses. But we don't know. They have outside posts, and they may not be good. We don't have the 12, outside post as well. The 8 is the logical horse dropping for Barclay Tagg coming off a layoff. The 3 had a wide trip to nowhere and drew towards the inside. Javier Castellano has been riding extremely well since we got back to Belmont. And one of the reasons is he's been very understanding that the rail on the dirt has been good and the rail on the inner turf has been good. And he's been taking advantage of that, and that's because he's a smart rider doing it. So I trust that, but 7 to 2 on this horse, he's had a million chances.
That is
a crazy price.
Short. That man right there had a huge day yesterday that vaulted him to the top of the standings early on here in the meet. Dylan Davis, 3-win afternoon on the Saturday program. He's going to ride the 1 probably to beat off Form, Seizing the Dream, who is 9 to 2 right now.
I mean, both halves of the entries are half to turf winners, right?
Yeah, the Hellman, the dam, won the Cumley, produced a multiple winner on the turf.
And Hellman named for the doctor, Chad Brown's dad's doctor, I believe, who passed away, actually.
Okay.
That's where the name came from. I think people upstate are familiar with the Hellman family. Neil Hellman. Hellman family owned Linda's Chief, used to run against Secretariat, and as well as Laughing Bridge, who was second to Ruffy in the Spinaway.
Wow.
Yeah, some very good horses way back.
So here's Hellman in the entry. They break outside and second outside.
Paid a lot of money for this horse. That was a long time ago. Now the horse running for 40, a half-to-1 turf winner, ran a 77 buyer.
Dam of this one produced a multiple winner on the turf, Animosity.
I agree. Ran an 85 buyer and doing it. So we'll see. But tough post to overcome.
Yeah.
You
Blame it on Brutus.
You think the 1A is a stronger one because Irad is riding? It's just a guess. Is blaming on Brutus a little bit of a wild card here, Greg? The Dam actually could handle the turf without winning on it. Second Dam's a turf winner, and this horse draws the rail. This horse is a wild card in here.
Okay. 10-1, 25-1 on Ready, Seek, Go, blinkers off.
Yeah, nothing to recommend.
This 6 might try and get to the front. 16-1.
So could blame it on Brutus. So could My Boy Colton. So could Isabella's Dream. I agree. And, you know, didn't do any running first time, but it was a better race, a better field.
Isabella's Dream, yeah, showed speed last start, race taken off the turf.
It will be her dream to win this race, whoever Isabella is.
18-1 with Mike Luzzy.
The Luz. Good to see the Luz back.
Yeah, definitely.
Good man.
Seizing the Dream, I got to think 9-2 comes down, right?
I would think so, but, you know, this horse really hasn't done that much running, but is running against much better horses.
Warlight, that turf race at Pimlico got a decent number.
It did, but a $16,000 claimer with no speed at all. Not for me.
Raising Sand stretching out.
Well, he'll have to be a different horse stretching out.
Declare a Truce was second for Maiden 40 at Belmont back in May.
I agree. And Giroux, who won, is not a bad horse. I think it's Graham Motion, that horse. But it was also wide like the 3, but the outside post doesn't do any favors.
And the pedigree play, and now the favorite, the 12 Talus.
Yeah, and I don't. On a fair racetrack, I get it, but on this track, this turf course, and the rails are coming up. They're going to be going up. So we'll be off the rail starting on Thursday. So we won't have that situation going forward. But I'm not taking an outside post in these races. And there's so many horses we talked about that could be speed, right?
4 minutes away from our finale coming up. We have a couple of horses in the pick 5 that are causing a carryover. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, because I agree with you about the 12 Talus. It just doesn't make any sense. It feels like Todd's just taking a shot in here. If this horse had any turf ability, he would try to keep the horse protected, run maiden special weight. The horse wins maiden special weight, worth a little bit of money because of the pedigree. The fact they're just giving up here and running for a tag, to me, suggests they're just hoping that something will work out. I like the 8 Seizing the Dream. I don't want to use the word a lot because it's hard to like a horse who's 0 for 3, dropping in maiden special weight to maiden claiming. But I feel like this horse has run well. On debut, I thought this performance against Public Sector was pretty good. I thought the race at Gulfstream was closing in a slow pace, 2 races back, and then 3 races back had kind of a weird trip, trouble in there. Puts the blinkers on and now finds competition that I think should suit the 8 Seizing the Dream. I think this horse is going to be tough to beat. I just obviously worry if the horse has any talent left after the debut back in August, and also curious with some of these lightly raced horses, how they're looking out on the racetrack, and I think there's someone that can help us figure that out. Acacia?
I'm certainly going to try, JK, but I agree with you on Seizing the Dream. I think that the gelding's actually going to really help this horse, who does come back off a layoff. And my notes from Gulfstream 2 starts back were that, A, he was really up against it from a pace scenario, and B, he just didn't look really fit. I think the geldings lightened him up, and also it helped him to focus a little bit more mentally. He's still sharp on track as he always has been, but he seems more focused now, and that I like. I also am so happy that my dreams for Talus are finally coming true, because I have been waiting for this horse to go a distance of ground on the turf and in a claiming race since his debut. I understand with the pedigree, and I understand he's been given a try a couple of times in maiden special weight. Unfortunately, he just has the look of a horse that's just not that fast. I think this is plain and simple just the right spot for him. He's a very switched off, quiet type of horse. He has a big, flat turf hoof to him as well, and there's a lot of him. One thing I didn't love is that he's been swishing his tail the whole time, just not seeming completely settled, but more than anything, I think he's finally in the right spot. As far as the entry does go, I prefer the 1A term sheet of the 2 of them. I think that they're both well spotted for debut, to be fair. This one is half to a grade 2 place horse named Animosity, who won a couple times on turf, both down the hill at Santa Anita and going long on turf as well. And this one's a little bit more of the handier type of 2, a little bit more of an athletic look to him as well as far as the entry does go. I just think more than anything, it's being realistic and well spotted in this spot that we will have to navigate a trip under Irad Ortiz. Greg?
Yeah, I mean, the same issue is with the 12 as with both parts of the entry. That outside slot, they kind of start on on the beginning of a turn here, which makes it a little difficult for those outside posts. But if with this 12, again, shown speed on dirt. This is a horse pedigree-wise that wants grass, and if Johnny V can get speed out of this horse and break clean, going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I get the notion that why is this one a claimer, but the reality is that Todd Pletcher has answered that question by having great results when he goes maiden special maiden claimer. Now this horse is not maiden special maiden claimer, but he kind of is because he's never been on the turf. He wins with these things, and maybe like Akesh was saying, he just knows he's not quite good enough to win a race. Now, I'm not betting him at 5-2, but I also think he's the horse to beat in here. And I get what you're saying about the 8. I do, but it's tricky. Listen, my 3 at 9-2 is not a great bet, so I don't really want to bet him. I thought he'd be a better price, but it's just a tricky situation. I don't know. If the 3 went up a little bit more in odds, I'd bet, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
You know, late money, it's come in on the 8 and the 12. They're both at 5-2 on the board. They do seem to be the 2 to beat in this race. And maybe the 6, if the 6 can be quick out of there and keep on going. Ramon Vasquez.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you'd think that more riders be aggressive. And with that, you break outside like that, like Johnny is in the 12, post 10, it's not going to be easy to get over. Doesn't mean he won't be able to, and he is John Velasquez. But if he doesn't, and he ends up 3-4 wide, good luck.
Chris Griffin done a terrific job.
Tremendous.
All meet long, filling in for John Imbrial, who we've greatly missed, but Chris has been tremendous. It's been great to have him here all week.
I couldn't agree more. It'll be great to have Johnny I back, and I've been texting with him. He was feeling better, so that's good. But I can't say enough about the job that Chris has done. We've jinxed him for the last race, but I can't say enough about the job that he has done filling in. It is not an easy job to be in that booth, especially for the first time.
No, he's been spectacular, and Chris, we thank you for all you've given us this week, filling in. Let's go upstairs and his final call of the week here in our finale from Belmont.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Greg. One more time here. We're going to have term sheet, last to load. All in line. She's got a rider off the 5 here, ready, seek, go. Not set yet. Do have a rider now in behind the gate. There is Jalon Samuel is in behind the gate as they get the 5 situated. Stand by. They are backing the 5 out of the gate now. Number 5, ready, seek, go, has been backed out. Jalon Samuel back aboard. We'll reload the 5. Ready, seek, go. Ready, seek, go is in. All set. And they're off. Very slow starts there for term sheet towards the back of the field. Also Flight to Paradise. My Boy Colton's got early kick, and here's My Boy Colton there. In second is Seizing the Dream. Out wider is Talus and the red cap as they bend around that turn. In very tight there, orange cap, it's Blame It On Brutus is moving forward. Ready, seek, go. Here comes a wide rally towards the outside. Declare a Truce. That's actually Isabella's Dream, who steps in front of that rival as that front group is now separated from 2 from Raising Sand. Flight to Paradise towards the back of the field comes Warlight. The stablemates, they're at the back. That's Hellman. And term sheet, My Boy Colton up the backstretch. Season the Dream is settled in second. Talus is 3 wide in third. Isabella's Dream has moved forward in fourth. Still looking for room there is Blame It on Brutus in the 5th position. Out wider, Declare a Truce. In between them, Ready, Seek, Go. Flight to Paradise has got nowhere to go right now. Also running on, Raising Sand, wide rally here. Warlight still at the back are Term Sheet and Hellman. Take it into the far turn now. It's My Boy Colton with a head in front. Seizing the Dream is tracking into the 2 path with a 3 wide Talus. Looks menacing towards the outside. Isabella's Dream has lost some ground. Blame It on Brutus is 3.5 lengths back as they're approaching the quarter-mile pole. My Boy Colton tries to take them all the way. Here comes Talus ranging up on the outside, and Talus is ready to come up on the outside of this leader now, and Talus is in front. My Boy Colton not going anywhere. Seizing the Dream, late run Isabella's Dream. The rest with a lot of running to do. It's Talus with a head in front, down to the inside. My Boy Colton is trying to come on back for a final 16th of a mile. Talus, My Boy Colton, Talus, and John Velasquez win the finale. Talus gets the win. My Boy Colton Seizing the Dream, and Isabella's Dream in the finale.
Pedigree to love the lawn and runs to it here. Talus with the win, overcoming that outside post.
And I think it's a much more impressive win than it looks. To be 3 wide the whole way around this inner turf course is very, very difficult to win the way it's been playing. And I just look at the number 6 horse, My Boy Colton, how well he ran. Now, he had a right to run better, but the rail, I would say, moved him up and made him run much better. And was he the one not covered in the pick 5, right? The 6 was the 6 one of the ones that wasn't covered? Was or wasn't? Was covered. Okay, so that was not a carryover. But John Velasquez, nothing he could do, but he got forward position. But this horse was 5-2, and this horse was much the best. Nice win. Pedigree, not surprising.
Now, big question now is, did he get claimed for $40,000? We'll try and find that out for you when we come back
Todd
from a
will be okay
timeout.
with that. I think he'll move on.
We'll be back. America's Day at the Races continues after this. 12, 6, 8, 7 in the nightcap.
Definitely be looking at the Always Dreaming yearlings. Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Nightcap in the books at Belmont Park. Todd Pletcher drops Talus in, but trying to get this horse on the turf. The last 2 starts, both were washed off. Third time the charm. And this horse steps up and runs a very good race to break his maiden in his turf debut.
No, I agree. We're talking about whether or not this horse could get claimed. And, you know, I kind of wonder, and we were talking about it, and you agreed, why would they claim him last time for 40? Yeah. Knowing he still had the turf in front of him. Todd was a tough guy to claim from. you know. And if you claim this horse for 40 and he can't run on the turf, you got a problem.
$74,000 carryover into the pick 6 on the Thursday card next week. Of course, we'll be here with live coverage, and we will see you then to pick things up.
Oh, I had the pick 5 for 90,000, so I won't be here. But no, I wish I did. I can't.
Really tough one to come up with. I thought the most difficult to come up with was that dirt race.
Without question, I agree. I agree. It was a tough sequence, and that's why there's a carry of the pick 6.
Great weekend of racing. Yabir in the Jockey Club Derby punched his ticket should Connections choose to go to the Breeders' Cup Turf. It was Town of Enger moving to the dirt and appreciating that sloppy track at Churchill for Brian Lynch and Julian Leperoux. And how about Spanish Love Affair, the biggest price on the board, winning the Pebbles, our Sunday feature. Hope you enjoyed our opening week of action from Belmont Park's Fall Championship meet. We'll see you on Thursday on FS2.
And they're off. Followed by Microbiome. A late run from Gimmick. A 16th to go. And Run Up will make every pole a winning one in the sorority as she comes to the Run Happy finish line. Run Up jogs.
The Cup champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.